Section 16 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita, Book 27, Scipio in Spain, Chapters 47 through 51. Chapter 47. The enemy were already standing in front of their camp in battle order, but there was a pause. Hasdrubal had ridden to the front with a handful of cavalry, when he noticed in the hostile ranks some well-worn shields which he had not seen before, and some unusually lean horses. The numbers, too, seemed greater than usual. Suspecting the truth, he hastily withdrew his troops into camp, and sent men down to the river, from which the Romans obtained water, to catch, if they could, some of the watering parties, and see whether they were especially sunburnt, as is generally the case after a long march. He ordered at the same time mounted patrols to ride round the consul's camp, and observe whether the lines had been extended in any direction, and to notice at the same time whether the bugle call was sounded once or twice in the camp. They reported that both the camps, Marcus Livius's camp and that of Lucius Porcius, were just as they had been. No addition had been made, and this misled him. But they also informed him that the bugle call was sounded once in the praetor's camp and twice in the consul's, and this perturbed the veteran commander, familiar as he was with the habits of the Romans. He concluded that both the consuls were there, and was anxiously wondering how the one consul had got away from Hannibal. Least of all could he suspect what had actually occurred, namely, that Hannibal had been so completely outwitted that he did not know the whereabouts of the commander and the army whose camp had been so close to his own. As his brother had not ventured to follow the consul, he felt quite certain that he had sustained a serious defeat, and he felt the gravest apprehensions lest he should have come too late to save a desperate situation, and lest the Romans should enjoy the same good fortune in Italy which they had met with in Spain. Then again, he was convinced that his letter had never reached Hannibal, but had been intercepted by the consul, who then hastened to crush him. Amidst these gloomy forebodings, he ordered the camp fires to be extinguished, and gave the signal at the first watch for all the baggage to be collected in silence. The army then left the camp. In the hurry and confusion of the night march, the guides, who had not been kept under very close observation, slipped away. One hid himself in a place selected beforehand. The other swam across the Metaurus at a spot well known to him. The column, deprived of its guides, marched on aimlessly across country, and many, worn out by sleeplessness, flung themselves down to rest, those who remained with the standards becoming fewer and fewer. Until daylight showed him his route, Hasdrubal ordered the head of the column to advance cautiously, but finding that, owing to the bends and turns of the river, he had made little progress, he made arrangements for crossing it as soon as daybreak would show him a convenient place. But he was unable to find one, for the further he marched from the sea, the higher were the banks which confined the stream, and by thus wasting the day, he gave his enemy time to follow him. Chapter 48. Nero, with the whole of the cavalry, was the first to come up. Then Porcius followed with the light infantry. They began to harass their wearied enemy by repeated charges on all sides, until Hasdrubal stopped a march which began to resemble a flight, and decided to form camp on a hill which commanded the river. At this juncture Livius appeared with the heavy infantry, not in order of march, but deployed and armed for immediate battle. All their forces were now massed together, and the line was formed. Claudius Nero taking command of the right wing, Livius of the left, while the center was assigned to the praetor. When Hasdrubal saw that he must give up all idea of entrenching himself and prepare to fight, he stationed the elephants in the front, the Gauls near them on the left, to oppose Claudius, not so much because he trusted them as because he hoped they would frighten the enemy, while on the right, where he commanded in person, he posted the Spaniards, in whom as veteran troops he placed most confidence. The Ligurians were stationed in the center behind the elephants. His formation was greater in depth than length, and the Gauls were covered by a hill which extended across their front. That part of the line which Hasdrubal and his Spaniards held engaged the Roman left. The whole of the Roman right was shut out from the fighting. The hill in front prevented them from making either a frontal or a flank attack. The struggle between Livius and Hasdrubal was a fierce one, and both sides lost heavily. Here were the two captains, the greater part of the Roman infantry and cavalry, the Spaniards, who were veteran soldiers and used to the Roman methods of fighting, and also the Ligurians, a people hardened by warfare. To this part of the field the elephants too had been driven, and at their first onset they threw the front ranks into confusion and forced the standards to give way. Then, as the fighting became hotter and the noise and shouting more furious, it became impossible to control them. They rushed about between the two armies as though they did not know to which side they belonged, just like ships drifting rudderless. Nero made fruitless efforts to scale the hill in front of him, calling out repeatedly to his men, "Why have we made so long a march at such breakneck speed?" When he found it impossible to reach the enemy in that direction, he detached some cohorts from his right wing, where he saw that they were more likely to stand on guard than to take any part in the fighting, led them past the rear of his division, and to the surprise of his own men as much as of the enemy, commenced an attack upon the enemy's flank. So rapidly was this maneuver executed that almost as soon as they showed themselves on the flank, they were attacking the rear of the enemy. Thus attacked on every side, front, flank, and rear, Spaniards and Ligurians alike were simply massacred where they stood. At last the carnage reached the Gauls. Here there was very little fighting, for a great many had fallen out during the night, and were lying asleep everywhere in the fields, and those who were still with the standards were worn out by the long march and want of sleep, and being quite unable to stand fatigue, could hardly sustain the weight of their armor. It was now midday, and the heat and thirst made them gasp for breath, until they were cut down or made prisoners without offering any resistance. Chapter 49. More elephants were killed by their drivers than by the enemy. They had a carpenter's chisel and a mallet, and when the maddened beasts rushed among their own side, the driver placed the chisel between the ears, just where the head is joined to the neck, and drove it home with all his might. This was the quickest method that had been discovered of putting these huge animals to death, when there was no hope of controlling them, and Hasdrubal was the first to introduce it. Often had this commander distinguished himself in other battles, but never more than in this one. He kept up the spirits of his men as they fought by words of encouragement and by sharing their dangers. When, weary and dispirited, they would no longer fight, he rekindled their courage by his entreaties and reproaches. He rallied those in flight, and often revived the battle where it had been abandoned. At last, when the fortune of the day was decisively with the enemy, he refused to survive that great army which had followed him, drawn by the magic of his name, and setting spurs to his horse, dashed against a Roman cohort. There he fell fighting, a death worthy of Hamilcar's son and Hannibal's brother. Never during the whole of the war had so many of the enemy perished in a single battle. The death of the commander and the destruction of his army were regarded as an adequate repayment for the disaster of Cannae. 56,000 of the enemy were killed, 5,400 taken prisoners, and a great quantity of plunder was secured, especially of gold and silver. Above 3,000 Romans who had been captured by the enemy were recovered, and this was some consolation for the losses incurred in the battle. For the victory was by no means a bloodless one. About 8,000 Romans and allies were killed. So satiated were the victors with bloodshed and carnage, that when it was reported to Livius on the following day that the Cisalpine Gauls and Ligurians, who had taken no part in the battle, or had escaped from the field, were marching off in a body, without general or standards or anyone to give the word of command, and that a single squadron of cavalry could wipe out the whole lot, the consul replied, "Let some survive to carry the news of their defeat and our victory." Chapter 50. Reception of the news in Rome. The night after the battle, Nero started off at a more rapid pace than he had come, and in 6 days reached his camp, and was once more in touch with Hannibal. His march was not watched by the same crowds as before, because no messengers preceded him, but his return was welcomed with such extravagant delight that people were almost beside themselves for joy. As to the state of feeling in Rome, it is impossible to describe it, or to picture the anxiety with which the citizens waited for the result of the battle, or the enthusiasm which the report of the victory aroused. Never from the day when the news came that Nero had commenced his march had any senator left the house, or the people the forum from sunrise to sunset. The matrons, as they could give no active help, betook themselves to prayers and intercessions. They thronged all the shrines and assailed the gods with supplications and vows. Whilst the citizens were in this state of anxious suspense, a vague rumor was started to the effect that 2 troopers belonging to Narnia had gone from the battlefield to the camp there, which was holding the road to Umbria, with the announcement that the enemy had been cut to pieces. People listened to the rumor, but they could not take it in. The news was too great, too joyful for them to realize or to accept as true, and the very speed at which it had traveled made it less credible, for the battle was reported as having taken place only 2 days previously. Then followed a dispatch from Lucius Manlius Acidinus, reporting the arrival of the 2 troopers in his camp. When this dispatch was carried through the forum to the praetor's tribunal, the senators left their seats, and such was the excitement of the people, as they pushed and struggled round the door of the Senate house, that the courier could not get near it. He was dragged away by the crowd, who demanded with loud shouts that the dispatch should be read from the rostra before it was read in the Senate house. At last the magistrates succeeded in forcing back and restraining the populace, and it became possible for all to share in the joyous news they were so impatient to learn. The dispatch was read first in the Senate house and then in the assembly. It was listened to with different feelings according to each man's temperament. Some regarded the news as absolutely true. Others would not believe it till they had the consul's dispatch and the report of the envoys. Chapter 51. Word was brought that the envoys were approaching. Everybody, young and old alike, ran out to meet them, each eager to drink in the good tidings with eyes and ears, and the crowd extended as far as the Mulvian Bridge. The envoys were Lucius Veturius Philo, Publius Licinius Varus, and Quintus Cecilius Metellus. They made their way to the Forum, surrounded by a crowd which represented every class of the population, and besieged by questions on all sides as to what had really happened. No sooner did anyone hear that the army of the enemy and its commander had been slain, whilst the consuls and their army were safe, than he hastened to make others sharers of his joy. The Senate house was reached with difficulty, and with much greater difficulty was the crowd prevented from invading the space reserved for the senators. Here the dispatch was read, and then the envoys were conducted to the assembly. After the dispatch was read, Lucius Veturius gave fuller details, and his narrative was received with bursts of applause, which finally swelled into universal cheers, the assembly being hardly able to contain itself for joy. Some ran to the temples to give thanks to heaven. Others hurried home, that their wives and children might hear the good news. The Senate decreed a 3 days' thanksgiving, because the consuls, Marcus Livius and Gaius Claudius Nero, had preserved their own armies in safety, and destroyed the army of the enemy and its commander. Gaius Hostilius, the praetor, issued the order for its observance. The services were attended by men and women alike. The temples were crowded all through the 3 days, and the matrons in their most splendid robes, accompanied by their children, offered their thanksgivings to the gods, as free from anxiety and fear as though the war were over. This victory also relieved the financial position. People ventured to do business just as in a time of peace, buying and selling, lending and repaying loans. After Nero had returned to camp, he gave orders for Hasdrubal's head, which he had kept and brought with him, to be thrown in front of the enemy's outpost, and the African prisoners to be exhibited just as they were in chains. 2 of them were released with orders to go to Hannibal and report all that had happened. Stunned by the blow which had fallen on his country and on his family, it is said that Hannibal declared that he recognized the doom which awaited Carthage. He broke up his camp and decided to concentrate in Bruttium, the remotest corner of Italy, all his supporters whom he could no longer protect, whilst scattered in the different cities. The whole population of Metapontum had to leave their homes, together with all the Lucanians who acknowledged his supremacy, and were transported into Bruttian territory. End of section 16. Section 17 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 28, Final Conquest in Spain. Chapters 1 through 6. Chapter 1. The Campaign in Spain. Though Hasdrubal's invasion had shifted the burden of war to Italy, and brought corresponding relief to Spain, war was suddenly renewed in that country, which was quite as formidable as the previous one. At the time of Hasdrubal's departure, Spain was divided between Rome and Carthage as follows. Hasdrubal Gisco had retreated to the ocean littoral near Gades. The Mediterranean coastline and almost the whole of eastern Spain was held by Scipio on behalf of Rome. A new general took Hasdrubal's place, named Hanno, who brought over a fresh army, and marched into Celtiberia, which lies between the Mediterranean and the ocean. And here he soon raised a very considerable army. Scipio sent Marcus Silanus against him, with a force of not more than 10,000 infantry and 500 cavalry. Silanus marched with all the speed he could, but his progress was impeded by the bad state of the roads, and by the narrow mountain passes, obstacles which are met with in most parts of Spain. In spite of these difficulties, he outstripped not only any natives who might have carried tidings, but even any floating rumors of his advance, and with the assistance of some Celtiberian deserters who acted as guides, he succeeded in finding the enemy. When he was about 10 miles distant, he was informed by his guides that there were 2 camps near the road on which he was marching. The one on the left was occupied by the Celtiberians, a newly raised army about 9,000 strong, the one on the right by the Carthaginians. The latter was carefully guarded by outposts, pickets, and all the usual precautions against surprise. The Celtiberian camp was without any discipline, and all precautions were neglected, as might be expected of barbarians and raw levies, who felt all the less fear because they were in their own country. Silanus decided to attack that one first, and kept his men as much to the left as possible, so as not to be seen by the Carthaginian outposts. After sending on his scouts, he advanced rapidly against the enemy. Chapter 2. He was now about 3 miles away, and none of the enemy had yet noticed his advance. The rocks and thickets which covered the whole of this hilly district concealed his movements. Before making his final advance, he ordered his men to halt in a valley where they were effectually hidden and take food. The scouting parties returned and confirmed the statements of the deserters, on which the Romans, after placing the baggage in the center and arming themselves for the combat, advanced in order of battle. The enemy caught sight of these when they were a mile distant, and hurriedly prepared to meet them. As soon as Mago heard the shouting and confusion, he galloped across from his camp to take command. There were in the Celtiberian army 4,000 men with shields and 200 cavalry, making up a regular legion. These were his main strength, and he stationed them in the front. The rest, who were lightly armed, he posted in reserve. In this formation he led them out of the camp, but they had hardly crossed the rampart when the Romans hurled their javelins at them. The Spaniards stooped to avoid them, and then sprang up to discharge their own, which the Romans, who were in their usual close order, received on their overlapping shields. Then they closed up foot to foot and fought with their swords. The Celtiberians, accustomed to rapid evolutions, found their agility useless on the broken ground, but the Romans, who were used to stationary fighting, found no inconvenience from it, beyond the fact that their ranks were sometimes broken when moving through narrow places or patches of brushwood. Then they had to fight singly or in pairs, as if they were fighting duels. These very obstacles, however, by impeding the enemy's flight, gave them up, as though bound hand and foot to the sword. Almost all the heavy infantry of the Celtiberians had fallen when the Carthaginian light infantry, who had now come from the other camp, shared their fate. Not more than 2,000 infantry escaped. The cavalry, which had hardly taken any part in the battle, together with Mago, also got away. The other general, Hanno, was taken prisoner, together with those who were the last to appear in the field when the battle was already lost. Mago, with almost the whole of his cavalry and his veteran infantry, joined Hasdrubal at Gades 10 days after the battle. The Celtiberian levies dispersed amongst the neighboring forests, and so reached their homes. So far the war had not been a serious one, but there was all the material for a much greater conflagration, had it been possible to induce the other tribes to join the Celtiberians in arms. That possibility was by this most timely victory destroyed. Scipio therefore eulogized Silanus in generous terms, and felt hopeful of bringing the war to a termination, if he on his part acted with sufficient promptitude. He advanced accordingly into the remote corner of Spain, where all the remaining strength of Carthage was concentrated under Hasdrubal. He happened at the time to be encamped in the district of Baetica, for the purpose of securing the fidelity of his allies. But on Scipio's advance he suddenly moved away, and in a march which closely resembled a flight, retreated to Gades on the coast. Feeling, however, quite certain that as long as he kept his army together he would be the object of attack, he arranged, before he crossed over to Gades, for the whole of his force to be distributed amongst the various cities, so that they could defend the walls, whilst the walls protected them. Chapter 3. When Scipio became aware of this breaking up of the hostile forces, he saw that to carry his arms from city to city would involve a loss of time far greater than the results gained, and consequently marched back again. Not wishing, however, to leave that district in the enemy's hands, he sent his brother Lucius with 10,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry to attack the richest city in that part of the country. The natives call it Orongi. It is situated in the country of the Mayceses, one of the tribes of southern Spain. The soil is fertile, and there are also silver mines. Hasdrubal had used it as his base from which to make his incursions on the inland tribes. Lucius Scipio encamped in the neighborhood of the city, but before investing it, he sent men up to the gates to hold a parley with the townsmen, and endeavor to persuade them to put the friendship rather than the strength of the Romans to the proof. As nothing in the shape of a peaceable answer was returned, he surrounded the place with a double line of circumvallation, and formed his army into 3 divisions, so that one division at a time could be in action while the other 2 were resting, and thus a continuous attack might be kept up. When the first division advanced to the storm, there was a desperate fight. They had the utmost difficulty in approaching the walls and bringing up the scaling ladders, owing to the rain of missiles showered down upon them. Even when they had planted the ladders against the walls and began to mount them, they were thrust down by forks made for the purpose. Iron hooks were let down upon others, so that they were in danger of being dragged off the ladders and suspended in mid-air. Scipio saw that what made the struggle indecisive was simply the insufficient number of his men, and that the defenders had the advantage because they were fighting from their walls. He withdrew the division which was engaged, and brought up the 2 others. In face of this fresh attack, the defenders, worn out with meeting the former assault, retreated hastily from the walls, and the Carthaginian garrison, fearing that the city had been betrayed, left their various posts and formed into one body. This alarmed the townsmen, who dreaded lest the enemy, when once inside the city, should massacre everyone, whether Carthaginian or Spaniard. They flung open one of the gates and burst out of the town, holding their shields in front of them in case missiles should be hurled on them from a distance, and showing their empty right hands to make it plain that they had thrown away their swords. Their action was misinterpreted, either owing to the distance at which they were seen, or because treachery was suspected, and a fierce attack was made upon the flying crowd, who were cut down as though they were a hostile army. The Romans marched in through the open gate, whilst other gates were demolished with axes and mallets, and as each cavalryman entered, he galloped in accordance with instructions to the forum. The cavalry were supported by a detachment of triarii. The legionaries occupied the rest of the city. There was no plundering, and, except in the case of armed resistance, no bloodshed. All the Carthaginians, and about 1,000 of the townsmen who had closed the gates, were placed under guard. The town was handed over to the rest of the population, and their property restored to them. About 2,000 of the enemy fell in the assault upon the city, not more than 90 of the Romans. Chapter 4. The capture of this city was a source of great gratification to those who had effected it, as it was also to the commander-in-chief and the rest of the army. The entry of the troops was a noteworthy sight, owing to the immense number of prisoners who preceded them. Scipio bestowed the highest commendation on his brother, and declared that the capture of Oronges was as great an achievement as his own capture of New Carthage. The winter was now coming on, and as the season would not admit of his making an attempt on Gades, or pursuing Hasdrubal's army, dispersed as it was throughout the province, Scipio brought his entire force back into Hither Spain. After dismissing the legions to their winter quarters, he sent his brother to Rome with Hanno and the other prisoners of high rank, and then retired to Tarraco. The Roman fleet, under the command of the proconsul Marcus Valerius Laevinus, sailed during the year to Africa, and committed widespread devastation round Utica and Carthage. Plunder was carried off under the very walls of Utica, and on the frontiers of Carthage. On their return to Sicily, they fell in with a Carthaginian fleet of 70 vessels. Out of these, 17 were captured, 4 were sunk, the rest scattered in flight. The Roman army, victorious alike on land and sea, returned to Lilybaeum with an enormous amount of plunder of every kind. Now that the enemy's ships had been driven off and the sea rendered safe, large supplies of corn were conveyed to Rome. Chapter 5. Events in Greece. It was in the beginning of this summer that the proconsul Publius Sulpicius and King Attalus, who, as already stated, had wintered at Aegina, sailed for Lemnos with their combined fleets, the Roman vessels numbering 25, and the king's ships 35. In order to be in readiness to meet his enemies by land or sea, Philip went down to Demetrius on the coast, and issued orders for his army to assemble at Larissa by a given day. When they heard of the king's arrival at Demetrius, deputations from all his allies visited him there. The Aetolians, emboldened by their alliance with Rome and the arrival of Attalus, were ravaging their neighbors' lands. Great alarm was created amongst the Acarnanians, the Boeotians, and the inhabitants of Euboea, and the Achaeans had further cause for apprehension, for in addition to their war with the Aetolians, they were threatened by Machanidas, the tyrant of Lacedaemon, who had encamped not far from the Argive frontiers. The deputations informed the king of the state of things, and one and all begged him to render them assistance against the dangers which were threatening by land and sea. The condition of his own kingdom was far from tranquil. Reports were brought to him announcing that Scerdoletus and Pleuretus were again active, and that Thracian tribes, especially the Magi, were prepared to invade Macedonia as soon as the king was involved in a distant war. The Boeotians and the states in the interior of Greece reported that the Aetolians had closed the pass of Thermopylae at its narrowest part with a fosse and rampart, to prevent him from carrying succor to the cities of his allies. Even a lethargic leader would have been roused to activity by all these disturbances round him. He dismissed the deputations with a definite promise that he would furnish assistance to them all as time and circumstances allowed. For the moment, the most pressing care was the city of Peparethos, as King Attalus, who had sailed thither from Lemnos, was reported to be plundering and destroying all the country round. Philip sent a detachment to protect the place. He also sent Polyphantus with a small force into Boeotia, and Menippus, one of his generals, with 1,000 peltasts to Chalcis. This force was supplemented by 500 Agrianians, in order that the whole of the island might be protected. Philip himself proceeded to Scotusa, and ordered the Macedonian troops at Larissa to march there. Information was brought to him here that the National Council of the Aetolians had been summoned to meet at Heraclea, and that Attalus would be present to consult with them as to the conduct of the war. Philip accordingly proceeded thither by forced marches, but did not reach the place till the council was broken up. He destroyed the crops, however, which were almost ripe, especially round the Gulf of the Aeneas, and then led his army back to Scotusa. Leaving the bulk of his forces there, he returned to Demetrius with his household troops. With the view of meeting any movement on the part of the enemy, he sent men into Phocis, Euboea, and Peparethos to select elevated positions on which beacon fires might be lighted, and himself fixed an observation post on Tisaeos, a peak of immense height. In this way he hoped to receive instant notice from the distant fires of any movement on the part of the enemy. The Roman general and Attalus sailed from Peparethos to Nisaea, and from there to the city of Aureus in Euboea. This is the first city in Euboea, which you pass on your left hand, as you leave the Gulf of Demetrius for Chalcis and the Euripus. It was arranged between Attalus and Sulpicius that the Romans should attack by sea, and the king's troops by land. Chapter 6. It was not till the 4th day after their arrival that they commenced the attack, the interval having been spent in secret conferences with Plator, whom Philip had made commandant of the garrison. The city has 2 citadels, one overlooking the sea, the other in the heart of the city. From the latter a subterranean passage leads down to the sea, and at one time terminated in a tower 5 stories high, which formed an imposing defense. Here a violent contest took place, for the tower was plentifully stored with missiles of every kind, and the engines and artillery had been brought up from the ships for use against the walls. Whilst everyone's attention was engrossed by the struggle going on here, Plator admitted the Romans through the gate of the seaward citadel, and this was captured at once. Then the defenders, finding themselves forced back into the city, tried to gain the other citadel. Men who were posted here for the purpose closed the gates against them, and thus shut out from both citadels, they were killed or made prisoners. The Macedonian garrison stood in a close phalanx under the wall of the citadel, neither attempting to flee nor taking an active part in the fighting. Plator persuaded Sulpicius to let them go, and they were placed on board, and landed at Demetrium in Theotis. Plator himself joined Attalus. Encouraged by his easy success at Aureus, Sulpicius sailed at once with his victorious fleet to Chalcis. But here the result by no means answered his expectations. The sea, which is wide and open at each end of the Euripus, contracts here into a narrow channel, which at first sight presents the appearance of a double harbor, with 2 mouths opposite each other. But it would be difficult to find a more dangerous roadstead for a fleet. Sudden tempestuous winds sweep down from the lofty mountains on both sides, and the Euripus does not, as is commonly asserted, ebb and flow 7 times a day at regular intervals, but its waters, driven haphazard like the wind, first in one direction and then in another, rush along like a torrent down the side of a precipitous mountain, so that ships are never in quiet waters day or night. After Sulpicius had anchored his fleet in these treacherous waters, he found that the town was protected on the one side by the sea, and on the other, the land side, by very strong fortifications, whilst the strength of its garrison, and the loyalty of the officers, so different from the duplicity and treason at Aureus, made it impregnable. After surveying the difficulties of his position, the Roman commander acted wisely in desisting from his rash enterprise, and without any further loss of time, sailed away to Sinos in Locris, a place situated about a mile from the sea, which served as the emporium of the Opuntians. End of section 17. Section 18 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 28, The Final Conquest in Spain. Chapters 7 through 13. Chapter 7. The beacon fires at Aureus had given Philip warning, but through the treachery of Plator they were lighted too late, and in any case Philip's inferiority in naval strength would have made it extremely difficult for him to reach the island. In consequence of this delay, he made no effort for its relief, but he hastened to the relief of Chalcis as soon as he got the signal. Although this city is also situated on the island, it is separated from the mainland by such a narrow strait as to allow of its being connected by a bridge, and it is therefore more easy to approach it by land than by sea. Philip marched from Demetrius to Scotusa. He left that place at midnight, and after routing the Aetolians, who were holding the pass of Thermopylae, drove them in confusion to Heraclea. He finally reached Elatia in Phocis, having covered more than 60 miles in one day. Almost on the very same day, the city of the Opuntians was taken and sacked by Attalus. Sulpicius had left the spoils to him, because Aureus had been sacked by the Romans a few days previously, when the king's troops were elsewhere. Whilst the Roman fleet was lying off Aureus, Attalus was busily occupied in extorting contributions from the principal citizens of Opus, utterly unaware of Philip's approach. So rapid was the Macedonian advance that had not some Cretans who had gone foraging further than usual caught sight of the hostile column in the distance, Attalus would have been completely surprised. As it was, he fled, without stopping to arm, in wild disorder to his ships, and the men were actually pushing their vessels off when Philip appeared, and even from the water's edge created great alarm amongst the crews. Then he returned to Opus, storming at gods and men, because the chance of a great success had been almost snatched out of his hands. He was just as furious with the Opuntians, for though they might have held out till his arrival, no sooner did they see the enemy than they voluntarily surrendered. After settling matters at Opus, he went on to Thronium. Attalus had sailed to Aureus, but on learning that Prusias, the king of Bithynia, had violated the frontiers of his dominions, he dropped all his projects in Greece, including the Aetolian war, and sailed to Asia. Sulpicius took his fleet back to Aegina, whence he had started in the beginning of spring. Philip captured Thronium with no more difficulty than Attalus had experienced at Opus. The population of this city consisted of refugees from Thebes in Theotis. When the place was captured by Philip, they escaped and put themselves under the protection of the Aetolians, who assigned for their abode a city which had been ruined and abandoned in the previous war with Philip. After his capture of Thronium, he advanced to the capture of Tithronon and Drymiae, small unimportant towns in Doris. Ultimately he reached Elatia, where it was arranged that the embassies from Ptolemy and the Rhodians should meet him. Here they were discussing the question of bringing the Aetolian war to a close. The ambassadors had been present at the recent council of the Romans and Aetolians at Heraclea. When news was brought that Machinatus had decided to attack the Eleans in the midst of their preparations for the Olympic Games, Philip thought it his duty to prevent this, and accordingly dismissed the ambassadors after assuring them that he was responsible for the war and would place no obstacles in the way of peace, provided its terms were fair and honorable. He then set off with his army in light marching order, and passed through Boeotia to Megara, and from there he descended to Corinth. Here he collected supplies, and then advanced towards Phlius and Phenios. When he had reached Heraea, he heard that Machinatus, alarmed at his rapid approach, had made a hurried return to Lacedaemon. On receiving this intelligence, he repaired to Aegium, in order to be present at the meeting of the Achaean League. He also expected to find there the Carthaginian fleet, which he had sent for in the hope of doing something by sea. The Carthaginians had left that place a few days previously for Oxae, and then, when they heard that Attalus and the Romans had left Aureus, they sought shelter in the harbors of Acarnania, fearing lest if they were attacked within the Strait of Rheum, the neck of the Gulf of Corinth, they should be overpowered. Chapter 8. Philip was extremely disappointed and vexed at finding that in spite of his rapid movements he was always too late to do anything, and that fortune mocked his energy and activity by snatching away every opportunity from before his eyes. However, he concealed his disappointment in the presence of the council, and spoke in a very confident tone. Appealing to gods and men, he declared that at no time or place had he ever failed to go with all possible speed wherever the clash of hostile arms was heard. It would be difficult, he continued, to estimate whether the enemy's anxiety to flee or his own eagerness to fight played the greater part in the war. In this way Attalus got away from Opus, and Sulpicius from Chalcis, and now Machinatus had slipped out of his hands. But flight did not always mean victory, and it was impossible to regard as serious a war in which, when once you have come into touch with the enemy, you have conquered. The most important thing was the enemy's own admission that they were no match for him, and in a short time he would win a decisive victory. The enemy would find the result of the battle no better than they had anticipated. His allies were delighted with his speech. He then made over Heraea and Triphylia to the Achaeans, and on their bringing forward satisfactory evidence that Alephera in Megalopolis had formed part of their territory, he restored that place also to them. Subsequently, with some vessels furnished by the Achaeans, 3 quadriremes, and as many biremes, he sailed to Anticyra. He had previously sent into the Gulf of Corinth 7 cankaremes and more than 20 light vessels, intending to strengthen the Carthaginian fleet, and with these he proceeded to Erythrae in Aetolia near Eupalium, where he disembarked. The Aetolians were aware of his landing, for all the men who were in the fields or in the neighboring forts of Potidania or Apollonia fled to the woods and the mountains. Their flocks and herds, which they were unable in their haste to drive away, Philip secured and placed on board. The whole of the plunder was dispatched in charge of Nicias the praetor of the Achaeans to Aegium. Philip, sending his army overland through Boeotia, went himself to Corinth, and from there to Cenchreae. Here he re-embarked, and sailing past the coast of Attica, round the headland of Sunium, and almost through the hostile fleets, arrived at Chalcis. In his address to the citizens, he spoke in the highest terms of their loyalty and courage, in refusing to be moved by either threats or promises, and he urged them, in case they were attacked, to show the same determination to be true to their ally, if they thought their own position preferable to that of Opis or Aureus. From Chalcis he sailed to Aureus, where he entrusted the administration and defense of the city to those magnates who had fled on the capture of the place, rather than betray it to the Romans. Then he returned to Demetrius, the place from which he had started, to render assistance to his allies. He now proceeded to lay down the keels of 100 warships at Cassandria, and a large number of shipwrights were assembled for their construction. As matters were now quiet in Greece, owing to the departure of Attalus and the effective assistance which Philip had given to his allies in their difficulties, he returned to Macedonia to commence operations against the Madii. Chapter 9. The consuls celebrate a triumph. Just at the close of this summer, Quintus Fabius, the son of Maximus, who was on the staff of the consul Marcus Livius, came to Rome to inform the Senate that the consul considered Lucius Porcius and his legions sufficient for the defense of Gaul, in which case he, Livius, and his consular army might be safely withdrawn. The Senate recalled not only Livius, but his colleague as well, but the instructions given to each differed. Marcus Livius was ordered to bring his troops back, but Nero's legions were to remain in their province, confronting Hannibal. The consuls had been in correspondence with each other, and had agreed that, as they had been of the same mind in their conduct of public affairs, so, though coming from opposite directions, they should approach the city at the same time. Whichever should be the first to reach Praeneste was to wait there for his colleague, and, as it happened, they both arrived there on the same day. After dispatching a summons for the Senate to meet at the temple of Bellona in 3 days' time, they went on together towards the city. The whole population turned out to meet them with shouts of welcome, and each tried to grasp the consul's hands. Congratulations and thanks were showered upon them for having, by their efforts, rendered the Commonwealth safe. When the Senate was assembled, they followed the precedent set by all victorious generals, and laid before the House a report of their military operations. Then they made request that in recognition of their energetic and successful conduct of public affairs, special honors should be rendered to the gods, and they, the consuls, should be allowed to enter the city in triumph. The senators passed a decree that their request should be granted out of gratitude to the gods in the first place, and then, next to the gods, out of gratitude to the consuls. A solemn thanksgiving was decreed on their behalf, and each of them was allowed to enjoy a triumph. As they had been in perfect agreement as to the management of their campaign, they decided that they would not have separate triumphs, and the following arrangement was made. As the victory had been won in the province assigned to Livius, and as it had fallen to him to take the auspices on the day of battle, and further, as his army had been brought back to Rome, whilst Nero's army was unable to leave its province, it was decided that Livius should ride in the chariot at the head of his soldiers, and Gaius Claudius Nero alone on horseback. The triumph thus shared between them enhanced the glory of both, but especially of the one who allowed his comrade to surpass him in honor as much as he himself surpassed him in merit. That horseman, men said to one another, traversed Italy from end to end in 6 days, and at the very time when Hannibal believed him to be confronting him in Apulia, he was fighting a pitched battle with Hasdrubal in Gaul. So one consul had checked the advance of 2 generals, 2 great captains from the opposite corners of Italy, by opposing his strategy to the one and meeting the other in person. The mere name of Nero had sufficed to keep Hannibal quiet in his camp, and as to Hasdrubal, what brought about his defeat and destruction but Nero's arrival in the field? The one consul may ride in a chariot with as many horses as he pleases. The real triumph belongs to the other, who is borne on horseback through the city. Even if he went on foot, Nero's renown would never die, whether through the glory he acquired in war, or the contempt he showed for it in his triumph. These and similar remarks from the spectators followed Nero till he reached the capital. The money they brought into the treasury amounted to 300,000 sesterces, and 80,000 of bronze coinage. Marcus Livius's largesse to his soldiers amounted to 56 aces per man, and Gaius Nero promised to give the same amount to his men as soon as he rejoined his army. It is remarked that in their jests and songs the soldiers on that day celebrated the name of Gaius Claudius Nero more frequently than that of their own consul, and that the members of the equestrian order were full of praises for Lucius Vettorius and Quintus Caecilius, and urged the plebes to make them consuls for the coming year. The consuls added considerably to the weight of this recommendation, when on the morrow they informed the assembly with what courage and fidelity the 2 officers had served them. Chapter 10. The Elections. The time was approaching for the elections, and it was decided that they should be conducted by a dictator. Gaius Claudius Nero named his colleague Marcus Livius as dictator, and he nominated Quintus Caecilius as his master of the horse. Lucius Vettorius and Quintus Caecilius were both elected consuls. Then came the election of praetors. Those appointed were Gaius Servilius, Marcus Caecilius Metellus, Tiberius Claudius Ocellus, and Quintus Mamilius Tyrannus, who was a plebeian aedile at the time. When the elections were over, the dictator laid down his office, and after disbanding his army, went on a mission to Etruria. He had been commissioned by the Senate to hold an inquiry as to which cantons in Etruria had entertained the design of deserting to Hasdrubal as soon as he appeared, and also which of them had assisted him with supplies or men, or in any other way. Such were the events of the year at home and abroad. The Roman games were celebrated in full on 3 successive days by the curial aediles, Gnaeus Servilius Caepio and Servilius Cornelius Lentulus. Similarly, the plebeian games were celebrated by the plebeian aediles, Marcus Pomponius Matho and Quintus Mamilius Tyrannus. It was now the 13th year of the Punic War. Both the consuls, Lucius Vittorius Philo and Quintus Caecilius Metellus, had the same province, Bruttium, assigned to them, that they might jointly carry on operations against Hannibal. The praetors balloted for their provinces. Marcus Caecilius Metellus obtained the city jurisdiction, Quintus Mamilius that over aliens. Sicily fell to Gaius Servilius, and Sardinia to Tiberius Claudius. The military dispositions for the year. The armies were distributed as follows. One of the consuls took over Nero's army, the other that which Quintus Claudius had commanded. Each consisted of 2 legions. Marcus Livius, who was acting as proconsul for the year, took over from Gaius Terentius the 2 legions of volunteer slaves in Etruria. It was also decreed that Quintus Mamilius, to whom the jurisdiction over aliens had been allotted, should transfer his judicial business to his colleague, and hold Gaul with the army which Lucius Porcius had commanded as propraetor. He was also instructed to ravage the fields of those Gauls who had gone over to the Carthaginians on the arrival of Hasdrubal. Gaius Servilius was to protect Sicily, as Gaius Mamilius had done, with the 2 legions of the survivors of Cannae. The old army in Sardinia, under Aulus Hostilius, was recalled, and the consuls enrolled a new legion, which Tiberius Claudius was to take with him to the island. A year's extension of command was granted to Quintus Claudius, that he might remain in charge at Tarentum, and to Gaius Hostilius Tubero, that he might continue to act at Capua. Marcus Valerius, who had been charged with the defense of the Sicilian seaboard, was ordered to hand over 30 ships to the praetor Gaius Servilius, and return to Rome with the rest of his fleet. Chapter 11. Portents. In the anxiety caused by the strain of such a serious war, when men referred every occurrence, fortunate or the reverse, to the direct action of the gods, numerous portents were announced. At Terracina, the temple of Jupiter, at Satricum, that of Mater Matuta, were struck by lightning. At the latter place, quite as much alarm was created by the appearance of 2 snakes, which glided straight through the doors into the temple of Jupiter. From Antium it was reported that the ears of corn seemed to those who were reaping them to be covered with blood. At Caere a pig had been farrowed with 2 heads, and a lamb yeaned, which was both male and female. 2 suns were said to have been seen at Alba, and at Fregale it had become light during the night. In the precinct of Rome an ox was said to have spoken. The altar of Neptune in the Circus Flaminius was asserted to have been bathed in perspiration, and the temples of Ceres, Salus, and Quirinus were all struck by lightning. The consuls received orders to expiate the portents by sacrificing full-grown victims, and to appoint a day of solemn intercession. These measures were carried out in accordance with the senatorial resolution. What was a much more terrifying experience than all the portents reported from the country or seen in the city was the extinction of the fire in the temple of Vesta. The Vestal who was in charge of the fire that night was severely flogged by order of Publius Licinius, the Pontifex Maximus. Though this was no portent sent by the gods, but merely the result of human carelessness, it was decided to sacrifice full-grown victims, and hold a service of solemn supplication in the temple of Vesta. Before the consuls left for the seat of war, they were advised by the Senate to see to it that the plebeians were reinstated on their holdings, Through the goodness of the gods, the burden of war had now been shifted from the city of Rome and from Latium, and men could dwell in the country parts without fear. It was by no means fitting that they should be more concerned for the cultivation of Sicily than for that of Italy. The people found it, however, anything but an easy matter. The small holders had been carried off by the war. There was hardly any servile labor available. The cattle had been driven off as plunder, and the homesteads had been either stripped or burnt. Still, at the authoritative behest of the consuls, a considerable number did return to their farms. What led to the Senate taking up this question was the presence of deputations from Placentia and Cremona, who came to complain of the invasion and wasting of their country by their neighbors, the Gauls. A large proportion of their settlers, they said, had disappeared. Their cities were almost without inhabitants, and the countryside was a deserted wilderness. The praetor Mamilius was charged with the defense of these colonies. The consuls, acting on a resolution of the Senate, published an edict requiring all those who were citizens of Cremona and Placentia to return to their homes before a certain day. At last, towards the beginning of spring, they left for the seat of war. The consul Quintus Caecilius took over the army from Gaius Nero, and Lucius Vittorius, the one which Quintus Claudius had commanded. And this he brought up to its full strength with the fresh levies which he had raised. They led their armies into the district of Consentia, and ravaged it in all directions. As they were returning, laden with plunder, they were attacked in a narrow pass by a force of Bruttians and Numidian javelin men, and not only the plunder, but the troops themselves were in danger. There was, however, more alarm and confusion than real fighting. The plunder was sent forward, and the legions succeeded in getting into a position free from danger. They advanced into Lucania, and the whole of the district returned to its allegiance to Rome, without offering any resistance. Chapter 12. Hannibal's position. No action was fought with Hannibal this year, for after the blow which had fallen upon him and upon his country, he made no forward movement, nor did the Romans care to disturb him. Such was their impression of the powers which that single general possessed, even while his cause was everywhere round him crumbling into ruin. I am inclined to think that he deserves our admiration more in adversity than in the time of his greatest successes. For 13 years he had been carrying on war with varying fortune in an enemy's country far from home. His army was not made up of his own fellow countrymen. It was a mixed assemblage of various nationalities who had nothing in common, neither laws nor customs nor language, who differed in appearance, dress, and arms, who were strangers to one another in their religious observances, who hardly recognized the same gods. And yet he had united them so closely together that no disturbance ever broke out, either amongst the soldiers themselves or against their commander, though very often money and supplies were lacking, and it was through want of these that numerous incidents of a disgraceful character had occurred between the generals and their soldiers in the first Punic War. He had rested all his hopes of victory on Hasdrubal and his army, and after that army had been wiped out, he withdrew into Bruttium and abandoned the rest of Italy to the Romans. Is it not a matter of surprise that no mutiny broke out in his camp? For in addition to all his other difficulties, there was no prospect of feeding his army, except from the resources of Bruttium, and even if the whole of that country had been in cultivation, it would have afforded but meager support for so large an army. But, as it was, a large part of the population had been diverted from the tillage of the soil by the war, and by their traditional and innate love of brigandage. He received no assistance from home, for the government were mainly concerned about keeping their hold on Spain, just as though everything in Italy was going on successfully. The Carthaginians expelled from Spain. The situation in Spain was in some respects similar, in others completely dissimilar to the state of affairs in Italy. It was similar in so far as the Carthaginians, after their defeat and the loss of their general, had been driven into the most distant parts of Spain to the shores of the ocean. It was dissimilar because the natural features of the country and the character of the inhabitants made Spain more fitted than Italy, more fitted in fact than any country in the world for the constant renewal of hostilities. Though it was the first province, at all events on the continent, into which the Romans made their way, it was, owing to this cause, the very last to be completely subjugated, and this only in our own days, under the conduct and auspices of Augustus Caesar. Hasdrubal Gisco, who, next to the Barcine family, was the greatest and most brilliant general that held command in this war, was encouraged by Mago to renew hostilities. He left Gades, and traversing further Spain, raised a force of 50,000 infantry and 4,500 cavalry. As to the strength of his cavalry, the authorities are generally agreed, but some writers assert that the infantry force which he led to Silpia amounted to 70,000 men. Near this city the two Carthaginian commanders encamped on a wide and open plain, determined to accept battle if offered. Chapter 13. When intelligence was brought to Scipio of the muster of this large army, he did not consider that he could meet it with his Roman legions, unless he employed his native auxiliaries, to give at all events the appearance of greater strength. At the same time he felt that he ought not to depend too much upon them, for if they changed sides it might lead to the same disaster as that which had overtaken his father and his uncle. Colchis, whose authority extended over 28 towns, had promised to raise a force of infantry and cavalry during the winter, and Silanus was sent to bring them up. Then, breaking up his quarters at Tarico, Scipio marched down to Castulo, picking up small contingents furnished by the friendly tribes, which lay on his line of march. There Silanus joined him with 3,000 infantry and 500 cavalry. His entire army, Romans and allied contingents, infantry and cavalry, amounted now to 55,000 men. With this force he advanced to meet the enemy, and took up his position near Baecula. Whilst his men were entrenching their camp, they were attacked by Mago and Massinissa with the whole of their cavalry, and would have been thrown into great disorder had not Scipio made a charge with a body of horse, which he had placed in concealment behind a hill. These speedily routed those of the assailants who had ridden close up to the lines, and were actually attacking the entrenching parties. With the others, however, who kept their ranks and were advancing in steady order, the conflict was more sustained, and for a considerable time remained undecided. But when the cohorts of light infantry came in from the outposts, and the men at work on the entrenchments had seized their arms, and, fresh for action, were in ever-increasing numbers, relieving their wearied comrades, until a considerable body of armed men were hastening from the camp to do battle, the Carthaginians and Numidians retreated. At first they retired in order, though hurriedly, and kept their ranks. But when the Romans pressed their attacks home, and resistance was no longer possible, they broke and fled as best they could. Though this action did much to raise the spirits of the Romans and depress those of the enemy, there were for several days incessant skirmishes between the cavalry and light infantry on both sides. End of section 18. Section 19 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 28, The Final Conquest in Spain. Chapters 14 through 20. Chapter 14, The Battle of Baecula. After the strength of each side had been sufficiently tested in these encounters, Hasdrubal led out his army to battle, on which the Romans did the same. Each army remained standing in front of its camp, neither caring to begin the fight. Toward sunset, the two armies, first the Carthaginian and then the Roman, marched back to camp. This went on for some days. The Carthaginians were always the first to get into line, and the first to receive the order to retire when they were tired out with standing. No forward movement took place on either side. No missile was discharged, no battle shout raised. The Romans were posted in the center on the one side, the Carthaginians in the center of the other. The flanks on both armies were composed of Spanish troops. In front of the Carthaginian line were the elephants, which looked in the distance like towers. It was generally supposed in both camps that they would fight in the order in which they had been standing, and that the main battle would be between the Romans and Carthaginians in the center, the principals in the war, and fairly matched in courage and in arms. When Scipio found that this was assumed as a matter of course, he carefully altered his dispositions for the day on which he intended to fight. The previous evening he sent a tessera through the camp, ordering the men to take their breakfast and see that their horses were fed before daybreak. The cavalry were at the same time to be fully armed with their horses ready, bitted, and saddled. Day had scarcely broken when he sent the whole of his cavalry with the light infantry against the Carthaginian outposts, and at once followed them up with the heavy infantry of the legions under his personal command. Contrary to universal expectation, he had made his wings the strongest part of his army by posting the Roman troops there. The auxiliaries occupied the center. The shouts of the cavalry roused Hasdrubal, and he rushed out of his tent. When he saw the melee in front of the rampart and the disordered state of his men, and in the distance the glittering standards of the legions, and the whole plain covered with the enemy, he at once sent the whole of his mounted force against the hostile cavalry. He then led his infantry out of the camp, and formed his battle line without any change in the existing order. The cavalry fight had now been going on for some time without either side gaining the advantage, nor could any decision be arrived at, for as each side was in turn driven back, they retreated into safety amongst their infantry. But when the main bodies were within half a mile of each other, Scipio recalled his cavalry, and ordered them to pass to the rear of the infantry, whose ranks opened out to give them passage. He then formed them into two divisions, and posted one as a support behind each of the wings. Then, when the moment for executing his maneuver arrived, he ordered the Spaniards in the center to make a slow advance, and sent word to Silanus and Marcius that they were to extend to the left as they had seen him extend to the right, and engage the enemy with their light cavalry and infantry before the centers had time to close. Each wing was thus lengthened by 3 infantry cohorts and 3 troops of horse, besides velites, and in this formation they advanced against the enemy at a run, the others following en echelon. The line curved inwards towards the center because of the slower advance of the Spaniards. The wings were already engaged, whilst the Carthaginians and African veterans, the main strength of their army, had not yet had the chance of discharging a single missile. They did not dare to leave their place in the line and help their comrades, for fear of leaving the center open to the advance of the enemy. The wings were being pressed by a double attack. The cavalry and light infantry had wheeled round and were making a flank charge, whilst the cohorts were pressing their front in order to sever them from their center. Chapter 15. The struggle had now become a very one-sided one in all parts of the field. Not only were untrained Balearics and raw Spanish levies face to face with the Roman and Latin legionaries, but as the day went on, the physical strength of Hasdrubal's army began to give way. Surprised by the sudden attack in the early morning, they had been compelled to go into battle before they could strengthen themselves with food. It was with this view that Scipio had deliberately delayed the fight till late in the day, for it was not until the 7th hour that the attack began on the wings, and it was some time after that before the battle reached the center, so that, what with the heat of the day, the fatigue of standing under arms, and the hunger and thirst from which they were suffering, they were worn out before they closed with the enemy. Thus they stood still, supporting themselves upon their shields. In addition to their other misfortunes, the elephants too, terrified at the tumultuous kind of attack of the cavalry, the skirmishers and the light armed, had transferred themselves from the wings to the center. Wearied and depressed, the enemy began to retreat, keeping their ranks, however, just as if they had been ordered to retire. But when the victors saw that matters were going in their favor, they made still more furious attacks in all parts of the field, which the enemy were almost powerless to withstand, though Hasdrubal tried to rally them and keep them from giving way by calling out that the hill in their rear would afford them a safe retreat, if they would retire in good order. Their fears, however, got the better of their sense of shame, and when those nearest to the enemy gave way, their example was suddenly followed by all, and there was a universal flight. Their first halt was on the lower slope of the hill, and as the Romans hesitated about mounting the hill, they began to reform their ranks. But when they saw them steadily advancing, they again fled, and were driven back in disorder to their camp. The Romans were not far from the rampart, and would have carried the camp in their onset, had not the brilliant sunshine, which often glows between heavy showers, been succeeded by such a storm that the victors could hardly get back to their camp, and some were even deterred by superstitious fears from attempting anything further for the day. Although the night and the storm invited the Carthaginians, exhausted as they were by their toil, and many of them by their wounds, to take the rest they so sorely needed, yet their fears and the danger they were in allowed them no respite. Fully expecting an attack on their camp as soon as it was light, they strengthened their rampart with large stones collected from all the valleys round, hoping to find in their entrenchments the defense which their arms had failed to afford them. The desertion of their allies, however, decided them to seek safety in flight rather than risk another battle. The first to abandon them was Aeneas, chief of the Turdetani. He went over with a considerable body of his countrymen, and this was followed by the surrender of 2 fortified towns, with their garrisons, to the Romans. For fear of the evil spreading and the spirit of disaffection becoming general, Hasdrubal shifted his camp the following night. Chapter XVI. The Carthaginians finally evacuate Spain. When the cohorts brought intelligence of the enemy's departure, Scipio called his cavalry and followed with his entire army. Such was the rapidity of the pursuit that had they followed in Hasdrubal's direct track, they must have caught him up. But acting on the advice of their guides, they took a shorter route to the river Baetis, so that they might be able to attack him if he attempted its passage. Finding the river close to him, Hasdrubal turned his course towards the ocean, and his hurried march, which in its haste and confusion looked like a flight, gave him a considerable start on the Roman legions. Their cavalry and light infantry harassed and retarded him by attacking him in flank and rear, and whilst he was continually forced to halt, to repel first the cavalry and then infantry skirmishers, the legions came up. Now it was no longer a battle, but sheer butchery, until the general himself set the example of flight, and escaped to the nearest hills with some 6,000 men, many of them without arms. The rest were killed or made prisoners. The Carthaginians hastily improvised an entrenched camp on the highest point of the hills, and as the Romans found it useless to attempt the precipitous ascent, they had no difficulty in making themselves safe. But a bare and sterile height was hardly a place in which to stand even a few days' siege, and there were numerous desertions. At last Hasdrubal sent for ships. He was not far from the sea, and fled in the night, leaving his army to its fate. As soon as Scipio heard of his flight, he left Salamis to keep up the investment of the Carthaginian camp with 10,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry, whilst he himself, with the rest of his force, returned to Tarraco. During his 70 days' march to this place, he took steps to ascertain the attitude of the various chiefs and tribes towards Rome, so that they might be recompensed as they deserved. After his departure, Massinissa came to a secret understanding with Silanus, and crossed over with a small following to Africa, to induce his people to support him in his new policy. The reasons which determined him on this sudden change were not evident at the time, but the loyalty which he subsequently displayed throughout his long life to its close proved beyond question that his motives at the beginning were carefully weighed. After Mago had sailed to Gades in the ships which Hasdrubal had sent back for him, the rest of the army abandoned by their generals broke up, some deserting to the Romans, others dispersing amongst the neighboring tribes. No body of troops remained worth consideration, either for numbers or fighting strength. Such, in the main, was the way in which, under the conduct and auspices of Publius Scipio, the Carthaginians were expelled from Spain, 14 years from the commencement of the war, and 5 years after Scipio assumed supreme command. Not long after Mago's departure, Silanus joined Scipio at Tarraco, and reported that the war was at an end. Chapter XVII. Alliance with Syphax. Lucius Scipio was sent to Rome, in charge of numerous prisoners of high rank, to announce the subjugation of Spain. Everybody else welcomed this brilliant success with feelings of delight and exultation. But the one man who had achieved it, and whose thirst for solid and lasting renown was insatiable, looked upon his conquest of Spain as only a small installment of what his lofty ambition led him to hope for. Already he was looking to Africa and the great city of Carthage as destined to crown his glory and immortalize his name. This was the goal before him, and he thought it best to prepare the way to it by gaining over the kings and tribes in Africa. He began by approaching Syphax, king of the Massaculians, a tribe of Moorish nationality. They lived opposite that part of the Spanish coast where New Carthage lies. At that time there existed a treaty of alliance between their king and Carthage, but Scipio did not imagine that Syphax would regard the sanctity of treaties more scrupulously than they are generally regarded by barbarians, whose fidelity depends upon the caprices of fortune. Accordingly, he sent Gaius Laelius to him with presents to win him over. The barbarian was delighted with the presents, and as he saw that the cause of Rome was everywhere successful, whilst the Carthaginians had failed in Italy and entirely disappeared from Spain, he consented to become friendly to Rome, but insisted that the mutual ratification of the treaty should take place in the presence of the Roman general. All that Laelius could obtain from the king was a safe conduct, and with that he returned to Scipio. In furtherance of his designs on Africa, it was of supreme importance for him to secure Syphax. He was the most powerful of the native princes, and had even attempted hostilities against Carthage. Moreover, his frontiers were only separated from Spain by a narrow strait. Scipio thought it worth while running considerable risk in order to accomplish his end, and as it could not be effected in any other way, he made arrangements for visiting Syphax. Leaving the defense of Spain in the hands of Lucius Marcius at Tarraco, and Marcus Silanus at New Carthage, to which latter place he had proceeded by forced marches from Tarraco, he sailed across to Africa, accompanied by Gaius Laelius. He only took 2 cankaremes, and as the sea was calm, most of the passage was made by rowing, though a light breeze occasionally assisted them. It so happened that Hasdrubal, after his expulsion from Spain, entered the harbor at the same time. He had brought his 7 triremes to anchor, and was preparing to land when the 2 cankaremes were sighted. No one entertained the smallest doubt that they belonged to the enemy, and could easily be overpowered by superior numbers before they gained the harbor. The efforts of the soldiers and sailors, however, to get their arms ready, and the ships into trim, amidst much noise and confusion, were rendered futile by a freshening breeze from the sea, which filled the sails of the cankaremes, and carried them into port before the Carthaginians could get up their anchors. As they were now in the king's harbor, no one ventured to make any further attempt to molest them. So Hasdrubal, who was the first to land, and Scipio and Laelius, who disembarked soon afterwards, all made their way to the king. Chapter 18. Syphax regarded it as an exceptional honor, as indeed it was, for the captains of the 2 most powerful nations of their time to come to him, seeking his friendship and alliance. He invited them both to be his guests, and as fortune had willed that they should be under the same roof and at the same hearth, he tried to induce them to confer together, with the view of removing all causes of quarrel. Scipio declined on the ground that he had no personal quarrel with the Carthaginian, and he was powerless to discuss affairs of state without the orders of the Senate. The king was anxious that it should not seem as if one of his guests was excluded from his table, and he did his utmost to persuade Scipio to be present. He raised no objection, and they both dined with the king, and at his particular request occupied the same couch. Such was Scipio's charm of manner and innate tact in dealing with everybody, that he completely won over not only Syphax, who, as a barbarian, was unaccustomed to Roman manners, but even his deadly enemy. Hasdrubal openly avowed that he admired Scipio more now that he had made his personal acquaintance than after his military successes, and he had no doubt that Syphax and his kingdom were already at the disposal of Rome. Such skill did the Roman possess in winning men. The question for the Carthaginians was not how Spain had been lost, but how Africa was to be retained. It was not from a love of travel, or a passion for sailing along pleasant shores, that a great Roman commander had quitted his newly subjugated province and his armies, and crossed over with 2 vessels to Africa, the land of his enemies, and trusted himself to the untried honor of a king. His real motive was the hope of becoming master of Africa. This project he had long been pondering over. He openly complained that Scipio was not conducting war in Africa as Hannibal was in Italy. After the treaty with Syphax was concluded, Scipio set sail from Africa, and after a 4 days' passage, in which he was buffeted by changeable and mostly stormy winds, reached the harbor of New Carthage. Chapter 19. Illiturgi and Castulo punished for their defection. Spain was now quiet as far as war with Carthage was concerned, but it was quite evident that some communities conscious of wrongdoing were kept quiet more by their fears than by any feeling of loyalty to Rome. Amongst these, Illiturgi and Castulo were foremost in importance and foremost in guilt. As long as Roman arms were successful, Castulo remained true to her alliance. After the Scipios and their armies were destroyed, they revolted to Carthage. Illiturgi had gone further, for the inhabitants had betrayed and put to death those who had sought refuge with them after those disasters, thus aggravating their treason by crime. To take action against these cities immediately on his arrival in Spain, whilst the issue was still undecided, might have been justifiable, but hardly wise. Now, however, that matters were settled, it was felt that the hour of punishment had arrived. Scipio sent orders to Lucius Marcius to take a 1/3 part of his force to Castulo, and at once invest the place, and with the remainder he himself marched to Illiturgi, where he arrived after a 5 days' march. The gates were closed, and every preparation had been made to repel an assault. The townsmen were quite conscious of the punishment they deserved, and any formal declaration of war was therefore unnecessary. Scipio made this the subject of his address to his soldiers. "The Spaniards," he said, "by closing their gates, have shown how well they deserve the punishment which they fear. We must treat them with much greater severity than we treated the Carthaginians. With the latter we contend for glory and dominion, with hardly any feeling of anger. But from the former we have to exact the penalty for cruelty, treachery, and murder. The time has come for you to avenge the atrocious massacre of your fellow soldiers, and the treachery meditated against yourselves had you been carried there in your flight. You will make it clear for all time, by this awful example, that no one must ever consider a Roman citizen or a Roman soldier a fit subject for ill treatment, whatever his condition may be." Roused by their general's words, the men began to prepare for the assault. Storming parties were picked out of all the maniple and supplied with ladders, and the army was formed into 2 divisions, one being placed under the command of Laelius, so that the town might be attacked from opposite sides, and a 2-fold terror created. The defenders were stimulated to a determined and prolonged resistance, not by their general or their chiefs, but by the fear which came from a consciousness of guilt. With their past crime in mind, they warned each other that the enemy was seeking not victory so much as vengeance. The question was not how to escape from death, but where to meet it. Whether sword in hand, on the battlefield where the fortune of war often raises up the vanquished and flings the victor to the ground, or amidst the ashes of their city, before the eyes of their captive wives and children, after being torn with the lash and subjected to shameful and horrible tortures. With this prospect before them, every man who could carry arms took his part in the fighting, and even the women and children, working beyond their strength, supplied missiles to the combatants, and carried stones up to the walls for those who were strengthening the defenses. Not only was their liberty at stake, that motive only inspires the brave, but they had before their eyes the very extremity of torture and a shameful death. As they looked at each other and saw that each was trying to outdo all the rest in toil and danger, their courage was fired, and they offered such a furious resistance that the army which had conquered Spain was again and again repulsed from the walls of one solitary city, and fell back in confusion after a contest which brought it no honor. Scipio was afraid that the futile efforts of his troops might raise the enemy's courage and depress his own men, and he decided to take his part in the fighting and his share of the danger. Reproaching his soldiers for their cowardice, he ordered the ladders to be brought up, and threatened to mount himself if the rest hung back. He had already reached the foot of the wall, and was in imminent danger, when shouts arose on all sides from the soldiers, who were anxious for their commander's safety, and the ladders were at once planted against the wall. Laelius now delivered his attack from the other side of the town. This broke the back of the resistance. The walls were cleared of their defenders and seized by the Romans, and in the tumult the citadel also was captured on that side where it was considered impregnable. Chapter 20. Its capture was effected by some African deserters who were serving with the Romans. Whilst the attention of the townsmen was directed to defending the positions which appeared to be in danger, and the assailants were mounting their ladders wherever they could approach the walls, these men noticed that the highest part of the city, which was protected by precipitous cliffs, was left unfortified and undefended. These Africans, men of light make, and through constant training extremely agile, were furnished with iron hooks, and where the projections of the cliff gave them a footing, they climbed it. When they came to a place where it was too steep or too smooth, they fixed the hooks in at moderate intervals, and used them as steps, those in front pulling up those behind, and those below pushing up those above them. In this way they managed to reach the top, and no sooner had they done so than they ran down with loud shouts into the city which the Romans had already captured. And now the hatred and resentment which had prompted the attack on the city showed itself. No one thought of making prisoners or securing plunder, though everything was at the mercy of the spoilers. The scene was one of indiscriminate butchery, non-combatants together with those in arms, Women equally with men were all alike massacred. The ruthless savagery extended even to the slaughter of infants. Then they flung lighted brands on the houses, and what the fire could not consume was completely demolished. So bent were they upon obliterating every vestige of the city, and blotting out all record of their foes. From there Scipio marched to Castulo. This place was being defended by natives from the surrounding towns, and also by the remains of the Carthaginian army, who had gathered there after their flight. But Scipio's approach had been preceded by the news of the fall of Illiturgi, and this spread dismay and despair everywhere. The interests of the Carthaginians and of the Spaniards were quite distinct. Each party consulted for its own safety without regard to the other, and what was at first mutual suspicion soon led to an open rupture between them. Cerdubellus openly advised the Spaniards to surrender. Himilco, the Carthaginian commander, counseled resistance. Cerdubellus came to a secret understanding with the Roman general and betrayed the city and the Carthaginians into his hands. More clemency was shown in this victory. The town was not so deeply involved in guilt, and the voluntary surrender went far to soften any feelings of resentment. End of section 19. Section 20 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 28, The Final Conquest in Spain. Chapters 21 through 27. Chapter 21. After this, Marcius was sent to reduce to submission any tribes that had not yet been subjugated. Scipio returned to New Carthage to discharge his vows, and to exhibit the gladiatorial spectacle which he had prepared in honor of the memory of his father and his uncle. The gladiators on this occasion were not drawn from the class from which the trainers usually take them, slaves and men who sell their blood, but were all volunteers and gave their services gratuitously. Some had been sent by their chiefs to give an exhibition of the instinctive courage of their race. Others professed their willingness to fight out of compliment to their general. Others again were drawn by a spirit of rivalry to challenge one another to single combat. There were several who had outstanding quarrels with one another, and who agreed to seize this opportunity of deciding them by the sword, on the agreed condition that the vanquished was to be at the disposal of the victor. It was not only obscure individuals who were doing this. Two distinguished members of the native nobility, Corbus and Orsua, first cousins to each other, who were disputing the primacy of a city called Ibis, gave out that they intended to settle their dispute with the sword. Corbus was the elder of the two, but Orsua's father had been the last to hold that dignity, having succeeded his brother. Scipio wanted them to discuss the question calmly and peaceably, but as they had refused to do so at the request of their own relations, they told him that they would not accept the arbitrament of anyone, whether god or man, except Mars, and to him alone would they appeal. The elder relied upon his strength, the younger on his youth. They both preferred to fight to the death rather than that one should be subject to the commands of the other. They presented a striking spectacle to the army, and an equally striking proof of the mischief which the passion for power works amongst men. The elder cousin, by his familiarity with arms and his dexterity, easily prevailed over the rough, untrained strength of the younger. The gladiatorial contests were followed by funeral games, with all the pomp which the resources of the province and the camp could furnish. Chapter 22. The Fall of Astapa. Meantime, Scipio's lieutenants were by no means inactive. Marcius crossed the Baetis, called by the natives the Syrtis, and received the surrender of 2 cities without striking a blow. Astapa was a city which had always been on the side of Carthage. But it was not this that created a strong feeling of resentment, so much as its extraordinary hatred against the Romans, far more than was justified by the necessities of war. Neither the situation nor the fortifications of the city were such as to inspire its inhabitants with confidence, but their love of brigandage induced them to make raids on the territories of their neighbors, who were allies of Rome. In these excursions they made a practice of capturing any Roman soldiers, or camp sutlers or traders, whom they came across. As it was dangerous to travel in small parties, large companies used to travel together, and one of these, whilst crossing the frontier, was surprised by the brigands who were lying in ambush, and all were killed. When the Roman army advanced to attack the place, the inhabitants, fully aware of the chastisement which their crime merited, felt quite certain that the enemy were too much incensed to allow of any hope of safety in surrender. Despairing of protection either in their walls or their arms, they resolved upon a deed equally cruel and horrible to themselves and to those who belonged to them. Collecting the more valuable of their possessions, they piled them up into a heap in a selected place in their forum. On this pile they ordered their wives and children to take their seats. They raised a pile of wood around it, and threw on it bundles of twigs. They then ordered 50 armed youths to stand there and guard their fortunes, and the persons dearer to them than their fortunes. The instructions were given them: remain on guard as long as the battle is doubtful, but if you see that it is going against us, and the city is on the point of being captured, you know that those whom you see going into action will never return alive, and we implore you by all the gods celestial and infernal, in the name of liberty, liberty which will end in either an honorable death or a dishonorable servitude, that you leave nothing on which a savage enemy can vent his rage. Fire and sword are in your hands. Better that faithful and loving hands should make away with what is doomed to die, than that the enemy should add mockery and scorn to murder. These admonitions were followed by a dire curse on anyone who was turned from his purpose, by hope of life or by soft-heartedness. Then they flung open the gates and burst out in a tumultuous charge. There was no advanced post strong enough to check them, for the last thing to be feared was that the besieged would venture outside their walls. 1 or 2 troops of horse and some light infantry were sent against them from the camp, and a fierce irregular fight ensued, in which the troopers who had been first to come into collision with the enemy were routed, and this created a panic amongst the light infantry. The attack would have been pushed even to the foot of the rampart, if the pick of the legions had not made the most of the few minutes allowed them for getting into line. As it was, there was at first some wavering amongst the front ranks, for the enemy, blinded by rage, rushed with mad recklessness upon wounds and death. Then the veterans who came up in support, unshaken by the frantic onset, cut down the front ranks and stayed the advance of those behind. When in their turn they tried to force the enemy back, they found that not a man would give ground. They were all resolved to die where they stood. On this the Romans extended their lines, which their superiority in numbers enabled them to do easily, until they outflanked the enemy, who, fighting in a compact body, were killed to a man. Chapter 23. The wholesale slaughter was at any rate the work of an exasperated soldiery, who met their armed foes in the throes of open battle. But a much more horrible butchery awaited in the city, where a harmless and defenseless crowd of women and children were butchered by their own countrymen, who threw their bodies, most of them still alive, upon the burning pile, while streams of blood damped the rising flame. And lastly, wearied with the piteous slaughter of their friends, they threw themselves, arms and all, into the midst of the flames. All had perished by the time the Romans came on the scene. At first they stood horror-struck at such a fearful sight. Then, seeing the melted gold and silver flowing amongst the other articles which made up the heap, the greediness common to human nature impelled them to try and snatch what they could out of the fire. Some were caught by the flames, others were scorched by the heated air, for those in front could not retreat owing to the crowd pressing on behind. Thus Astapa was destroyed without yielding any plunder to the soldiers. After accepting the surrender of the remaining cities in that district, Marsyas led his victorious army back to Scipio at New Carthage. Just at this time some deserters came from Gades, and promised to deliver up the city with its Carthaginian garrison and the commandant, and also the ships in the harbor. After his flight, Mago had taken up his quarters in that city, and with the help of the ships which he had assembled, he had got together a considerable force, partly from the opposite coast of Africa, and partly through the agency of Hanno from the Spanish tribes round. After guarantees of good faith had been given on both sides, Scipio sent Marsyas with the cohorts of light infantry, and Laelius with 7 triremes and 1 cankareme, to conduct joint operations against the place by sea and land. Chapter 24. Scipio's illness and the mutiny amongst his troops. Scipio was overtaken by a serious illness, which rumor, however, made still more serious, as each man, from the innate love of exaggeration, added some fresh detail to what he had already heard. The whole of Spain, especially the remoter parts, was much agitated at the news, and it was easy to judge what an amount of trouble would have been caused by his actual death, from seeing what storms arose from the groundless rumor of it. Friendly states did not preserve their fidelity, the army did not remain loyal. Mandonius and Indibulus, who were not at all satisfied with what had occurred, for they had anticipated with certainty that they would have the dominion of Spain on the expulsion of the Carthaginians, called together their countrymen the Lasitani, and summoning the Celtiberian youth to arms, devastated in a hostile manner the territories of these Suessitanians and the Seditanians, allies of the Romans. A disturbance of a different kind, an act of madness on the part of the Romans themselves, occurred in the camp at Sucro. It was held by a force of 8,000 men, who were stationed there to protect the tribes on this side the Ebro. The vague rumors about their commander's life were not, however, the primary cause of their movement. A long period of inactivity had, as usual, demoralized them, and they chafed against the restraints of peace, after being accustomed to live on the plunder captured from the enemy. At first their discontent was confined to murmurs amongst themselves. "If there is war going on in the province," they said, "what are we doing here amongst a peaceable population?" If the war is at an end, why are we not taken back to Rome?" Then they demanded their arrears of pay with an insolence quite inconsistent with military discipline, or the respect which soldiers should show towards their officers. The men at the outposts insulted the tribunes as they went their rounds of inspection, and some went off during the night to plunder the peaceable inhabitants in the neighborhood, till at last they used to quit their standards in broad daylight without leave. They did everything just as their caprice and fancy dictated. No attention was paid to rules or discipline, or to the orders of their officers. One thing alone helped to keep up the outward aspect of a Roman camp, and that was the hope which the men entertained that the tribunes would become infected with their madness, and take part in their mutiny. In this hope they allowed them to administer justice from their tribunals. They went to them for the watchword and the orders of the day, and relieved guard at the proper intervals. Thus, after depriving them of any real authority, they kept up the appearance of obedience, whilst they were actually their own commanders. When they found that the tribunes censured and reprobated their proceedings, and endeavored to repress them, and openly declared that they would have nothing to do with their insensate folly, they broke out into open mutiny. They drove the tribunes from their official seats, and then out of the camp, and amidst universal acclamation placed the supreme command in the hands of the chief ringleaders of the mutiny, 2 common soldiers, whose names were Gaius Albius of Callus, and Gaius Atreus, an Umbrian. These men were by no means content to wear the insignia of the military tribunes. They had the audacity to affect those of the chief magistrates, the fasces, and the axes. It never occurred to them that those symbols which they had carried before them to strike fear into others were impending over their own backs and necks. The false belief that Scipio was dead blinded them. They felt certain that the spread of this report would kindle the flames of war throughout the whole of Spain. In the general turmoil, they imagined that they would be able to levy contributions on the allies of Rome, and plunder the cities around them. And when crime and outrage were being committed everywhere, what they had done would not be noticed in the universal confusion. Chapter 25. They were every hour expecting fresh details of Scipio's death, and even news of his funeral. None came, however, and the idle rumors by degrees died away. Then they began to look for those who started the report, but each in turn kept out of the way, preferring to be thought credulous rather than suspected of inventing such a story. Abandoned by their followers, the ringleaders looked with dread upon the insignia they had assumed, and fully expected that in return for this idle show of power, they would draw down upon themselves the weight of the true and legitimate authority. While the mutiny was thus at a standstill, definite information was brought that Scipio was alive, and this was soon followed by the further intelligence that his health was restored. This intelligence was brought by a party of 7 military tribunes, whom Scipio had sent to Sucro. At first their presence was strongly resented, but the quiet talks they had with those they happened to know had a calming effect. They visited the soldiers in their tents, and chatted with the groups which gathered round the tribunals, or in front of the headquarters tent. They made no reference to the treason the soldiers had been guilty of, but only questioned them as to the causes of the sudden outbreak. They were told in reply that the men did not get their pay punctually, nor their due share of credit for the part they had played in the campaign. It was by their courage, they asserted, that the Roman name was preserved, and the province saved for the Republic after the destruction of the two armies and their commanders, at the time when the Illiturgians committed their foul crime. And though they had received the just recompense for their treason, no one had been found to reward the Roman soldiers for their meritorious services. In reply to these and similar complaints, the tribunes told the men that their requests were reasonable, and that they would lay them before the general. They were glad that these were nothing worse or harder to set right, and the men might rest assured that Publius Scipio, after the favor the gods had shown him, and indeed the whole state, would show their gratitude. Scipio was experienced in war, but unfamiliar with the storms of internal disturbances. Two things made him anxious: the possibility of the army exceeding all measure in its insubordination, or of his inflicting punishments which would be excessive. For the present he decided to go on as he had begun, and handle the matter gently. Collectors were sent among the tributary states, so that the soldiers might hope to receive their pay soon. An order was shortly after issued for them to assemble at New Carthage for that purpose. They might go in a body, or successively in single detachments, as they preferred. The unrest was already dying down when the sudden cessation of hostilities on the part of the revolted Spaniards completely stopped it. When Mandonius and Indibolus heard that Scipio was still alive, they gave up their enterprise and retired within their frontiers, and the mutineers could no longer find anyone either amongst their own countrymen or amongst the natives who would associate himself with their mad scheme. After carefully considering every possible plan, they saw that the only way of escaping the consequences of their evil counsels, and that not a very hopeful way, was to submit themselves either to the just displeasure of their general or to his clemency, which they were not without hopes of experiencing. They argued that he had ever pardoned the enemies of his country after armed conflict, whereas during their mutiny not a wound had been received, or a drop of blood shed. It had been free from all cruelty, and did not deserve a cruel punishment. So ready are men with reasons when they wish to palliate their own misconduct. There was considerable hesitation as to whether they should go to receive their pay separately, cohort by cohort, or altogether. The latter course seemed the safer, and they decided upon it. Chapter 26. Whilst they were discussing these points, a council of war was being held over them in New Carthage. The members were divided. Some thought it sufficient to proceed only against the ringleaders, who did not number more than 35. Others regarded it as an act of high treason rather than a mutiny, and held that such a bad example could only be dealt with by the punishment of the many who were implicated. The more merciful view, that punishment should only fall on those with whom the mischief originated, finally prevailed. For the troops generally, a severe reprimand was considered sufficient. On the breaking up of the council, the army stationed in Carthage was informed that an expedition was to be made against Mandonius and Indibolus, and that rations were to be prepared for several days in advance. The object was to make it appear that this was the business for which the council had been held. The 7 tribunes who had been sent to Sucro to quell the mutiny now returned in advance of the troops, and each handed in the names of 5 ringleaders. Suitable men had been told off to meet the culprits with smiles and pleasant words, and invite them to their houses, and when they had drunk themselves into a state of stupor, place them in fetters. When the men were now not far from New Carthage, they were informed by people who met them that the whole of the army at Carthage were starting on the morrow with Marcus Solanus against the Lusitanians. This news did not completely dispel the secret fears which haunted their minds. Still, they were greatly rejoiced to hear it, as they imagined that now that their commander would be alone, they would have him in their power, instead of their being in his. The sun was setting when they entered the city, and they found the other army making all preparations for their march. It had been arranged beforehand how they were to be received. They were told that their commander was glad that they had arrived when they did, just before the other army left. They then dispersed for food and rest, and the ringleaders were conducted by the men selected for the purpose to their houses, where they were entertained, and where the tribunes arrested and manacled them without any disturbance. At the fourth watch, the baggage train of the army began to move for its pretended march. At daybreak the standards went forward, but the whole army was halted as soon as it reached the gate, and guards were posted round all the gates to prevent anyone from leaving the city. The newly arrived troops were then summoned to an assembly, and they ran into the forum and crowded threateningly round their general's tribunal, expecting to intimidate him by their shouts. At the moment when he ascended his tribunal, the troops who had marched back from the gate and were fully armed surrounded the unarmed crowd. Now their rebellious spirit was completely cowed, and, as they afterwards admitted, the thing that they were most afraid of was the color and vigor of their chief, whom they expected to see looking weak and ill, and the expression in his face such as they had never witnessed before, not even in the heat of battle. For some time he sat in silence, until he received information that the ringleaders had been brought down to the forum, and everything was in readiness. Chapter 27. After the usher had obtained silence, he made the following speech. I never supposed that I should want words in which to address my army. Not that I ever trained myself to speak rather than to act, but that, having lived a camp life from boyhood, I have learnt to understand the soldier's character. As to what I am to say to you now, words and ideas alike fail me. I do not even know by what title I am to address you. Am I to call you Roman citizens, you who have revolted against your country? Can I call you soldiers, when you have renounced the authority and auspices of your general, and broken the solemn obligations of your military oath? Your appearance, your features, your dress, your demeanor I recognize as those of my fellow countrymen. But I see that your actions, your language, your designs, your spirit and temper are those of your country's foes. What difference is there between your hopes and aims and those of the Ilergetes and the Lusitanians? And yet they chose men of kingly rank, Mandonius and Indibolus, to lead them in their madness, whilst you delegated the auspices and the supreme command to Atreus, an Umbrian, and Albius, a man from Callus. Do tell me, soldiers, that you did not all join in that, or approve of its being done. I will gladly believe that only a few were guilty of such insensate folly, if you assure me that this is so. For the crime is of such a nature that, had it involved the whole army, it could only have been expiated by a frightful sacrifice. It is painful for me to speak thus, opening up, as it were, wounds, but unless they are handled and probed, they cannot be healed. After the expulsion of the Carthaginians from Spain, I did not believe that there were anywhere people who wished me dead. Such had been my conduct towards friends and enemies alike. And yet, alas, so greatly was I mistaken, that even in my own army the report of my death was not only credited, but eagerly looked for. I would not for a moment wish to lay this to the charge of you all, for if I thought that the whole of my army wished for my death, I would die here before your eyes. My life would have no attraction for me if it were hateful to my fellow countrymen and my soldiers. But every multitude is like the sea, which left to itself is naturally motionless, till winds and gales excite it. So it is with calm and storms amongst you. The cause and origin of your madness is to be found in your ringleaders, who infected you with their frenzy. For you do not seem even now to be aware to what lengths of folly you have gone, or what criminal recklessness you have been guilty of towards me, towards your country, your parents, and your children, towards the gods who were witnesses of your military oath, towards the auspices under which you served, towards the traditions of the army and the discipline of our ancestors, towards the majesty inherent in supreme authority. About myself I prefer to be silent. You may have lent a thoughtless rather than a willing ear to the report of my death. I may be a man whose rule might be naturally expected to prove irksome to his army. But your country, what has it deserved of you, that you should make common cause with Mandonius and Indibolus for its betrayal? What have the Roman people done, that you should deprive the tribunes, whom they elected, of their authority, and bestow it on private individuals? And not content with having such men for tribunes, you, a Roman army, have transferred the fasces of your commander to men who never possessed a single slave to be at their command. The headquarters tent was occupied by an Albius and an Atreus. At their doors the trumpet sounded. To them you went for orders. They were seated on Publius Scipio's tribunal. The lictor was in attendance, and cleared the way before them. In front of them the axes and fasces were borne. When there is a shower of stones, or buildings are struck by lightning, or animals produce monstrous offspring, you consider these things as portents. We have here a portent which no victims, no intercessions can expiate, but the blood of those who have dared such an awful crime. End of Section 20. Section 21 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 28, The Final Conquest in Spain, chapters 28 through 34. Chapter 28. Though no crime is dictated by rational motives, I should still like to know what was in your mind. What was your intention, so far as such wickedness admitted of any? Years ago, a legion which was sent to garrison Rhegium murdered the principal men of the place, and kept possession of that wealthy city for 10 years. For this crime, the entire legion of 4,000 men were beheaded at Rome in the Forum. But they did not choose for their leader an Umbrian who was little more than a camp follower, an Atreus whose very name is an evil omen. They followed Decimus Vibellius, a military tribune, nor did they join hands with Pyrrhus, or with the Samnites and Lucanians, the enemies of Rome. But you communicated your plans to Mandonius and Indibolus, and prepared to join them in arms. They were content to do as the Campanians did when they wrested Capua from the Tuscans, its old inhabitants, or as the Mamertines did when they seized Messana in Sicily. They intended to make Rhegium their future home, without any idea of attacking Rome or the allies of Rome. Did you intend to make Sucro your permanent abode? If, after subjugating Spain, I had gone away and left you here, you would have rightly complained to gods and men that you had not returned to your wives and children. But you may have banished from your minds all thought of them, as you have in the case of your country, and in my own case. I want to trace the course which your criminal project would have taken, though stopping short of the extreme of madness. As long as I was alive and retained intact the army with which in one day I captured New Carthage, and defeated and routed 4 Carthaginian armies, would you really have wrested the province of Spain from the hands of Rome? You, a force of some 8,000 men, every one of you of less account, at all events, than the Albius and Atreus, whom you made your masters? I put aside and ignore my own honor and reputation, and assume that I was in no way injured by your too easily crediting the story of my death. But what then? Supposing I had died, would the Commonwealth have died with me? Would the sovereignty of Rome have shared my fate? No, Jupiter Optimus Maximus would never have allowed a city built for eternity, built under the auspices and sanction of the gods, to be as short-lived as this fragile mortal body of mine. Gaius Flaminius, Aemilius Paulus, Sempronius Gracchus, Postumius Albinus, Marcus Marcellus, Titus Quinctius Crispinus, Gnaeus Fulvius, and my own relations, the 2 Scipios, all of them distinguished generals, have been carried off in this single war, and yet Rome lives on, and will live on, though 1,000 more should perish through sickness or the sword. Would then the Republic have been interred in my solitary grave? Why, even you yourselves, after the defeat and death of my father and my uncle, chose Septimus Marcius to lead you against the Carthaginians, flushed as they were with their recent victory. I am speaking as though Spain would have been left without a general. But would not the sovereignty of the empire have been amply vindicated by Marcus Silanus, who came into the province invested with the same power and authority as I myself, with my brother Lucius and Gaius Laelius as his lieutenants? Can any comparison be made between their army and you, between their rank and experience and those of the men you have chosen, between the cause for which they are fighting and the one which you have taken up? And if you were superior to them all, would you bear arms in company with the Carthaginians against your country, against your fellow citizens? What injury have they done to you? Chapter 29. Coriolanus was once driven to make war on his country by an iniquitous sentence, which condemned him to dishonored and forlorn exile. But his affection as a son recalled him from the crime which he was meditating as a citizen. What have you suffered to call out this bitter hostility? Did you proclaim war against your country? Did you desert the people of Rome in favor of the Ilergetes? Did you trample underfoot all law, human and divine, simply because your pay was a few days in arrear, owing to your general's illness? There is no doubt about it, soldiers, you were seized with madness. The bodily illness from which I suffered was not one whit more severe than the mental malady which overtook you. I shrink with horror from dwelling upon the credit men gave to rumors, the hopes they entertained, the ambitious schemes they formed. Let all be forgotten, if possible, or if not that, let silence at least draw a veil over all. I admit that my words have appeared stern and unfeeling to you. But how much more unfeeling, think you, has your conduct been than anything I have said? You imagine that it is right and proper for me to tolerate your actions, and yet you have not patience to hear them mentioned. Bad as they are, however, I will not reproach you with them any longer. I only wish you may forget them as easily as I shall. As for the army as a body, if you sincerely repent of your wrongdoing, you give me satisfaction enough, and more than enough. Albius of Callus and Atreus of Umbria, with the other ringleaders in this detestable mutiny, will expiate their crime with their blood. The sight of their punishment ought to give you satisfaction rather than pain, if indeed you have recovered your sanity, for their designs would have proved more mischievous and destructive to you than to anyone else. He had hardly finished speaking when, at a preconcerted signal, the eyes and ears of his audience were assailed by everything which could terrify and appall. The army which was on guard all round the assembly clashed their swords against their shields, and the voice of the usher was heard calling over the names of those who had been sentenced in the council of war. These were stripped to the waist and conducted into the middle of the assembly. All the apparatus of punishment was at once brought out. They were tied to the stake, scourged, and finally beheaded. The spectators were so benumbed by terror that no voice was raised against the severity of the punishment. Not even a groan was heard. Then the bodies were all dragged away, and after the place was cleansed, the soldiers were summoned each by name to take the oath of obedience to Publius Scipio before the military tribunes. Then they each received the pay due to them. Such was the end and issue of the mutiny which started amongst the soldiers at Sucro. Chapter 30. Close of the Spanish War. Hanno, Mago's lieutenant, had been dispatched during this time, with a small body of Africans, to hire troops among the Spanish tribes, and succeeded in raising 4,000 men. Soon afterwards his camp was captured by Lucius Marcius. Most of his men were killed in the assault, some during their flight by the pursuing cavalry. Hanno himself escaped with a handful of his men. Whilst this was going on at the Baetis, Laelius sailed westward and brought up at Carteia, a city situated on that part of the coast where the straits begin to widen into the ocean. Some men had come into the Roman camp with a voluntary offer to surrender the city of Gadis, but the plot was discovered before it was ripe. All the conspirators were arrested, and Mago handed them over to the custody of Adherbal for conveyance to Carthage. Adherbal placed them on board a cangareme, which was sent on in advance, as it was a slower vessel than the 8 triremes with which he followed shortly after. The cangareme was just entering the straits when Laelius sailed out of the harbor of Carteia in another cangareme, followed by 7 triremes. He bore straight down upon Adherbal, feeling quite sure that the cangareme could not be brought round, as it was caught by the current sweeping through the channel. Surprised by this unsuspected attack, the Carthaginian general hesitated for a few moments whether to follow his cangareme or turn his prows against the enemy. This hesitation put it out of his power to decline the contest, for they were now within range of one another's missiles, and the enemy were pressing on him on all sides. The strength of the tide prevented them from steering their ships as they wished. There was no semblance of a naval battle, no freedom of action, no room for tactics or maneuvers. The tidal currents completely dominated the action, and carried the ships against their own side and against the enemy indiscriminately, in spite of all the efforts of the rowers. You might see a ship which was endeavoring to escape carried stern foremost against the victors, whilst the one pursuing it, if it got into an opposing current, was swept back as though it were the one in flight. And when they were actually engaged, and one ship was making for another in order to ram it, it would swerve from its course and receive a side blow from the other's beak, whilst the one which was coming broadside on would suddenly be swung round and present its prow. So the varying struggle of the triremes went on, directed and controlled by chance. The Roman cankareme answered the helm better, either because its weight made it steadier, or because it had more banks of oars to cut through the waves. It sank 2 triremes, and sweeping rapidly past a third, sheared off all the oars on one side, and it would have disabled the rest if Adherbal had not got clear away with the remaining 5, and crowding all sail reached Africa. Chapter 31. After his victory, Laelius returned to Cartea, where he learnt what had been going on at Gades, how the plot had been discovered, and the conspirators sent to Carthage. As the purpose for which he had come was thus frustrated, he sent word to Lucius Marcius, saying that if they did not wish to waste their time by sitting before Gades, they ought both to rejoin their commander-in-chief. Marcius quite agreed, and they both returned in a few days to New Carthage. On their departure, Mago breathed more freely after having been threatened by the double danger from land and sea, and on receiving intelligence of the renewal of hostilities by the Ilergetes, he once more entertained hopes of reconquering Spain. Messengers were dispatched to Carthage, to lay before the Senate a highly colored account of the mutiny in the Roman camp and the defection of the allies of Rome, and at the same time strongly urge that assistance should be sent to him, in order that he might win back the heritage left him by his ancestors, the sovereignty of Spain. Mandonius and Indibulus had retired for some time within their borders, and were quietly waiting till they knew what was decided with regard to the mutiny. They felt no doubt that if Scipio pardoned the offense of his own fellow countrymen, he would exercise clemency towards them also. But when the severity of the punishment became generally known, they were convinced that equal measure would be meted out to them, and so they decided to resume hostilities. They summoned their tribesmen once more to arms, and called out the auxiliaries who had joined them before, and with a force of 20,000 infantry and 2,500 cavalry, they crossed their frontiers and marched to their old camping ground in Seditania. Chapter 32. By his punctual payment of arrears to all alike, the guilty as well as the innocent, and by his affable tone and bearing towards everyone, Scipio soon regained the affection of his soldiers. Before he broke up his quarters at New Carthage, he called his troops together, and after denouncing at some length the treachery of the 2 chiefs in recommencing war, went on to say that the temper in which he was going to avenge that crime was very different from the spirit in which he had recently healed the fault of his misled fellow citizens. Then he felt as if he were tearing his own vitals, when with groans and tears he expiated either the thoughtlessness or the guilt of 8,000 men at the cost of 30 lives. Now it was in a cheerful and confident spirit that he was marching to the destruction of the Ilergetes. They were not natives of the same soil with him, nor was there any treaty bond between them. The only bond was that of honor and friendship, and that they had themselves broken by their crime. When he looked at his own army, he saw that they were all either Roman citizens or Latin allies. But what affected him most was the fact that there was hardly a single soldier amongst them who had not been brought from Italy, either by his uncle Gnaeus Scipio, who was the first Roman general to come into that province, or by his father, or else by himself. They were all of them accustomed to the name and auspices of the Scipios, and he wanted to take them back with him to their country to enjoy a well-earned triumph. Should he become a candidate for the consulship, he hoped that they would support him, as the honor conferred on him would belong to them all. As to the expedition in front of them, the man who regarded it as a war must have forgotten all that he had hitherto done. Mago, who had fled with a few ships to an island surrounded by an ocean, beyond the limits of the world of men, was, he assured them, more of a concern to him than the Ilergetes were, for a Carthaginian general and a Carthaginian garrison, however small, were still there. But here there were only brigands and brigand chiefs. They may be strong enough to plunder their neighbors' fields, and burn their houses, and carry off their flocks and herds, but they have no courage for a pitched battle and an open field. When they have to fight, they will trust more to their swiftness for flight than to their weapons. It was not, therefore, because he saw that there was any danger from them, or any prospect of serious war, that he was marching to crush the Ilergetes before his departure from the province, but because such a criminal revolt must not go unpunished, and also because it must not be said that a single enemy has been left behind in a province which, by such courage and good fortune, has been reduced to submission. Follow me, then, he said in conclusion, with the kind help of heaven, not to make war, for you have to do with an enemy who is no match for you, but to inflict punishment upon men steeped in crime. Chapter 33. The men were then dismissed with orders to make their preparations for the next day's departure. 10 days after leaving New Carthage he reached the Ebro, and within 4 days of his passage of the river he came within view of the enemy. In front of his camp there was a level stretch of ground shut in on either side by mountains. Scipio ordered some cattle, taken mostly from the enemy's fields, to be driven towards the hostile camp, in order to rouse the savagery of the barbarians. Laelius was instructed to remain with his cavalry in concealment behind a projecting mountain spur, and when the light infantry who went to guard the cattle had drawn the enemy into a skirmish, he was to charge from his hiding place. The battle soon began. The Spaniards, on catching sight of the cattle, rushed out to secure them, and the skirmishers attacked them while occupied with their plunder. At first the two sides harassed one another with missiles. Then they discharged light darts, which are more likely to provoke than to decide a battle, and at last they drew their swords. It would have been a steady hand-to-hand fight if the cavalry had not come up. They not only made a frontal attack, riding down all in their way, but some galloped round the foot of the mountain so as to cut off the retreat of the enemy. There was more slaughter than usually occurs in skirmishes of this kind, and the barbarians were infuriated rather than disheartened at their want of success. In order, therefore, to show that they were not defeated, they marched out to battle the next morning at daybreak. There was not room for them all in the narrow valley described above. 2 divisions of their infantry and the whole of their cavalry occupied the plain, and the rest of their infantry were posted on the slope of a hill. Scipio saw that the confined space would give him an advantage. Fighting on a narrow front was more adapted to Roman than to Spanish tactics, and as the enemy had brought his line into a position where he could not employ all his strength, Scipio adopted a novel stratagem. As there was no room for him to outflank the enemy with his own cavalry, and as the enemy's cavalry, which was massed with the infantry, would be useless where it was, he gave Laelius orders to make a detour along the hills, escaping observation as far as possible, and keep the cavalry action distinct from the infantry battle. Scipio led the whole of his infantry against the enemy, with a front of 4 cohorts, as it was impossible to extend further. He did not lose a moment in beginning the fight, for he hoped that in the heat of battle his cavalry might execute their maneuver unnoticed, nor were the enemy aware of their movements till they heard the sounds of battle in their rear. So 2 separate contests were going on through the whole length of the valley, one between the infantry and the other between the cavalry, and the narrow width of the valley prevented the 2 armies from assisting each other or acting in concert. The Spanish infantry, who had gone into action trusting to the support of their cavalry, were cut to pieces, and the cavalry, unable to stand the attack of the Roman infantry after their own had all fallen, and taken in rear by Laelius and his cavalry, closed up and for a time stood their ground and kept up their resistance, but at last all were killed to a man. Not a single combatant out of the cavalry and infantry which fought in the valley remained alive. The 3rd division, which had been standing on the mountain side, looking on in safety instead of participating in the fight, had room and time enough to make good their retreat. Amongst them were the 2 chieftains, who escaped in the confusion before the entire army was surrounded. Chapter 34. The Spanish camp was captured the same day, and in addition to the rest of the booty, 3,000 prisoners were secured. As many as 2,000 Romans and allies fell in the battle. The wounded amounted to more than 3,000. The victory would not have been so costly had the battle been fought in a wider plain, where flight would have been easier. Indibilis laid aside all idea of continuing the war, and thought that the safest course, considering his hopeless position, would be to throw himself on Scipio's well-known clemency and honor. He sent his brother Mandonius to him. Throwing himself on his knees before the victor, he put everything down to the fatal frenzy of the time, which, like some pestilential contagion, had infected not only the Ilergetes and Lasitanians, but even a Roman army with madness. He declared that he and his brother and the rest of their countrymen were in such a condition that they would, if he thought it right, give back their lives to the same Publius Scipio from whom they had received them, or if they were spared a second time, they would devote the whole of their lives to the one man to whom they owed them. Previously they had trusted to the strength of their cause, and had not made trial of his clemency. Now that their cause was hopeless, they put all their trust in their conqueror's mercy. It was the traditional practice of the Romans, in the case of a conquered nation, with whom no friendly relations had previously existed, either through treaty or community of rights and laws, not to accept their submission, or allow any terms of peace, until all their possessions, sacred and profane, had been surrendered, hostages given, their arms taken away, and garrisons placed in their cities. In the present instance, however, Scipio, after sternly reprimanding Mandonius and the absent Indibulus at considerable length, said that their lives were justly forfeited by their crime, but that through his own kindness and that of the Roman people they would be spared. He would not, however, demand hostages, since these were only a security for those who feared a fresh outbreak of hostilities, nor would he take away their arms. He would leave their minds at rest. But if they revolted, it was not unoffending hostages, but they themselves who would feel the weight of his arm. He would inflict punishment not upon a defenseless, but upon an armed foe. He would leave it to them whether they preferred the favor or the wrath of Rome. They had experience of both. So Mandonius was dismissed, the only condition imposed upon him being a pecuniary indemnity sufficient to furnish the pay which was owing to the troops. After sending Marcius on in advance into southern Spain, Scipio stayed where he was for a few days, until the Ilergetes paid over the indemnity, and then, setting out with a light-armed force, overtook Marcius, who was already nearing the ocean. End of section 21. Section 22 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 28, The Final Conquest in Spain. Chapters 35 through 41. Chapter 35. Scipio makes a league with Massinissa. The negotiations which had been begun with Massinissa were delayed for various reasons. He wanted in any case to meet Scipio personally, and to grasp his hand in confirmation of the league between them, and this was the reason why Scipio undertook at that time such a long and out-of-the-way journey. Massinissa was at Gades, and on being informed by Marcius that Scipio was coming, he represented to Mago that his horses were getting out of condition through being confined in so small an island, and were causing a general scarcity from which all alike suffered, whilst his cavalry were becoming enervated through inaction. He persuaded the Carthaginian commander to allow him to cross to the mainland for the purpose of plundering the adjacent country. When he had landed, he sent 3 Numidian chieftains to Scipio to fix the time and place of the interview. 2 were to be detained by Scipio as hostages. The 3rd was to be sent back to conduct Massinissa to the place that had been decided upon. They came to the conference, each with a small escort. From what he had heard of his achievements, the Numidian had already conceived a great admiration for the Roman commander, and had pictured him in imagination as a man of grand and imposing presence. But when he saw him, he felt a deeper veneration for him. The majesty natural to Scipio was heightened by his flowing hair, and the simplicity of his general appearance, which was devoid of all adornment and decoration, and in the highest degree manly and soldierly. He was at the most vigorous time of life, and his recovery from his recent illness had given him a freshness and clearness of complexion which renewed the bloom of youth. Almost speechless with astonishment at this, his first meeting with him, the Numidian began by thanking him for having sent his nephew home. From that moment, he declared, he had looked for such an opportunity as this of expressing his gratitude, and now that one was offered him by the kindness of Heaven, he would not let it slip. He was desirous of rendering such service to Scipio and to Rome, that no one of foreign birth might ever be found to have afforded more zealous assistance. This had long been his wish, but Spain was a strange and unknown land to him, and he had been unable to carry out his purpose there. It would, however, be easy to do it in the land of his birth, where he had been brought up in the expectation of succeeding to his father's throne. If the Romans sent Scipio as their general into Africa, he felt pretty certain that the time of Carthage would be very short. Scipio watched him and listened to him with great pleasure. He knew that Massinissa was the master spirit in all the enemy's cavalry, and the youth's whole bearing showed high courage. After they had pledged their faith to each other, Scipio returned to Tarraco. Massinissa was allowed by the Romans to carry off plunder from the adjacent fields, in order that he might not be thought to have sailed across to the mainland without sufficient cause. After this he returned to Gades. Chapter 36. Mago's last attempts in Spain. Mago's hopes had been raised by the mutiny in the Roman camp, and the revolt of Indibulus. Now he despaired of effecting anything in Spain, and made preparations for his departure. Whilst he was so employed, a dispatch came from the Carthaginian Senate, ordering him to take the fleet which he had at Gades over to Italy, and after raising as large a force as possible of Gauls and Ligurians in that country, to form a junction with Hannibal, and not allow the war which had been begun with so much energy and even more success to drag on lifelessly. Money was brought to him from Carthage for the purpose, and he also requisitioned as much as he could from the people in Gades. Not only their public treasury, but even their temples were plundered, and they were all compelled to contribute their private stores of gold and silver. Sailing along the Spanish coast, he landed a force not far from New Carthage, and plundered the nearest fields, after which he brought up his fleet at the city. During the day he kept his men on board, and did not disembark them till night. He then took them to that part of the city wall where the Romans had effected the capture of the place, thinking that the city was held by a weak garrison, and that there would be a movement amongst some of the townsmen who hoped for a change of masters. The country people, however, who were fleeing from their fields, had brought news of the depredations and approach of the enemy. His fleet had also been seen during the day, and it was obvious that they would not have taken their station before the city without some special reason. An armed force was accordingly drawn up outside the gate, which faced the sea. The enemy approached the walls in disorder. Soldiers and seamen were mixed together, and there was much more noise and tumult than fighting strength. Suddenly the gate was thrown open, and the Romans burst out with a cheer. The enemy were thrown into confusion, turned their backs at the very first discharge of missiles, and were pursued with heavy loss down to the shore. If the ships had not been brought up close to the beach, and so afforded a means of escape, not a single fugitive would have survived. On the ships, too, there was hurry and confusion. The crews drew up the ladders, lest the enemy should clamber on board with their comrades, and cut the cables and hawsers so as not to lose time in weighing anchor. Many who tried to swim to the ships could not see in the darkness what direction to take, or what dangers to avoid, and perished miserably. The next day, after the fleet had regained the ocean, it was discovered that 800 men had been killed between the wall and the shore, and as many as 2,000 arms of different kinds picked up. Chapter 37. On his return to Gades, Mago found the gates closed against him. So he anchored off Symbyae, a place not far from Gades, and sent envoys to lodge a complaint against the gates being closed to him, an ally and a friend. They excused themselves by saying that it was done by a gathering of the townsmen who were incensed at some acts of pillage committed by the soldiers during the embarkation. He invited their sureties, the title of their supreme magistrate, together with the city treasurer, to a conference, and when they were come, he ordered them to be scourged and crucified. From there he sailed to Pityusa, an island about 100 miles distant from the mainland, which had at the time a Phoenician population. Here the fleet naturally met with a friendly reception, and not only were supplies furnished on a generous scale, but he received reinforcements for his fleet in the shape of arms and men. Thus encouraged, the Carthaginian sailed on to the Balearic Isles, a voyage of about 50 miles. There are 2 islands so called. The larger one was better supplied with arms, and contained a more numerous population. It also possessed a harbor, where Mago thought he could conveniently shelter his fleet for the winter, as the autumn was now closing. But his fleet met with quite as hostile a reception as if the island had been inhabited by Romans. The sling, which the Balearics make most use of today, was at that time their sole weapon, and no nation comes near them in the skill with which they handle it. When the Carthaginians tried to approach the land, such a shower of stones fell upon them, like a violent hailstorm, that they did not venture inside the harbor. Putting out once more to sea, they approached the smaller island, which possessed a fertile soil, but fewer resources in men and arms. Here they landed and encamped in a strong position commanding the harbor, from which they became masters of the island without meeting any resistance. They raised a force of 2,000 auxiliaries, which they sent to Carthage, and then beached their ships for the winter. After Mago's departure, Gades surrendered to the Romans. Chapter 38. Scipio's return to Rome. The elections. Such is the record of Scipio's command in Spain. After handing over the charge of the province to the proconsuls Lucius Lentulus and Lucius Manlius Acidinus, he set sail with 10 ships for Rome. On his arrival, a meeting of the Senate was held at the Temple of Bellona, at which he gave a report of all he had done in Spain, how many pitched battles he had fought, how many towns he had captured, and what tribes he had brought under the dominion of Rome. He asserted that when he arrived in Spain, he found 4 Carthaginian armies opposed to him. When he left, there was not a single Carthaginian in the country. He was not without hope that a triumph might be accorded to him for his services. He did not, however, press his demand for one, as it was quite understood that no one had up to that time enjoyed a triumph who was not invested with a magistracy. After the Senate had been dismissed, he made his entry into the city, and had borne before him 14,342 pounds of silver, and a great quantity of silver coins, all of which he deposited in the treasury. Lucius Vettorius Philo now proceeded to hold the consular elections, and all the centuries voted amidst much enthusiasm for Scipio. Publius Licinius Crassus, the Pontifex Maximus, was elected as his colleague. It is recorded that a larger number of voters took part in that election than at any other time during the war. They had come from all parts, not only to give their votes, but also to get sight of Scipio. They flocked in crowds round his house, and at the Capitol, when he sacrificed the hecatomb which he had vowed to Jupiter in Spain. They assured themselves that as Gaius Lutatius had brought the first Punic War to a close, so Scipio would terminate this one, and as he had driven the Carthaginians out of Spain, so he would drive them out of Italy. They were marking out Africa as his province, just as though the war in Italy was at an end. Then followed the election of praetors. Two of those elected, Spurius Lucretius and Gnaeus Octavius, were plebeian aediles at the time. The others, Gnaeus Servilius Capio and Lucius Aemilius Papus, were not holding any office. It was in the 14th year of the Second Punic War, B.C. 205, that Publius Cornelius Scipio and Publius Licinius Crassus entered on their consulship. In the assignment of the consular provinces, Scipio, with his colleagues' consent, took Sicily without recourse to the ballot. Because Crassus, as Pontifex Maximus, was prevented by his sacred duties from leaving Italy, he therefore took Bruttium. The praetors then balloted for their provinces. The city jurisdiction fell to Gnaeus Servilius. Spurius Lucretius received Ariminum, as the province of Gaul was then called. Sicily fell to Lucius Aemilius, and Sardinia to Gnaeus Octavius. Chapter 39. Envoys from Saguntum appear before the Senate. The Senate held a session in the Capitol. A resolution was passed on the motion of Publius Scipio that he should celebrate the games which he had vowed during the mutiny, and defray the cost out of the money which he had brought into the treasury. Then he introduced a deputation from Saguntum, the senior member of which addressed the House in the following terms: Although there is no form of suffering, senators, which we have not endured in order to keep our faith with you to the last, still the kindness which you and your generals have shown to us has made us forget our misery. For us you have undertaken war, and for 14 years have carried it on with such determination that often you have brought yourselves and often reduced the Carthaginians to the last extremities. Though you had in the heart of Italy such a terrible war, and such an enemy as Hannibal, you nevertheless sent a consul with his army to Spain to collect, as it were, the remains of our wreckage. From the day that the two Scipios, Publius and Gaius Cornelius, came into the province, they never at any moment failed to do good to us and injury to our enemies. First of all, they restored our city to us, and sent men all over Spain to find out those of us who had been sold into slavery and set them free. When our fortunes, from being utterly miserable, had become almost enviable, your two generals, Publius and Gaius Cornelius, met with their deaths, a loss which we felt even more bitterly than you. It seemed at the time as though we had been brought back from distant exile to our old home, only to see for the second time our own ruin and our country's destruction. It did not require a Carthaginian general or army to effect our annihilation. The Turduli, our inveterate enemies, who had been the cause of our former collapse, would have been quite able to extinguish us. And just when we had lost all hope, you suddenly sent Publius Scipio, whom we are more fortunate than all our fellow citizens in seeing here today. We shall carry back to our people the news that we have seen as your consul elect, the one man in whom we placed all our hopes of safety. City after city has been taken by him from your enemies throughout Spain, and in every instance he picked out the Saguntines from the mass of prisoners, and sent them home. And lastly, the Turdetani, such deadly enemies to us, that had their strength remained unimpaired, Saguntum must have fallen. Even they have been brought so low by his arms that they are no longer to be feared by us, nor, if I may dare to say so, by our posterity. The tribe in whose favor Hannibal destroyed Saguntum have had their own city destroyed before our eyes. We take tribute from their land, but it is not the profit but the revenge that we enjoy most. For these blessings, the greatest that we could hope for or ask heaven to grant, the Senate and people of Saguntum have sent this deputation to convey their grateful thanks. We are at the same time to convey their congratulations to you on having been so successful these last years in Spain and Italy, that you have subjugated the one country by the might of your arms, not only as far as the Ebro, but even to its most distant shores, which the ocean bounds, whilst in the other you have left the Carthaginian nothing outside the rampart of his camp. To the great guardian of your stronghold in the capital, Jupiter Optimus Maximus, we are bidden not only to render thanks for these boons, but also, if you allow us, to offer and carry to him in the capital this gift of a golden crown, as a memorial of your victories. We pray that you will sanction this, and further, if it seem good to you, that you will ratify and confirm for all time the advantages which your generals have conferred upon us. The Senate replied to the effect that the destruction and restoration of Saguntum would both alike be a proof to all the world of the faith which each side had kept to the other. Their generals had acted wisely and properly, and in accordance with the wishes of the Senate, in restoring Saguntum and rescuing its citizens from slavery, and all other acts of kindness which they had performed were such as the Senate wished to have done. They accorded permission to the envoys to place their gift in the capital. Free quarters and hospitality were provided for them at the cost of the state, and orders were given for each to be presented with a sum of not less than 10,000 aces. The other deputations were then admitted to an audience of the Senate. The Saguntines also asked to be allowed to make a tour through Italy as far as they could with safety, and guides were furnished them and letters sent to the different towns requesting them to give the Spaniards a hospitable reception. Chapter 40. Discussion in the Senate respecting the allotment of provinces. The next question before the Senate concerned the raising of troops and the distribution of the various commands. There was a rumor that Africa was to form a new province and be allotted to Scipio without having recourse to the ballot. Scipio himself, no longer contented with a moderate share of glory, was telling people that he had been returned as consul, not simply to carry on the war, but to bring it to an end. And the only way of doing that was for him to take an army over to Africa. In the event of the Senate's opposition, he asserted openly that he would carry his proposal by the authority of the people. The project was most distasteful to the leaders of the Senate, and as the rest of the senators, afraid of becoming unpopular, refused to speak out, Quintus Fabius Maximus was asked for his opinion. This he gave in the following speech. I am quite aware, senators, that many of you regard the question before us today as already decided, and consider that anyone who discusses the destination of Africa as though it were still an open question is wasting words. I do not quite understand, however, how Africa can have been definitely assigned as the province of our gallant and energetic consul, when neither the Senate nor the people have decided that it should be included amongst the provinces for the year. If it has been so assigned, then I think the consul is quite wrong in inviting a sham discussion upon a measure that has been decided upon. He is not only stultifying the Senate as a body, but each individual senator who is called upon in turn for his opinion. In expressing my dissent from those who think that we ought at once to invade Africa, I am quite conscious that I expose myself to two imputations. For one thing, my action will be set down to my cautious nature. Young men may call it timidity and indolence if they please, as long as we have no cause to regret that, though the counsels of others have seemed at first sight more attractive, experience shows that mine are better. The other charge against me will be that I am actuated by motives of malevolence and envy against the ever-growing glory of our most gallant consul. If my past life, my character, my dictatorship and 5 consulships, the glory I have acquired as a citizen and as a soldier, a glory so great as to produce surfeit rather than a desire for more, if these do not shield me from this imputation, at least let my age free me from it. What rivalry can exist between myself and a man who is not even as old as my son? When I was dictator, in the full maturity of my powers, and engaged in most important operations, my authority was by an unheard-of innovation divided with the master of the horse. Yet no one ever heard a word of protest from me either in the Senate or in the Assembly, even when he was pursuing me with abuse. It was through my actions rather than my words that I wished the man, whom others considered my equal, to be compelled to admit his inferiority to me. And am I, who have received all the honors that the state can confer, to enter into competition with one who is in the full flower of his youth? And simply that if Africa is refused to him, it may be granted to me, tired as I am, not only of public business, but of life itself. No, I must live and die with the glory that I have won. I have prevented Hannibal from conquering in order that he might be conquered by those of you who are in the full vigor of your powers. Chapter 41. It is but fair, Publius Cornelius, that whilst in my own case I have never preferred my own reputation to the interests of the state, you should pardon me for not regarding even your glory as more important than the welfare of the Commonwealth. I admit that if there were no war in Italy, or only an enemy from whose defeat no glory was to be gained, then the man who would keep you in Italy, though acting in the public interest, might appear to be depriving you of the chance of winning glory in a foreign war. But as our enemy Hannibal has been holding Italy for 14 years with an undefeated army, you will surely not despise the glory of expelling from Italy during your consulship the enemy who has been the cause of so many defeats, so many deaths, and of leaving it on record that it is you who have terminated this war, as Gaius Lutatius has the lasting glory of bringing the first Punic War to a close. Unless, indeed, Hasdrubal was a finer general than Hannibal, or the last war a more serious one than this one, or the victory which closed it a greater and more brilliant one than this will be, should it fall to our lot to conquer whilst you are consul. Would you rather have drawn Hamilcar away from Drepana and Eryx than expel Hannibal and his Carthaginians from Italy? Even though you should cling to the glory you have acquired more than to what you hope for, you will not pride yourself upon having delivered Spain from war rather than Italy. Hannibal is not yet such an enemy that the man who prefers to fight against another foe would not be thought to fear rather than to despise him. Why do you not gird yourself to this task? Why do you not march straight from here to where Hannibal is, and carry the war thither, instead of taking a roundabout course, in the hope that when you have crossed over into Africa, he will follow you. You are anxious to win the crowning glory of bringing the Punic War to an end. Your natural course will be to defend your own country before you go to attack the enemies. Let there be peace in Italy before there is war in Africa. Let our own fears be banished before we make others tremble. If both objects can be achieved under your generalship and auspices, then when you have conquered Hannibal here, go on and capture Carthage. If one of the two victories must be left for your successors, the former is the greater and more glorious one, and will necessarily lead to the latter. As matters now are, the public exchequer is unable to support two armies in Italy and also in Africa. We have nothing left from which to equip a fleet and furnish it with supplies. And over and above all this, who can fail to see what great dangers would be incurred? Publius Licinius, let us suppose, is conducting the campaign in Italy, and Publius Scipio one in Africa. Well, supposing, may all the gods avert the omen which I shudder at the mention of, but what has happened may happen again. Supposing, I say, that Hannibal wins a victory and marches on Rome. Are we to wait till then before recalling you from Africa, as we recalled Quintus Fulvius from Capua? What if even in Africa the fortunes of war prove equally favorable for both sides? Take warning from the fate of your own house. Your father and uncle, destroyed with their armies within a month of each other, in the country where they had raised the name of Rome, and the glory of your family high among the nations, through their successful operations by land and sea. The daylight would fail me if I attempted to enumerate the kings and captains, who by their rash invasion of their enemy's territory have brought the most crushing defeat on themselves and their armies. Athens, a city most sensible and wise, listened to the advice of a young man of high birth and equally high ability, and sent a great fleet to Sicily before it had disposed of the war at home, and in one naval battle the flourishing republic was forever ruined. End of section 22. Section 23 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 28, The Final Conquest in Spain, chapters 42 through 46. Chapter 42. I will not take instances from distant lands and remote times. This very Africa we are speaking about, and the fate of Attilius Regulus, form a conspicuous example of the fickleness of fortune. When you, Scipio, have a view of Africa from the sea, will not your conquest of Spain seem mere child's play? What resemblance is there between them? You began by coasting along the shores of Italy and Gaul, over a sea free from any hostile fleet, and you brought up at Emporiae, a friendly city. After disembarking your troops, you led them through a perfectly safe country to Tarraco, to the friends and allies of Rome, and from Tarraco your route led through the midst of Roman garrisons. Round the Ebro lay the armies of your father and your uncle, whose courage had been raised by defeat, and who were burning to avenge the loss of their commanders. Their leader was, it is true, irregularly chosen by the vote of the soldiery to meet the emergency, but had he belonged to an ennobled family and been duly appointed, he would have rivaled distinguished generals in his mastery of the art of war. Then you are able to attack New Carthage without the slightest interruption. Not one out of the 3 Carthaginian armies attempted to defend their allies. The rest of your operations, though I am far from depreciating them, are not to be compared with a war in Africa. There no harbor is open to our fleet, no district which will receive us peaceably, no city in alliance with us, no king friendly to us, no spot which we can use as a base of operations. Wherever you turn your eyes, you see hostility and menace. Do you put your trust in Syphax and his Numidians? Be satisfied with having trusted them once. Rashness does not always succeed, and duplicity prepares the way for confidence through trifles, so that when the occasion calls for it, it may succeed in securing some great advantage. Your father and your uncle were not defeated until the treachery of their Celtiberian auxiliaries left them victims to the enemy. You yourself were not exposed to anything like the danger from the Carthaginian commanders, Mago and Hasdrubal, that you were from Indibilis and Mandonius after you had accepted their alliance. Can you trust the Numidians after the experience you have had of the disloyalty of your own troops? Syphax and Massinissa would both prefer that they rather than the Carthaginians should be the leading powers in Africa, but failing that, they would rather have the Carthaginians than anyone else. At this moment, mutual rivalry and numberless grounds of complaint are embittering them against one another, because external dangers are far distant. But once let them see the arms of Rome and a foreign army, and they will hasten side by side to extinguish, as it were, a conflagration which threatens them both. Those Carthaginians defended Spain in a very different way from that in which they would defend their country's walls, the temples of their gods, their hearths and homes, when their trembling wives will follow them, and their little children cling to them as they march out to battle. What, moreover, if, feeling quite assured of the united support of Africa, the fidelity of their royal allies, and the strength of their walls, and seeing that you and your army are no longer here to protect Italy, the Carthaginians should send over a fresh army from Africa, or order Mago, who, we understand, has left the Balearic Isles, and is sailing along the Ligurian coast, to form a junction with Hannibal. Surely we should be in the same state of alarm as we were at the appearance in Italy of Hasdrubal, after you had allowed him to slip through your hands, you who are going to blockade not Carthage only, but the whole of Africa with your army. You will say that you defeated him. Then I regret all the more, both on your account and on behalf of the Republic, that you allowed him after his defeat to invade Italy. Allow us to ascribe all that has gone happily for you and for the dominion of Rome to your wise counsels, and all misfortunes to the uncertain chances of war. The more talent and courage you claim for yourself, the more will your native country and all Italy desire to keep such a doughty defender at home. Even you cannot disguise the fact that where Hannibal is, there is the center and mainstay of the war, for you are giving out that the one reason for your going to Africa is to draw Hannibal there. Whether there, then, or here, you still have Hannibal to deal with. And will you, I should like to know, be in a stronger position in Africa, single-handed, than here with your own army and your colleagues acting together? What a difference that makes is shown by the recent instance of the consuls Claudius and Livius. Where, pray, is Hannibal more likely to be supplied with men and arms? In the most remote corner of Brutium, where he has so long been vainly asking for reinforcements from home, or in the country round Carthage, and on the soil of Africa, which is entirely occupied by his allies. What an extraordinary idea that is of yours, to fight where your forces are reduced by one half, and those of the enemy largely augmented, rather than in a country where with two armies you would engage only one, and that too exhausted by so many battles and such long and burdensome service. Just think how different your plan is from your father's. On his election as consul, he proceeded to Spain, then left his province and returned to Italy, in order to meet Hannibal on his descent from the Alps. You are preparing to leave Italy while Hannibal is actually here, not in the interest of the Republic, but because you think it a grand and glorious thing to do. Just in the same way, you, a general of the Roman people, left your province and your army without any legal authority, without any instructions from the Senate, and entrusted to a couple of ships the fortunes of the state and the majesty of the empire, which were, for the time, bound up with your own safety. I hold the view that Publius Cornelius Scipio was elected consul not for his own private ends, but for us and the Commonwealth, and that armies are raised to guard this city and the soil of Italy, and not for consuls to transport to any part of the world they please, in the arrogant style of kings and despots. Chapter 43. This speech of Fabius, so appropriate to the circumstances under which it was delivered, and backed up by the weight of his character, and his long-established reputation for prudence, produced a great effect upon most of those present, especially upon the seniors. Seeing that the majority approved of the sage counsels of age, in preference to the impetuous temper of youth, Scipio is reported to have made the following reply. Senators, at the beginning of his speech, Quintus Fabius admitted that what he had to say might lay him under a suspicion of jealousy. Personally, I should not dare to accuse so great a man of that weakness. But either through the inadequacy of his defense or the impossibility of making a successful one, he has utterly failed to clear himself of the charge. For in his anxiety to dispel the suspicion, he spoke about his distinctions and his reputation in such exaggerated terms as to give the impression that I was in danger of finding a rival in the lowest of the Romans, not in him who, because he stands above all others, a position which I frankly confess I am striving to attain, denies the possibility of any rivalry between us. He has represented himself as an old man full of honors, and me as a youth not even as old as his son, as if the passion for glory did not extend beyond the span of human life, and find its chief satisfaction in the memory of future generations. I am quite certain that it is the lot of all great men to compare themselves not with their contemporaries alone, but also with the illustrious of all ages. I admit, Quintus Fabius, that I am desirous not only of equaling your renown, but, forgive my saying so, of surpassing it if I can. Let not your feeling towards me, or mine towards my juniors, be such that we would prevent any of our fellow citizens from reaching our level. That would not only injure the victims of our envy, it would be a loss to the state, and almost to the human race. The speaker dwelt upon the danger to which I should be exposed if I landed in Africa, showing apparently solicitude not only for the Commonwealth and its army, but even for me. What has led to this sudden anxiety on my account? When my father and my uncle were killed, and their armies all but annihilated, when Spain was lost, when 4 Carthaginian armies and their generals were holding the whole country down by the terror of their arms, when you were looking for a man to take the supreme command in that war, and no one appeared, no one came forward to offer himself but me, when the Roman people conferred the supreme command on me before I had reached my 25th year, why did no one then say anything about my age, the strength of the enemy, the difficulties of the campaign, or the recent disaster which had overtaken my father and my uncle? Has some calamity occurred recently in Africa, greater than the one which happened then in Spain? Are there larger armies and better and more numerous commanders in Africa now than there were then in Spain? Was I then at a riper age for undertaking a great war than I am today? Is Spain a more convenient field for operations against the Carthaginians than Africa? Now that I have scattered 4 Carthaginian armies in flight, reduced so many cities by force or fear, and subjugated every part, down to the shores of the ocean, petty kings and savage tribes alike, now that I have reconquered the whole of Spain so completely that no vestige of war anywhere remains, it is an easy task to make light of my services, as easy in fact as it will be, when I have returned victorious from Africa, to make light of those very difficulties which are now painted in such dark colors in order to keep me here. Fabius says that no part of Africa is accessible, that there are no harbors open to us. He tells us that Marcus Attilius Regulus was made prisoner in Africa, as though he had met with misfortune as soon as he landed. He forgets that that very commander, unfortunate as he was afterwards, did find some harbors in Africa open to him, and for the first 12 months won some brilliant victories, and as far as the Carthaginian generals were concerned, remained undefeated to the last. You will not therefore deter me by quoting that instance. Even if that disaster had occurred in this war instead of in the last one, quite recently and not 40 years ago, even then why should I be prevented from invading Africa because Regulus was made prisoner any more than I was prevented from going to Spain after the 2 Scipios were killed? I should be sorry to believe that Xanthippus, the Lacedaemonian, was born to be a greater blessing to Carthage than I am to be to my country, and my confidence is strengthened by seeing what tremendous issues depend upon one man's courage. We have had to listen even to stories about the Athenians, how they neglected the war at their doors in order to go to Sicily. Well, since you are at leisure to tell us tales about Greece, why do you not mention Agathocles, king of Syracuse, who after Sicily had long been wasted by the flames of the Punic War, sailed across to this same Africa, and turned the tide of war back to the country from which it had started? Chapter 44. But what need is there of instances drawn from other lands and other times to remind us how much depends upon taking the aggressive, and removing danger from ourselves by making it recoil upon others? It makes all the difference in the world whether you are devastating the territory of another nation, or seeing your own destroyed by fire and sword. It shows more courage to attack than to repel attacks. Then again, the unknown always inspires terror. But when you have entered your enemy's country, you have a nearer view of his strength and weakness. Hannibal never hoped that so many communities would go over to him after Cannae. How much less could the Carthaginians, faithless allies, harsh and tyrannical masters as they are, count upon the firmness and stability of their African empire? So far, even when deserted by our allies, we stood in our own strength, the soldiery of Rome. The Carthaginians have no citizen army. Their soldiers are all mercenaries, ready to change sides on the smallest provocation. If only nothing stops me, you will hear that I have landed, that Africa is wrapped in the flames of war, that Hannibal is tearing himself away from Italy, that Carthage is besieged, all at one stroke. You may look for more cheerful and more frequent news from Africa than you received from Spain. Everything inspires me with hope. The fortune which waits on Rome, the gods who witness the treaty which the enemy has broken, the two princes Syphax and Massinissa, whose fidelity I shall so far trust as to protect myself from any perfidy they may attempt. Many advantages, which at this distance are not apparent, will be disclosed as the war goes on. A man proves his capacity for leadership by seizing every opportunity that presents itself, and making every contingency subserve his plans. I shall have the adversary whom you, Quintus Fabius, assign to me, Hannibal. But I would rather draw him away than that he should keep me here. I would compel him to fight in his own country, and Carthage shall be the prize of victory, rather than the half-ruined strongholds of Bruttium. And now, as to any injury that may befall the Republic during my voyage, or whilst I am disembarking my men on the shores of Africa, or during my advance on Carthage. As the consul Publius Licinius is also Pontifex Maximus, and cannot be absent from his sacred duties, it is impossible for him to ballot for so distant a province. Would it not be almost an insult to say that he cannot accomplish the task, after Hannibal's power has been shaken and almost shattered, which you, Quintus Fabius, were able to accomplish when Hannibal, in the hour of victory, was flying about in every part of Italy? And even if the war should not be brought to a more speedy termination by the plan which I suggest, the dignity of Rome and her prestige amongst foreign kings and nations would surely require us to show that we possess sufficient courage, not only to defend Italy, but to carry our arms even as far as Africa. We must not let the idea get abroad that no Roman general durst do what Hannibal has done, or that whilst in the first Punic War, when the struggle was for Sicily, Africa was frequently attacked by our fleets and armies. In this war, when the struggle is for Italy, Africa is left in peace. Let Italy, which has been so long harassed, have some rest at last. Let Africa take its turn of fire and ruin. Let a Roman camp threaten the gates of Carthage, rather than that we should see the enemy's lines from our walls. Let Africa be the seat of war henceforth. Let us roll back there all the terror and the flight, all the wasting of our lands and the defection of our allies, all the other miseries of war which have been assailing us for the last 14 years. Enough has been said as to the Republic and the present war and the allocation of provinces. It would be a long and uninteresting discussion if I were to follow the example of Quintus Fabius, and as he has depreciated my services in Spain, so I were to pour ridicule on his glory and extol my own. I will do neither the one nor the other, senators, and if, young as I am, I cannot have the advantage over an old man in anything else, I will at least prove his superior in moderation and restraint of language. My life and my conduct of affairs have been such that I am quite content to accept in silence the judgment which you have spontaneously formed. Chapter 45. Scipio was listened to with impatience, for it was generally believed that if he did not succeed in inducing the Senate to decree that Africa should be his province, he would at once bring the question before the assembly. So Quintus Fabius, who had held 4 consulships, challenged Scipio to say openly before the Senate whether he left the decision as to the provinces in their hands, and was prepared to abide by it, or whether he was going to refer it to the people. Scipio replied that he should act as he thought best in the interests of the state. On this Fabius observed, "It was not because I did not know what you would say or how you would act that I made my request, for you openly avow that you are sounding the house rather than consulting it, and that if we do not at once assign you the province which you want, you have a resolution ready to put to the assembly." Then turning to the tribunes, "I demand of you, tribunes of the plebes, that you support me in my refusal to vote, for even if the decision is in my favor, the consul is not going to recognize it." Then a discussion arose between the consul and the tribunes, he asserting that there was no just ground for their intervening and supporting a senator in his refusal to vote, when called upon to do so. The tribunes gave their decision in the following terms: if the consul submits to the Senate the allocation of the provinces, their decision shall be binding and final, and we will not allow any reference to the people. If he does not so submit it, we shall support any senator in his refusal to vote when called upon to do so. The consul asked for a day's grace in order to consult his colleague. The following day he submitted the matter to the decision of the Senate. The decree made respecting the provinces was that one consul should take Sicily, and the 30 warships which Gaius Servilius had had the previous year, permission being granted him to sail to Africa, if he thought such a course would be in the interests of the state. The other consul was to take Bruttium and the operations against Hannibal, with either the army which had served under Lucius Vittorius, or the one which Quintus Caecilius had commanded. These 2 were to ballot and arrange which of them was to act in Bruttium with the 2 legions which the consul would not require, and the one to whom that field should fall was to have his command extended for a year. With the exception of the consuls and praetors, all who were to take charge of armies and provinces had their commands extended for a year. It fell to Quintus Caecilius to act with the consul against Hannibal in Bruttium. Scipio exhibited the games amidst the applause of a large and enthusiastic crowd of spectators. Marcus Pomponius Matho and Quintius Catius were sent on a mission to Delphi to carry thither the offering made from the plunder of Hasdrubal's camp. It was a golden crown of 200 pounds weight, and there were facsimiles of the pieces of spoil made in silver, weighing in the aggregate 1,000 pounds. Scipio did not succeed in obtaining permission to levy troops, and indeed he did not press the point, but he was allowed to enlist volunteers. As he had stated that his fleet would not be a charge on the state, he was given liberty to accept any materials contributed by the allies for the construction of his ships. The cantons of Etruria were the first to promise assistance, each according to its means. Caere contributed corn and provisions of all kinds for the crews, Populonia iron, Tarquinii cloth for the sails, Volaterrae timber for the hulls, and corn. Arretium 3,000 shields and as many helmets, whilst they were ready to supply as many as 50,000 darts, javelins, and long spears. They also offered to furnish all the axes, spades, sickles, gabions, and hand mills required for 40 warships, as well as 120,000 pecks of wheat and provision for the sailing masters and the rowers on the voyage. Perusia, Clusium, and Rucellai sent pine wood for the timbers of the ships, and a large quantity of corn. The Umbrian communities, as well as the inhabitants of Nursia, Riate, and Amiternum, and the whole of the Sabine country, promised to furnish men. Numerous contingents from the Marsi, the Peligni, and the Marrucini volunteered to serve on board the fleet. Camerinum, a city leagued on a basis of equal rights with Rome, sent a cohort of 600 men-at-arms. The keels of 30 ships, 20 cancaremes, and 10 quadriremes were laid down, and Scipio pressed on the work so rapidly that 45 days after the timber had been brought from the forests, the ships were launched with their tackle and armament complete. Chapter 46. Departure of the magistrates for their provinces. Landing of Mago in Liguria. Scipio sailed to Sicily with 7,000 volunteers on board his 30 warships, and Publius Licinius proceeded to Bruttium. Of the 2 consular armies stationed there, he selected the one which the former consul, Lucius Veturius, had commanded. He allowed Metellus to keep the legions he was in command of, as he thought he would do better with men accustomed to his leadership. The praetors also departed for their several provinces. As money was needed for the war, the quaestors received instructions to sell that part of the Capuan territory which extends from the Fossa Graeca to the coast, and evidence was asked for of any cases where land had been appropriated by a citizen of Capua, that it might be included in the Roman state land. The informer was to receive a gratuity of 10% of the value of the land. The city praetor, Gnaeus Servilius, was also to see that the citizens of Capua were residing where the Senate had given them permission to reside, and any who were living elsewhere were to be punished. During the summer, Mago, who had been wintering in Minorca, embarked with a force of 12,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalry, and set sail for Italy with about 30 warships and a large number of transports. The coast was quite unguarded, and he surprised and captured Genoa. From there he went on to the Ligurian coast on the chance of rousing the Gauls. One of their tribes, the Ingoni, were at the time engaged in a war with the Epenterii, an Alpine tribe. After storing his plunder in Savo, and leaving 10 vessels as guardships, Mago sent the remainder of his ships to Carthage to protect the coast, as it was rumored that Scipio intended to invade Africa, and then he formed an alliance with the Ingoni, from whom he expected more support than from the mountaineers, and commenced to attack the latter. His army grew in numbers every day. The Gauls, drawn by the spell of his name, flocked to him from all parts. The movement became known in Rome through a dispatch from Spurius Lucretius, and the Senate were filled with the gravest apprehensions. It seemed as though the joy with which they heard of the destruction of Hasdrubal and his army 2 years before would be completely stultified by the outbreak of a fresh war in the same quarter, quite as serious as the former one, the only difference being in the commander. They sent orders to the proconsul Marcus Livius to move the army of Etruria up to Ariminum, and the city praetor Gnaeus Servilius was empowered, in case he thought it advisable, to order the city legions to be employed elsewhere, and give the command to the man whom he thought most capable. Marcus Valerius Laevinus led these legions to Arretium. About this time, Gnaeus Octavius, who was commanding in Sardinia, captured as many as 80 Carthaginian transports in the neighborhood. According to Coelius's account, they were loaded with corn and supplies for Hannibal. Valerius, however, says that they were carrying the plunder from Etruria and the Ligurian and Epontarian prisoners to Carthage. Hardly anything worth recording took place in Bruttium this year. A pestilence attacked the Romans and the Carthaginians, and was equally fatal to both. But in addition to the epidemic, the Carthaginians were suffering from scarcity of food. Hannibal spent the summer near the temple of Juno Lacinia, where he built and dedicated an altar with a long inscription recording his exploits in Phoenician and also in Greek. End of section 23. Section 24 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 29, Scipio in Africa, chapters 1 through 7. Chapter 1, Scipio in Sicily. On his arrival in Sicily, Scipio organized the volunteers into maniples and centuries, and selected 300 of the most robust and active, whom he kept about his person. They did not carry arms, and did not know why they were unarmed, and why they were not included in the centuries. Then he picked out of the whole military population of Sicily 300 of the noblest and wealthiest, and formed them into a cavalry corps to take with him into Africa. He fixed a day on which they were to present themselves, fully equipped with horses and arms. The prospect of a campaign far from home, with its many toils and great dangers, both by land and sea, appalled the young fellows, as well as their parents and relations. When the appointed day arrived, they all appeared fully armed and accoutred. Scipio then told them that it had come to his knowledge that some of the Sicilian cavalry were looking forward with dread to their expedition, as one full of difficulties and hardships. If any of them felt like that, he would rather that they owned it at once than that the Republic should have reluctant and inefficient soldiers who were always grumbling. They should speak out their mind. He would listen to them without any feeling of resentment. One of them ventured to say that if he were free to choose, he would rather not go, whereupon Scipio replied, "Since, young man, you have not concealed your real sentiments, I will provide a substitute for you. You will give up to him your horse and your arms and other military outfit, and take him with you at once to train him and instruct him in the management of a horse and the use of arms." The man was delighted to get off on these terms, and Scipio handed over to him one of the 300 whom he was keeping unarmed. When the others saw the trooper exempted in this way, with the commander's approval, they, every one of them, excused themselves and accepted a substitute. By this means the Romans replaced the 300 Sicilian cavalry without any expense to the state. The Sicilians had all the care of their training, for the general's orders were that anyone who did not carry this out would have to go on active service himself. It is said that this turned out a splendid squadron of cavalry, and did good work for the Republic in many battles. Then he inspected the legions, and picked out the men who had seen most service, particularly those who had been under Marcellus, as he considered that these had been trained in the best school, and after their protracted investment of Syracuse were thoroughly familiar with the methods of attacking fortified places. In fact, Scipio was not contemplating any small operations. He had already fixed his mind on the capture and destruction of Carthage. He then distributed his army amongst the fortified towns, and ordered the Sicilians to supply corn, thus husbanding what had been brought from Italy. The old ships were refitted, and Gaius Laelius was sent with them to plunder the African coast. The new ones he beached at Panormus, as owing to their hasty construction they had been built of unseasoned wood, and he wished them to be on dry land through the winter. When his preparations for war were completed, Scipio visited Syracuse. This city had not yet recovered its tranquillity after the violent convulsions of the war. Certain men of Italian nationality had seized the property of some Syracusans at the time of the capture, and though the Senate had ordered its restitution, they still retained it. After making fruitless efforts to recover it, the Greeks came to Scipio for redress. He felt that confidence in the honesty of the government was of the very first importance, and by issuing a proclamation and pronouncing judgment against those who persisted in keeping possession, he succeeded in restoring their property to the Syracusans. This action on his part was gratefully appreciated, not only by the owners themselves, but by all the cities of Sicily, and they exerted themselves more than ever to assist him. War in Spain. During this summer an extensive war broke out in Spain at the instigation of Indibulus, whose sole motive was his intense admiration for Scipio, which made him think lightly of other commanders. The people looked upon him as the only general the Romans had left to them, all the others having been killed by Hannibal. Indibulus told the Spaniards that it was owing to this there was no one else who could be sent to Spain after the two Scipios were killed, and when the war began to press more heavily on Italy, he was recalled home as the only man who could oppose Hannibal. The Roman generals in Spain were nothing but names, and the veteran army had been withdrawn. Now there was confusion everywhere, and an untrained mob of raw recruits. Never again would Spain have such a chance of recovering its liberty. Up to that time it had been in bondage to either the Romans or the Carthaginians, nor always to one alone, occasionally to both at the same time. The Carthaginians had been expelled by the Romans could be expelled by the Spaniards if they were unanimous, and then, with their country freed forever from foreign domination, they could return to the traditions and rights of their forefathers. By arguments of this kind he succeeded in rousing his own people and their neighbors, the Occitani. Other tribes round joined them, and in a few days 30,000 infantry and about 4,000 cavalry mustered in the Seditanian territory, the appointed rendezvous. Chapter 2. The Roman commanders, Lucius Lentulus and Lucius Manlius Acidinus, were determined not to let the war spread through any remissness on their part. They united their forces and marched with their combined strength through the Occitanian territory, inflicting no injury on either the hostile or the peaceable districts, until they came to where the enemy was encamped. They fixed their own camp at a distance of 3 miles from that of the enemy, and sent envoys to persuade him to lay down his arms. When, however, the Spanish horse attacked a party of foragers, cavalry supports were at once hurried up from the Roman outposts, and a skirmish took place without any special advantage to either side. On the morrow, the whole of the Spanish army marched under arms and in battle formation to within a mile of the Roman camp. The Occitani formed the center. The Ilergetes were on the right, and the left was made up of various nameless tribes. Between the wings and the center, open spaces were left, wide enough to allow of the cavalry charging through when the right moment arrived. The Roman line was formed in the usual way, except that they so far copied the enemy as to leave spaces between the legions for their cavalry also to pass through. Lentulus, however, saw that this disposition would be of advantage to that side only, who were the first to send their cavalry through the wide gaps in the opposing line. Accordingly, he gave the military tribune, Servius Cornelius, orders to send his cavalry at full speed through the openings. He himself, finding that his infantry were making no progress, and that the 12th Legion, who were on the left, opposed to the Ilergetes, were beginning to give ground, brought up the 13th Legion, who were in reserve, to their support. As soon as the battle was restored in this quarter, he rode up to Lucius Manlius, who was at the front encouraging his men, and bringing up assistance wherever it was required, and pointed out to him that all was safe on his left, and that Spurius Cornelius, acting under his orders, would soon envelop the enemy with a whirlwind of cavalry. He had hardly said this when the Roman cavalry, charging into the middle of the enemy, threw his infantry into confusion, and at the same time barred the passage for the Spanish horse. These, finding themselves unable to act as cavalry, dismounted and fought on foot. When the Roman commanders saw the enemy's ranks in disorder, confusion and panic spreading, and the standards swaying to and fro, they appealed to their men to break up the enemy while thus shaken, and not let them reform their line. The barbarians would not have withstood the furious attack which followed, had not Indibulus and his dismounted cavalry placed themselves in front to screen the infantry. There was very violent fighting for some time, neither side giving way. The king, though half dead, kept his ground till he was pinned to the earth by a javelin, and then those who were fighting round him were at last overwhelmed beneath showers of missiles. A general flight began, and the carnage was all the greater because the troopers had no time to recover their horses, and the Romans never relaxed the pursuit until they had stripped the enemy of his camp. 13,000 Spaniards were killed on that day, and about 1,800 prisoners taken. Of the Romans and allies, a little more than 200 fell, mainly on the left wing. The Spaniards who had been routed on the field or driven out of their camp dispersed amongst the fields, and finally returned to their respective communities. Chapter 3. After this, Mandonius summoned a meeting of the National Council, at which loud complaints were uttered about the disasters they had incurred, and the authors of the war were strongly denounced. It was resolved to send envoys to make a formal surrender, and offer to give up their arms. They threw all the blame on Indibulus for starting the war, and on the other chieftains also, most of whom had fallen in the battle. The reply they received was that their surrender would only be accepted on condition of their giving up Mandonius alive, and the other instigators of the war. Failing this, the Roman army would march into the country of the Ilergetes and Occitani, and into the territories of other nations, one after another. When this reply was reported to the council, Mandonius and the other chiefs were at once arrested and handed over for punishment. Peace was re-established amongst the Spanish tribes. They were required to furnish double pay for the troops that year, a 6 months' supply of corn, and cloaks and togas for the army. Hostages were also demanded from about 30 tribes. Landing of Laelius in Africa. In this way the revolt in Spain was crushed without any serious disturbance, and all the terror of our arms was turned towards Africa. Gaius Laelius reached Hippo Regius in the night, and at daybreak his soldiers and the crews of the vessels were sent ashore for the purpose of ravaging the surrounding country. As the inhabitants were all peacefully pursuing their avocations and suspecting no danger, considerable mischief was done amongst them. Wild alarm was spread through Carthage by the breathless fugitives, who declared that a Roman fleet had arrived under the command of Scipio. The report of his having crossed over to Sicily had already got abroad. As no one was quite clear as to how many ships had been sighted, or what was the strength of the force that was landed, they were led by their fears to exaggerate everything. When they had recovered from the first shock of alarm, they were filled with consternation and grief. Has fortune, they asked, so completely changed that the nation, which in the pride of victory had an army before the walls of Rome, and after making so many of the enemy's armies bite the dust, forced or persuaded into submission all the peoples of Italy, should now, in the recoil of war, have to witness the desolation of Africa and the siege of Carthage without having anything like the resources which the Romans have wherewith to meet these troubles. In the Roman plebes and in Latium they are supplied with a soldiery which is always growing more efficient and more numerous to replace all the armies they have lost, whilst our common people are utterly unwarlike whether in town or country. We have to hire mercenaries from amongst the Africans, upon whom no dependence can be placed, who are as fickle as the wind. The native sovereigns are hostile now. Syphax has quite turned against us since his interview with Scipio. Massinissa has openly declared himself our bitterest enemy. Nowhere does there appear the slightest prospect of help. Mago has not created any outbreak in Gaul, nor has he effected a junction with Hannibal. Hannibal himself is weakening, both in prestige and in strength. Chapter 4. The Carthaginians were recalled from the gloomy reflections into which the dire news had plunged them by the pressure of immediate danger, and the necessity of devising means to meet it. They decided to raise a hasty levy from the town and country population alike, to send officers to enlist African mercenaries, to strengthen the defenses of the city, to accumulate stores of corn, to prepare a supply of weapons and armor, to fit out ships and dispatch them against the Roman fleet at Hippo. In the midst of these preparations, news came that it was Laelius, not Scipio, who was in command, that the force he had brought was only sufficient to make a raid, and that the main strength of the war was still in Sicily. So they breathed freely once more, and began to send deputations to Syphax and the other princes with the view of consolidating their alliance. They even sent envoys to Philip with the promise of 200 talents of silver to induce him to invade either Sicily or Italy. Instructions were also sent to their generals in Italy to keep Scipio fully employed at home, and so prevent him from leaving the country. To Mago they sent not only instructions, but also 25 warships, a force of 6,000 infantry, 800 cavalry, and 7 elephants. A large amount of money was also forwarded to him, to enable him to raise a body of mercenaries, with which he might be able to move nearer Rome, and form a junction with Hannibal. Such were the preparations and plans of Carthage. While Laelius was carrying off the enormous quantity of booty which he had taken from the defenseless and unprotected peasantry, Massinissa, who had heard of the arrival of the Roman fleet, came with a small escort to visit him. He complained of the want of energy shown by Scipio. Why, he asked, had he not brought his army to Africa, just at a time when the Carthaginians were in a state of dismay and consternation, and Syphax was preoccupied with war with his neighbors? He was quite certain that if time were allowed him for arranging matters as he wished, Syphax would be anything but a true friend to the Romans. Laelius must urge Scipio to push on without delay, and he, Massinissa, though driven from his kingdom, would assist him with a force of horse and foot, which would be by no means contemptible. Laelius himself, too, must not stay in Africa. There was reason to believe that a fleet had sailed from Carthage, with which, in Scipio's absence, it would not be safe to engage. After this conversation, Massinissa took his departure, and the following day Laelius left Hippo with his ships laden with plunder, and returned to Sicily, where he laid Massinissa's instructions before Scipio. Chapter 5. Mago active in northern Italy. It was about this time that the ships which had been dispatched from Carthage to Mago appeared off the coast at a place situated between the Ingoni and Genoa. Mago's fleet happened to be anchored there at the time, and as soon as he learnt the nature of the instructions brought to him, and that he was to gather together as large a force as possible, he at once summoned a council of the Gallic and Ligurian chieftains, the two nationalities of which the large population of that country was composed. When they were assembled, he told them that his mission was to restore them to liberty, and as they could see for themselves, reinforcements were being sent to him from home. But it depended upon them what numbers and strength would be available for the war. There were two Roman armies in the field, one in Gaul, the other in Etruria, and he knew, as a matter of fact, that Spurius Lucretius would unite his forces with Marcus Livius. A good many thousands of men must be armed if they were to offer an effectual resistance to two Roman generals and two armies. The Gauls assured him that they were perfectly willing to do their part, but as one Roman camp was on their territory and the other just within the frontier of Etruria, almost within sight of them, any attempt to assist the Carthaginians openly would subject their country to an invasion from both sides. Mago must ask from the Gauls only such assistance as they could furnish secretly. As for the Ligurians, the Roman camp was a long way from their cities. They were therefore free to act as they chose. It was right that they should arm their men and take their fair share in the war. The Ligurians raised no objection. They only asked for an interval of 2 months in which to raise their force. Mago, in the meantime, after sending the Gauls home, began to hire mercenary troops secretly throughout their country, and clandestine supplies were sent to him from the different communities. Marcus Livius marched his army of volunteer slaves from Etruria into Gaul, and after joining hands with Lucretius, made preparations for opposing any movement which Mago might make in the direction of Rome. If, on the other hand, the Carthaginians remained quiet in that corner of the Alps, he would also stay where he was, near Ariminum, to defend Italy. Chapter 6. Recapture of Locri. Scipio's eagerness to carry out his project was quickened by the report which Gaius Laelius brought back of his conversation with Massinissa, and the troops, too, were very keen to make the voyage when they saw the whole of Laelius's fleet loaded with plunder taken from the enemy. His larger purpose, however, was crossed by a smaller undertaking, namely the conquest of Locri, one of the cities which, in the general defection of Italy, had gone over to the Carthaginians. The hope of achieving this object had arisen from a very trivial incident. The struggle in Bruttium had assumed the character of brigandage much more than that of regular warfare. The Numidians had commenced the practice, and the Bruttians followed their example, not so much because of their alliance with the Carthaginians as because it was their traditional and natural method of carrying on war. At last even the Romans were infected by the passion for plunder, and, as far as their generals allowed them, used to make predatory incursions on the enemy's fields. A party of Locrians who had left the shelter of their city were caught by them in one of these raids and carried off to Rhegium, and amongst them were some artisans who had been working for the Carthaginians in the citadel of Locri. Many of the Locrian nobles who had been expelled by their opponents when the city was surrendered to Hannibal had retired to Rhegium and were living there at the time. They recognized these artisans, and naturally, after their long absence, wanted to know what was going on at home. After replying to all their questions, the prisoners said that if they were ransomed and sent back, they believed that they could betray the citadel to them, as they lived there and were implicitly trusted by the Carthaginians. The nobles, filled as they were with a yearning for home, and burning to take vengeance on their opponents, came to an understanding with them as to how the project was to be executed, and what signals those in the citadel were to look out for. They then promptly ransomed them and sent them back. Their next step was to proceed to Syracuse, where some of the refugees were staying, and interview Scipio. They told him what the prisoners had promised to do, and he felt that there was a reasonable prospect of success. 2 military tribunes, Marcus Sergius and Publius Matianus, accompanied them back to Rhegium with orders to take 3,000 men from the garrison there and march to Locri. Written instructions were also sent to the propraetor Quintus Plaminius to take command of the expedition. The troops started from Rhegium, carrying with them ladders specially constructed to reach the lofty elevation of the citadel, and about midnight they arrived at the place from which they were to give the signal agreed upon. The conspirators were on the lookout, and when they observed the signal, they lowered ladders which they had made for the purpose, and in this way the assailants were able to mount at several different points simultaneously. Before any shouting arose, they attacked the men on guard, who, suspecting no danger, were asleep. Their dying groans were the first sounds that were heard. Then there was the consternation of men suddenly awakened and not knowing the cause of the tumult. And at last, when they discovered it, they roused the rest, and every man shouted his loudest, "To arms! The enemy is in the citadel, and the sentinels are being killed." The Romans, who were far outnumbered, would have been overpowered had not the shouts of those outside bewildered the garrison, whilst everything seemed more terrible in the confusion and panic of a nocturnal assault. The Carthaginians, in their alarm, imagined that the citadel was filled by the enemy, and abandoning all further resistance, fled to the other citadel, which was situated not far from the first. The city itself, which lay between the two as the prize of victory, was held by the townsmen. Sorties were made from each citadel, and skirmishes went on day by day. Quintus Flaminius commanded the Roman garrison, and Hamilcar the Carthaginian. The numbers on each side were augmented by reinforcements from neighboring positions. At last Hannibal himself moved up, and the Romans would not have held out had not the population, embittered by the tyranny and rapacity of the Carthaginians, taken their side. Chapter 7. When information reached Scipio as to the serious state of affairs at Locri and Hannibal's approach, he feared for the garrison, which would be in great danger owing to the difficulty of withdrawal. Leaving his brother Lucius in command of a detachment at Messana, he set sail as soon as the tide turned, and allowed a favorable voyage. Hannibal had reached the river Bulotus, at a point not far from Locri, and had sent instructions from there to Hamilcar, ordering him to commence a violent attack on the Romans and Locrians, whilst he himself would deliver an assault on the opposite side of the city, which would be left unguarded, as everyone's attention would be devoted to the attack which Hamilcar was making. He arrived before the city at daybreak, and found the fighting already begun. But he would not confine himself in the citadel, where his men, crowded together, would hamper one another's movements, and he had not brought scaling ladders for an attempt on the walls. After giving orders for the baggage to be piled, he displayed his army in battle formation with the view of intimidating the enemy. Whilst ladders were being got ready and preparations made for an assault, he rode round the walls with his Numidians to see where an approach could best be made. As he was advancing towards the wall, one of those who happened to be close to him was struck by a missile from a scorpion, and, alarmed at the danger to which his men were exposed, he ordered the retreat to be sounded, and entrenched himself in a position far beyond the range of any missiles. The Roman fleet arrived from Messana sufficiently early in the day to allow of the whole force disembarking and entering the city before sunset. The next day the Carthaginians began the fighting from the citadel, whilst Hannibal advanced to the walls with the scaling ladders and all other apparatus in readiness for the assault. Suddenly a gate was flung open, and the Romans sallied out against him, the last thing he was expecting. In their sudden charge they killed as many as 200, and Hannibal, finding that the consul was commanding in person, retired the rest of his force to his camp. He sent word to those in the citadel that they must provide for their own safety. During the night he broke up his camp and departed, and the men in the citadel, after setting their quarters on fire in order to delay any pursuit by the confusion thus created, followed and overtook their main body with a speed which looked very much like flight. End of section 24. Section 25 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 29, Scipio in Africa, chapters 8 through 14. Chapter 8. When Scipio discovered that the citadel had been evacuated and the camp abandoned, he summoned the Locrians to an assembly, and bitterly reproached them for their defection. The authors of the revolt were executed, and their property assigned to the leaders of the other party as a reward for their exceptional loyalty to Rome. As regarded the political status of Locri, he said that he would make no change. They were to send representatives to Rome, and what the Senate thought right, that would be their fate. He added that he was quite sure that although they had behaved so badly to Rome, they would be better off under the Romans, incensed as they were against them, than under their friends, the Carthaginians. Leaving the detachment which had captured the citadel, with Flaminius in command to protect the city, he returned with the troops he had brought to Messana. After their secession from Rome, the Locrians had met with such tyrannical and brutal treatment from the Carthaginians that they could have submitted to ordinary ill usage not only with patience, but almost with cheerfulness. But as a matter of fact, Flaminius so far surpassed Hamilcar, his soldiers so far surpassed the Carthaginians in criminality and greed, that they seemed to be rivaling one another in vice, not in courage. Nothing that can make the power of the strong hateful to the weak and defenseless was left undone by the general and his men in their conduct towards the townsmen. Unspeakable outrages were inflicted on their persons, their wives, and their children. Their rapacity did not shrink even from sacrilege. Not content with plundering the other temples, it is recorded that they laid hands on the treasury of Proserpine, which had always been undisturbed except by Pyrrhus, and even he restored the plunder, and made a costly offering to expiate his sacrilegious deed. As on that occasion the king's ships, tempest-tossed and shattered, brought to land nothing that was uninjured, except the sacred money of the goddess, so now by a disaster of a different kind, the same money drove all who were contaminated by the violation of her temple to such a pitch of frenzy that general was turned against general, and soldier against soldier in all the madness of mortal strife. Chapter 9. Flaminius was in supreme command, and he had with him the troops he had brought from Rhegium. The rest were under the military tribunes. One of his men was running off with a silver cup which he had stolen from a house, and the owners were running after him. He happened to meet Sergius and Matienus, the military tribunes, who ordered the cup to be taken from him. A dispute arose, angry shouts were raised, and at last a regular fight began between the soldiers of Flaminius and those of the military tribunes. As first one and then another ran up and joined his own side, the number and noise of the combatants went on increasing. Flaminius's party were worsted, and ran to their commander with loud and angry shouts, showing him their wounds and blood-stained armor, and repeating the insulting language which had been used about him in the quarrel. He was furious, and rushing out of his house, summoned the tribunes before him, and ordered them to be stripped and the rods got ready. This took some time, for they struggled and appealed for help to their men, who, excited by their recent victory, ran up from all parts as though they had been summoned to arms to repel an attack. When they saw the persons of their tribunes actually outraged by the rods, they were kindled into ungovernable fury, and without the slightest respect for the majesty of office or even for humanity, they grossly maltreated the lictors, and then, having separated Flaminius from his men and hemmed him in, they slit his nose and ears and left him half dead. All this was reported to Scipio at Messana, and a few days later he came in a 6-banked galley to Locri, where he held a formal inquiry into the causes of the disturbance. Flaminius was acquitted and retained his post. The tribunes were declared to be guilty and thrown into chains, with a view to their being sent to Rome. Scipio then returned to Messana, and from there proceeded to Syracuse. Flaminius was beside himself with rage. He considered that Scipio had treated his wrongs far too lightly, and that the only man who could assess the penalty was the man who had suffered the outrage. The tribunes were dragged before him, and after undergoing every torture which the human body can endure, were put to death. Even then his cruelty was not satiated, and he ordered the bodies to be cast forth unburied. He exercised the same savage cruelty upon the leading citizens of Locri, who he learnt had gone to Scipio to complain of his misconduct. The shocking proofs he had already given of his lust and greed amongst the allies of Rome were now multiplied in his fury, and the shame and odium they created recoiled not only on him but on his commander-in-chief as well. Chapter 10. The Elections. The Mater Idea brought to Rome. The date of the elections was approaching, when a dispatch was received from the consul Publius Licinius. In it he stated that both he and his army were suffering from serious illness, and they could not have held their position if the enemy had not been visited with equal or even greater severity. As, therefore, he could not himself come, he would, if the Senate approved, nominate Quintus Caecilius Metellus as dictator to conduct the elections. He suggested that it would be advisable in the public interest for Quintus Caecilius's army to be disbanded, as there was no immediate use for them now that Hannibal had gone into winter quarters, and the epidemic had attacked their camp with such violence that, unless they were soon disbanded, not a single man, judging from appearances, would survive. The Senate left it to the consul to take such steps as he thought most consistent with his duty to the Commonwealth. About this time the citizens were much exercised by a religious question which had lately come up. Owing to the unusual number of showers of stones which had fallen during the year, an inspection had been made of the Sibylline books, and some oracular verses had been discovered which announced that whenever a foreign foe should carry war into Italy, he could be driven out and conquered if the Mater Idea were brought from Pessinus to Rome. The discovery of this prediction produced all the greater impression on the senators, because the deputation who had taken the gift to Delphi reported on their return that when they sacrificed to the Pythian Apollo, the indications presented by the victims were entirely favorable, and further that the response of the oracle was to the effect that a far grander victory was awaiting Rome than the one from whose spoils they had brought the gift to Delphi. They regarded the hopes thus raised as confirmed by the action of Scipio in demanding Africa as his province, as though he had a presentiment that this would bring the war to an end. In order, therefore, to secure all the sooner the victory which the fates, the omens, and the oracles alike foreshadowed, they began to think out the best way of transporting the goddess to Rome. Chapter 11. Up to that time, the Roman people had no allies amongst the communities in Asia. They had not forgotten, however, that when they were suffering from a serious epidemic, they had sent to fetch Aesculapius from Greece, though they had no treaty with that country. And now that King Attalus had formed a friendly league with them against their common enemy Philip, They hoped that he would do what he could in the interest of Rome. Accordingly, they decided to send a mission to him. Those selected for the purpose being Marcus Valerius Laevinus, who had been twice consul, and had also been in charge of the operations in Greece, Marcus Cecilius Metellus, an ex-praetor, Spurius Sulpicius Galba, formerly aedile, and two who had been quaestors, Gnaeus Tremellius Flaccus and Marcus Valerius Falto. It was arranged that they should sail with 5 kangareems, in order that they might present an appearance worthy of the people of Rome when they visited those states which were to be favorably impressed with the greatness of the Roman name. On their way to Asia, the commissioners landed at Delphi, and at once went to consult the oracle and ascertain what hopes it held out to them and their country of accomplishing their task. The response which they are said to have received was that they would attain their object through King Attalus, and when they had conveyed the goddess to Rome, they were to take care that the best and noblest men in Rome should accord her a fitting reception. They went on to the royal residence in Pergamum, and here the king gave them a friendly welcome, and conducted them to Pessinus in Phrygia. He then handed over to them the sacred stone, which the natives declared to be the mother of the gods, and bade them carry it to Rome. Marcus Valerius Falto was sent on in advance to announce that the goddess was on her way, and that the best and noblest men in Rome must be sought out to receive her with all due honor. The consul commanding in Bruttium nominated Quintus Cecilius Metellus as dictator, to conduct the elections, and his army was disbanded. Lucius Veturius Philo was master of the horse. The new consuls were Marcus Cornelius Cethegus and Publius Sempronius Tuditanus. The latter was elected in his absence, as he was commanding in Greece. Then followed the election of praetors, those elected being Tiberius Claudius Nero, Marcus Marcius Ralla, Lucius Scribonius Libo, and Marcus Pomponius Matho. When the elections were over, the dictator resigned his office. The Roman games were celebrated 3 times, the plebeian games 7 times. The curial aediles were the 2 Cornelii, Gnaeus and Lucius. Lucius was in charge of the province of Spain. He was elected in his absence, and, though absent, discharged the duties of his office. Tiberius Claudius Ocellus and Marcus Junius Pennus were the plebeian aediles. The temple of Virtus near the Porta Capena was dedicated by Marcus Marcellus this year. It had been vowed by his father at Clastidium in Gaul 17 years previously. Marcus Aemilius Regulus, Flamen of Mars, died this year. Chapter 12. Affairs in Greece. Little attention had been paid to affairs in Greece for the last 2 years. As a result, Philip, finding that the Aetolians had been abandoned by the Romans, to whom alone they looked for help, compelled them to sue for peace, and accept whatever terms he chose. Had he not devoted all his strength to secure this result as soon as possible, his operations against them would have been interrupted by the proconsul Publius Sempronius, who had succeeded Sulpicius and commanded a force of 10,000 infantry, 1,000 cavalry, and 35 ships of war, a considerable force to bring to the assistance of our allies. Hardly had the peace been concluded when news reached the king that the Romans were at Dyrrachium, and that the Partheni and neighboring tribes had risen and were besieging Dimallum. The Romans had diverted their force to this place, for as the Aetolians had concluded the treaty with the king without their consent, they showed their resentment by refusing the help which they were sent to give them. On receiving this intelligence, Philip, anxious to prevent the movement from spreading, hastened to Apollonia. Sempronius had withdrawn to this place, after sending Latorius with a portion of his force and 15 ships to Aetolia, to see how matters stood there, and, if possible, upset the peace. Philip ravaged the country round Apollonia, and brought his forces up to the city, in order to give the Romans an opportunity of fighting. As, however, he saw that they kept within their walls, and feeling doubtful as to his ability to attack the place, he withdrew into his kingdom. An additional motive for his retirement was his desire to establish peace with them, as he had with the Aetolians, or, if not peace at all events, a truce, and consequently he avoided irritating them by further hostilities. The Epirotes were by this time tired of the long-continued war, and after sounding the Romans, sent envoys to Philip with proposals for a general settlement, and assuring him that there was no doubt as to its being arranged if he would confer with Sempronius. The king was by no means averse from the proposal, and readily consented to visit Epirus. Phoenix, an important city in Epirus, was chosen as the place of meeting, and there the king, after a preliminary interview with Aeropus, Dardus, and Philip, the chief magistrates of the Epirotes, met Sempronius. There were present at the conference Amenander, king of the Athemanians, as well as the chief magistrates of the Epirotes and Acarnanians. The Epirote magistrate, Philip, opened the discussion by appealing to the king and the Roman general to put a stop to the war out of consideration for the Epirotes. The conditions of peace, as stated by Sempronius, were that the Partheni, together with the towns of Dimallum, Bargullum, and Eugenium, should belong to Rome, and Atitania should be annexed by Macedon, if Philip obtained the sanction of the Senate to the arrangement. When the terms were settled, the king included Prusias, king of Bithynia, and also the Achaeos, the Boeotians, the Thessalians, the Acarnanians, and the Epirotes as parties to the agreement. The Romans on their side extended its provisions to the Ilienses, King Attalus, Pleuratus, Nabis, tyrant of the Lacedaemonians, the Eleans, the Messenians, and the Athenians. The clauses were then reduced to writing and duly sealed. A 2 months' armistice was agreed upon to allow of envoys being sent to Rome, to obtain from the assembly the ratification of the treaty. All the tribes voted for it. They were glad to be relieved, for the time, from the pressure of other wars, now that their efforts were directed towards Africa. After the conclusion of peace, Publius Sempronius left for Rome to take up the duties of his consulship. Chapter 13. Distribution of the commands. Publius Sempronius and Marcus Cornelius entered upon their consulship in the 15th year of the Punic War. To the latter was decreed the province of Etruria, with the standing army there. Sempronius received Bruttium, and had to enroll fresh troops. Of the praetors, Marcus Marcius took over the city jurisdiction. Lucius Scribonius Libo was charged with the jurisdiction over aliens, and also the administration of Gaul. Sicily fell to Marcus Pomponius Matho, and Sardinia to Tiberius Claudius Nero. Publius Scipio had his command extended for 12 months with the army and fleet which he already had. Publius Licinius was to remain in Bruttium with 2 legions, as long as the consul thought it advisable for him to retain his command there. Marcus Livius and Spurius Lucretius were also to retain the legions with which they had been protecting Gaul against Mago. Gnaeus Octavius was to hand over his legion and the command in Sardinia to Nero, and take charge of a fleet of 40 ships for the protection of the coast within the limits fixed by the Senate. The remains of the army of Cannae, amounting to 2 legions, were assigned to Marcus Pomponius, the praetor commanding in Sicily. Titus Quinctius was to hold Tarentum, and Gaius Hostilius Tubulus Capua, with the existing garrisons, both with the rank of propraetor. With regard to the command in Spain, it was left to the people to decide upon the 2 proconsuls who were to be sent into that province, and they were unanimous in retaining Lucius Cornelius Lentulus and Lucius Manlius Acidnus in command there. The consuls proceeded with the enlistment, as ordered by the Senate, for the purpose of raising fresh legions for Bruttium, and bringing the other armies up to full strength. Chapter 14. The reception of the Mater Idea. Although Africa had not been officially placed among the provinces, the senators, I think, kept it secret to prevent the Carthaginians from getting information beforehand. The citizens fully expected that Africa would be the scene of hostilities this year, and that the end of the Punic War was not far off. In this state of excitement, men's minds were filled with superstition, and the ready credence given to announcement of portents increased their number. 2 suns were said to have been seen. There were intervals of daylight during the night. A meteor was seen to shoot from east to west. A gate at Terracina, and at Anagnia a gate and several portions of the wall were struck by lightning. In the temple of Juno, Sospita at Lanuvium, a crash followed by a dreadful roar was heard. To expiate these portents, special intercessions were offered for a whole day, and in consequence of a shower of stones, a 9 days' solemnity of prayer and sacrifice was observed. The reception of Mater Idea was also being anxiously discussed. Marcus Valerius, the member of the deputation who had come in advance, had reported that she would be in Italy almost immediately, and a fresh messenger had brought word that she was already at Terracina. The attention of the Senate was engrossed by a very difficult question. They had to decide who was the best and noblest man in the state. Everyone felt that to gain this distinction would be for him a real victory, far outweighing any official position or honorable distinction which either patricians or plebeians could confer. Of all the great and good men in the state, they adjudged the best and noblest to be Publius Scipio, the son of the Gnaeus Scipio who had fallen in Spain, a young man not yet old enough to be quaestor. What special merits of his induced the Senate to come to this conclusion, I should have been glad to record for posterity, had the writers who lived nearest to those days handed them down. As it is, I will not obtrude my conjectures upon a matter hidden in the mists of antiquity. Publius Scipio was ordered to go to Ostia, accompanied by all the matrons, to meet the goddess. He was to receive her as she left the vessel, and when brought to land, he was to place her in the hands of the matrons, who were to bear her to her destination. As soon as the ship appeared off the mouth of the Tiber, he put out to sea in accordance with his instructions, received the goddess from the hands of her priestesses, and brought her to land. Here she was received by the foremost matrons of the city, amongst whom the name of Claudia Quinta stands out preeminently. According to the traditional account, her reputation had previously been doubtful, but this sacred function surrounded her with a halo of chastity in the eyes of posterity. The matrons, each taking their turn in bearing the sacred image, carried the goddess into the Temple of Victory on the Palatine. All the citizens flocked out to meet them. Censers in which incense was burning were placed before the doors in the streets through which she was borne, and from all lips arose the prayer that she would of her own free will and favor be pleased to enter Rome. The day on which this event took place was 12th April, and was observed as a festival. The people came in crowds to make their offerings to the deity. A lectisternium was held, and games were constituted, which were known afterwards as the Megalesian. End of section 25. Section 26 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 29, Scipio in Africa, chapters 15 through 21. Chapter 15, Penalties inflicted on the recalcitrant colonies. While steps were being taken to complete the drafts for the legions in the provinces, some of the senators suggested that the time had come to deal with a state of things, which, however they might have put up with it at a time of critical emergency, was intolerable now that the goodness of the gods had removed their fears. Amid the close attention of the House, they stated that the 12 Latin colonies which refused to furnish soldiers when Quintus Fabius and Quintus Fulvius were our consuls, have now for almost 6 years been enjoying an exemption from military service, as though an honorable distinction had been conferred upon them. In the meanwhile, our good and faithful allies have, as a reward for their fidelity and devotion, been completely exhausted by the levies which they have raised year after year. These words not only recalled to the memory of the Senate a fact which they had almost forgotten, but they called forth a strong feeling of resentment. Accordingly, they insisted on taking this as the first business before the House, and made the following decree. The consuls shall summon to Rome the chief magistrates and the 10 leading counselors of each of the offending colonies, namely Nepete, Sutrium, Ardea, Callus, Alba, Carcioli, Sora, Suessa, Setia, Circeii, Narnia, and Interamna. They shall order each colony to supply a contingent of infantry twice as numerous as the largest they have raised since the Carthaginians appeared in Italy, and 120 cavalry in addition. In case any colony cannot make up the required number of mounted men, they shall be allowed to substitute 3 foot soldiers for each horseman deficient. Both the cavalry and infantry are to be selected from the wealthiest citizens, and sent wherever reinforcements are required outside the limits of Italy. If any of them refuse to comply with this demand, we order that the magistrates and representatives of that colony be detained, and no audience of the Senate shall be granted until they have done what is required of them. In addition to these requirements, a property tax of 1/10 per cent. Shall be imposed on those colonies, to be paid annually, and the assessment shall be made similarly to the one in force in Rome. The Roman censors are to supply the censors of the colonies with the necessary schedule of instructions, and the latter must bring their lists to Rome and verify their accuracy on oath before going out of office. In pursuance of this resolution of the Senate, the magistrates and chief counselors of those colonies were summoned to Rome. When the consuls ordered them to furnish the necessary supplies of men and money, they broke out into loud and angry remonstrances. It was impossible, they said, for so many soldiers to be raised. They would have the utmost difficulty in getting as many as they were bound to supply under the old conditions. They entreated that they might be allowed to appear and plead their cause before the Senate, and protested that they had done nothing to justify this ruinous treatment. Even if it meant death to them, no fault which they might have committed, no angry threats on the part of Rome, could make them raise more men than they possessed. The consuls were inflexible, and ordered the representatives to remain in Rome whilst the magistrates returned home to levy the men. They were told that unless the required number of men was brought to Rome, the Senate would grant them no audience. As there was no hope of approaching the Senate and begging for more favorable treatment, they proceeded with the enlistment throughout the 12 colonies, and it presented no difficulty, owing to the increase in the number of men of military age through the long exemption. Chapter XVI. Repayment of sums advanced to the state. Another matter which had been lost sight of for a similar length of time was brought up by Marcus Valerius Laevinus. It was only just and right, he said, that the sums which were contributed by private individuals in the year when he and Marcus Claudius were the consuls should at last be repaid. No one ought to be surprised that he was particularly anxious for the state to meet its obligations honorably, for, apart from the fact that it specially concerned the consul for that year, it was he himself who advocated these contributions at a time when the treasury was exhausted, and the plebeians were unable to pay their war tax. The senators were glad to be reminded of the incident, and the consuls were instructed to submit a resolution to the House. They made a decree that the loans should be repaid in 3 installments: the first immediately by the consuls then in office, the second and third by the consuls who should be in office in 2 and 4 years' time, respectively. The appeal of the Locrians. A subject was afterwards brought up which absorbed all other interests, namely, the terrible state of things at Locri. Up to that time nothing had been heard of it, but since the arrival of the delegates it had become generally known. Deep resentment was felt at the criminal conduct of Flaminius, but still more at the partiality or the indifference shown by Scipio. The delegates from Locri, presenting a picture of grief and misery, approached the consuls, who were on their tribunals in the Comitium, and holding out in Greek fashion olive branches as tokens of suppliance, prostrated themselves on the ground with tears and groans. In reply to the consul's inquiry as to who they were, they stated that they were Locrians, and that they had experienced at the hands of Flaminius and his Roman soldiers such treatment as the Roman people would not wish even the Carthaginians to undergo. They craved permission to appear before the Senate and unfold their tale of woe. Chapter XVII. An audience was granted them, and the senior delegate addressed the Senate in the following terms: "Whatever importance, senators, you attach to our complaints must, I am well aware, depend very largely upon your knowing accurately the circumstances under which Locri was betrayed to Hannibal, and after the expulsion of his garrison was again brought under your suzerainty. For if our Senate and people were in no way responsible for the defection, and it can be shown that our return to your obedience was brought about not only with our full consent, but even by our own efforts and courage, then you will feel all the more indignation at such shameful outrages having been inflicted by your officer and soldiers upon good and faithful allies. I think, however, that we ought to put off for another time any explanation of our double change of sides, for 2 reasons. One is that the matter ought to be discussed when Publius Scipio is present, as he recaptured Locri, and was an eyewitness to all our acts, both good and bad. And another reason is that, however bad we may be, we ought not to have suffered as we have done. We do not deny, senators, that when we had the Carthaginian garrison in our citadel, we had to submit to many acts of insolence and cruelty at the hands of Hamilcar and his Numidians and Africans. But what were they compared with what we are going through today? I pray, senators, that you will not take offense at what I am most reluctantly compelled to say. The whole world is waiting in feverish expectation to see whether you or the Carthaginians are to be the lords of the earth. If the choice between Roman and Punic supremacy depended upon the way in which the Carthaginians have treated us Locrians, as compared with what we are suffering today from your soldiers, there is not one of us who would not prefer their rule to yours. And yet, in spite of all this, see what our feeling towards you has been. When we were suffering comparatively slight injuries from the Carthaginians, we betook ourselves to your commander. Now that we are suffering from your troops injuries worse than any enemy would inflict, it is before you and no one else that we lay our complaint. If you, senators, do not show any regard for our misery, there is nothing left which we can pray for, even to the immortal gods themselves. Quintus Flaminius was sent with a body of troops to recover Locri from the Carthaginians, and was left with his troops in the city. In this, officer of yours, the extremity of misery gives me courage to speak freely. There is nothing human, except his face and appearance. There is no trace of the Roman, save in his garb and speech. He is a wild beast, a monster such as were fabled to haunt the waters which divide us from Sicily, to the destruction of navigators. If he were content with wreaking his own villainy and lust and rapacity upon your allies, we might fill up this one gulf, deep as it is, by patient endurance. But as it is, he has been so eager to spread licentiousness and wickedness indiscriminately, that he has made every centurion and every private soldier into a Flaminius. They all alike rob, plunder, beat, wound, kill, outrage matrons, maidens, and boys torn from their parents' arms. Each day witnesses a fresh storm, a fresh sack of our city. Everywhere, day and night, it is echoing with the shrieks of women who are being seized and carried off. Anyone who knows what is going on might wonder how we are able to endure it all, or why they have not become weary of their crimes. I cannot go into details, nor is it worth your while to hear what each of us has suffered. I will give you a general description. There is not a single house in Locri, I venture to assert, not a single individual who has escaped ill treatment. There is no form of villainy or lust or rapacity which has not been practiced upon everyone who was a suitable victim. It is difficult to decide which is the worst misfortune for a city, to be captured by an enemy in war, or to be crushed by force and violence by a sanguinary tyrant. All the horrors which attend the capture of a city we have suffered, and are suffering to the utmost. All the tortures which ruthless and cruel tyrants inflict on their downtrodden subjects, Flaminius has inflicted on us, our children, and our wives. Chapter 18. There is one matter about which our religious instincts compel us to make a special complaint, and we should be glad if you would hear what has happened, and if you so decide, take steps to clear your state from the taint of sacrilege. We have seen with what pious care you not only worship your own gods, but even recognize those of other nations. Now there is in our city a shrine sacred to Proserpine, and I believe some rumors of the sanctity of that temple reached your ears during your war with Pyrrhus. On his return voyage from Sicily, he touched at Locri, and added to the atrocities which he had committed against us for our loyalty to you, by plundering the treasury of Proserpine, which up to that day had never been disturbed. He placed the money on board his fleet, and continued his journey overland. What happened, senators? The very next day his fleet was shattered by a terrible storm, and the ships which were carrying the sacred gold were all cast ashore on our coast. Taught by this great disaster that there are gods after all, the arrogant monarch gave orders for all the money to be collected and carried back to Proserpine's treasury. In spite of this, nothing ever prospered with him afterwards. He was driven out of Italy, and in a foolhardy attempt to enter Argos by night, he met with an ignoble and dishonorable death. Your commander and the military tribunes had heard of this incident, and of countless others which were related to them, not so much to increase the feeling of dread, as to give proofs of the direct and manifest power of the goddess, a power which we and our ancestors had often experienced. Notwithstanding this, they dared to lay sacrilegious hands on that inviolate treasure, and to attaint themselves and their houses and your soldiers with the guilt of their unhallowed plunder. We implore you, therefore, senators, by all you hold sacred, not to employ these men in any military service till you have expiated their crime, lest their sacrilege should be atoned for, not by their blood alone, but also by disaster to the commonwealth. Even now the wrath of the goddess is not slow to visit your officers and soldiers. Frequently have they already engaged in pitched battles, Flaminius leading the one side, the military tribunes the other. They have fought quite as furiously with one another as they ever fought with the Carthaginians, and in their frenzy would have given Hannibal an opportunity of recapturing Locri, if we had not sent for Scipio. Do not suppose that whilst the guilt of sacrilege drove the soldiers mad, the goddess did not manifest her wrath by punishing the leaders. It is just here where she manifested it most clearly. The tribunes were beaten with rods by their superior officer. Afterwards he was caught unawares by them, and, in addition to being hacked all over, his nose and ears were sliced off, and he was left for dead. At length, recovering from his wounds, he placed the tribunes in irons, and then, after flogging them and subjecting them to all the tortures that are inflicted on slaves, he put them to death, and after they were dead, forbade them to be buried. In this way is the goddess inflicting retribution upon the despoilers of her temple, nor will she cease to vex them with every kind of madness until the sacred hoard has once more been deposited in the shrine. Once, when our ancestors were hard pressed in the war with Croto, they decided, as the temple was outside the city walls, to carry the treasure into the city. A voice was heard at night proceeding from the shrine, and uttering a warning, "Lay no hand upon it. The goddess will protect her temple." Deterred by religious fears from moving the treasure, they wanted to build a wall round the temple. After it had been carried up some distance, it suddenly collapsed. Often in the past has the goddess protected her temple and the seat of her presence, or else, as at the present time, she has exacted a heavy atonement from those who have violated it. But our wrongs she cannot avenge, nor can anyone but you, senators. It is your honor that we invoke, and your protection beneath which we seek shelter. To allow Locri to remain under that commander and those troops is, as far as we are concerned, the same as handing us over for punishment to all the rage of Hannibal and his Carthaginians. We do not ask you to accept what we say at once, in the absence of the accused, or without hearing his defense. Let him appear, let him hear the charges against him, and let him rebut them. If there be any single crime that one man can be guilty of towards another, which that man has failed to commit against us, then we are willing to go through all our sufferings, if it is in our power to do so, once more, and ready to pronounce him void of all offense towards gods and men. Chapter 19. At the close of the delegate's speech, Quintus Fabius inquired whether they had laid their complaints before Scipio. They stated in reply that they had sent a deputation to him, but he was fully occupied with his preparations for war, and had either sailed or was going to sail in a very few days for Africa. They had had proof of the high favor in which Flaminius stood with his commander-in-chief, for after investigating the circumstances which led to the dispute between him and the military tribunes, Scipio had thrown the tribunes into chains, and allowed his subordinate to retain his command, though he was equally or even more guilty. They were then ordered to withdraw, and in the discussion which followed, both Flaminius and Scipio were very severely handled by the leaders of the house, especially by Quintus Fabius. He declared that Scipio was born to destroy all military discipline. It was the same in Spain. More men had been lost there in mutiny than in battle. His conduct was that of some foreign tyrant, first indulging the license of the soldiers and then punishing them. Fabius closed his attack with the following drastic resolution: I move that Flaminius be brought to Rome to plead his cause in chains, and if the charges which the Locrians have brought against him are substantiated, that he be put to death in prison, and his property confiscated. With regard to Publius Scipio, as he has left his province without orders, I move that he be recalled, and that it be referred to the tribunes of the plebes to bring in a bill before the assembly to relieve him of his command. As to the Locrians, I move that they be brought back into the house, and that we assure them in reply to their complaint that the Senate and the people alike disapprove of what has been done, and that we recognize them as good and trusty allies and friends. And further, that their wives and children, and all that has been taken away from them, be restored, and that all the money abstracted from Proserpine's treasury be collected, and double the amount put back. The question of expiation must be referred to the Pontifical College, who must decide what expiatory rites are to be observed, what deities are to be propitiated, and what victims are to be sacrificed in cases where sacred treasures have been violated. The soldiers at Locri must be transferred to Sicily, and 4 Latin cohorts sent to garrison the place. Owing to the heated debate between Scipio's supporters and opponents, the votes could not be collected that day. Not only had he to bear the odium of Flaminius's criminal brutality towards the Locrians, but the Roman commander was even taunted with his style of dress as being un-Roman and even unsoldierly. It was asserted that he walked about the gymnasium in a Greek mantle and Greek slippers, and spent his time amongst rhetoricians and athletes, and that the whole of his staff were enjoying the attractions of Syracuse, and living a life of similar self-indulgence and effeminacy. They had completely lost sight of Hannibal and the Carthaginians. The entire army was demoralized and out of hand. Like the one formerly at Sucro, or the one now at Locri, they were more dreaded by their allies than by the enemy. Chapter 20. The decision of the Senate. Though there was sufficient truth in these charges to give them an air of probability, Quintus Metellus carried the majority with him. Whilst agreeing with the rest of Fabius's speech, He dissented from what he said about Scipio. Scipio, he said, had only the other day been chosen by his fellow citizens, young as he was, to command the expedition, which was to recover Spain, and after he had recovered it, was elected consul to bring the Punic War to a close. All hopes were now centered in him as the man who was destined to subjugate Africa and rid Italy of Hannibal. How, he asked, could they with any propriety order him to be peremptorily recalled, like another Quintus Plamenius, without being heard in his defense? Especially when the Locrians admitted that the cruelties of which they complained took place at a time when Scipio was not even on the spot, and when nothing could be definitely brought against him, beyond undue leniency or shrinking from cruelty in sparing his subordinate officers. He moved a resolution that Marcus Pomponius, the praetor to whom Sicily had been allotted, should depart for his province in 3 days' time, that the consuls should select at their discretion 10 members of the Senate who would accompany the praetor, as well as 2 tribunes of the plebs and 1 of the aediles. With these as his assessors, he should conduct an investigation, and if the acts of which the Locrians complained should prove to have been done under the orders or with the consent of Scipio, they should order him to quit his province. If he had already landed in Africa, the tribunes and the aedile, with 2 of the 10 senators, whom the praetor considered fittest for the task, should proceed thither, the tribunes and the aedile to bring Scipio back, and the 2 senators to take command of the army until a fresh general arrived. If, on the other hand, Marcus Pomponius and his 10 assessors ascertained that what had been done was neither by the orders nor with the concurrence of Scipio, he was to retain his command and carry on the war as he proposed. This resolution proposed by Metellus was adopted by the Senate, and the tribunes of the plebs were asked to arrange which of them should accompany the praetor. The pontifical college was consulted as to the necessary expiations for the desecration and robbery of Proserpine's temple. The plebeian tribunes who accompanied the praetor were Marcus Claudius Marcellus and Marcus Cincius Alimentus. A plebeian aedile was assigned to them, so that in case Scipio refused to obey the praetor or had already landed in Africa, the tribunes might, by virtue of their sacrosanct authority, order the aedile to arrest him and bring him back with them. They decided to go to Locri first, and then on to Messana. Chapter 21. As to Plaminius, 2 stories are current. One is to the effect that when he heard of the decision arrived at in Rome, he started to go into exile at Naples, and on his way was met by Quintus Metellus, one of the 10 senators, who arrested him and brought him back to Rhegium. According to the other account, Scipio himself sent an officer with 30 men of highest rank amongst his cavalry, and threw Plaminius and the prime movers of the outbreak into chains. They were all handed over by Scipio's orders, or those of the officer, to the people of Rhegium for safekeeping. The praetor and the rest of the commission, on their arrival at Locri, made the religious question their first care, in accordance with their instructions. All the sacred money in the possession of Plaminius and his soldiers was collected together, and together with what they had brought with them was placed in the temple, and then expiatory sacrifices were offered. After this, the praetor summoned the troops to assembly, and issued an order of the day, threatening severe punishment to any soldier who stayed behind in the city or carried away anything that did not belong to him. He then ordered the standards to be borne outside the city, and fixed his camp in the open country. The Locrians were given full liberty to take whatever they recognized as their own property, and make a claim for whatever could not be found. Above all, he insisted upon the immediate restoration of all free persons to their homes. Anyone who neglected to restore them would be very severely punished. The praetor's next business was to convene an assembly of the Locrians, and here he announced that the Senate and people of Rome gave them back their constitution and their laws. Whoever wished to prosecute Flaminius or anyone else was to follow the praetor to Rhegium. If their government wished to charge Scipio with either ordering or approving of the crimes against gods and men which had been perpetrated in Locri, they were to send representatives to Messana, where, with the aid of his assessors, he should hold an inquiry. The Locrians expressed their gratitude to the praetor and the other members of the commission, and to the Senate and people of Rome. They announced their intention of prosecuting Flaminius, but as to Scipio, though he had not been much troubled about the injuries inflicted on their city, they would rather have him their friend than their enemy. They were quite convinced that it was neither by the orders nor with the approval of Publius Scipio that such infamous crimes were committed. His fault was that he either reposed too much confidence in Flaminius or felt too much distrust in the Locrians. Some men are so constituted that whilst they would not have crimes committed, they lack the resolution to inflict punishment when they have been committed. The praetor and his council were greatly relieved at not having to call Scipio to account. Flaminius and 32 others they found guilty, and sent them in chains to Rome. The commission then went to Scipio to find out by personal observation whether there was any truth in the common rumors about Scipio's style of dress and love of pleasure, in order to be able to report to Rome. End of section 26. Section 27 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 29, Scipio in Africa, chapters 22 through 30. Chapter 22. Whilst they were on their way to Syracuse, Scipio prepared to justify himself, not by words but by acts. He gave orders for the whole of the army to muster at Syracuse, and the fleet to be prepared for action, as though he had to engage the Carthaginians that day, both by land and sea. When the commission had landed, he received them courteously, and the following day he invited them to watch the maneuvers of his land and sea forces, the troops performing their evolutions as in battle, whilst the ships in the harbor engaged in a sham sea fight. Then the praetor and the commissioners were taken for a tour of inspection round the arsenals and magazines and the other preparations for war, and the impression made by the whole and by each separate detail was such as to convince them that if that general and that army could not conquer Carthage, no one ever could. They bade him sail for Africa with the blessing of heaven, and fulfill as speedily as possible the hopes and expectations in which the centuries had unanimously chosen him as their consul. They left in such joyous spirits that they seemed to be taking back the announcement of a victory, and not simply reporting the magnificent preparations for war. Flaminius and his fellow criminals were thrown into prison as soon as they reached Rome. When they were first brought before the people by the tribunes, the minds of all were too full of the sufferings of the Locrians to leave any room for pity. But after they had been brought forward several times, the feeling against them became gradually less embittered. The mutilation which Flaminius had suffered, and the thought of the absent Scipio, who had befriended him, disposed the populace in his favor. However, before the trial was over, he died in prison. Claudius Licinius, in the 3rd book of his Roman history, says that Flaminius bribed some men to set fire to various parts of the city during the games which Scipio Africanus was celebrating, in fulfillment of a vow during his 2nd consulship, to give him an opportunity of breaking out of jail and making his escape. The plot was discovered, and he was, by order of the Senate, consigned to the Tullianum. No proceedings took place with regard to Scipio, except in the Senate, where all the commissioners and the tribunes spoke in such glowing terms of the general and his fleet and army that the Senate resolved that an expedition should start for Africa as soon as possible. They gave Scipio permission to select from the armies in Sicily what troops he would like to take with him, and what he would leave in occupation of the island. Chapter 23. Syphax and Scipio. During these occurrences in Rome, the Carthaginians had established lookout stations on all the headlands, and waited anxiously for the news which each successive courier brought. The whole winter was passed in a state of alarm. They formed an alliance with King Syphax, a step which they considered would materially aid in protecting Africa against invasion, for it was in reliance upon his cooperation that the Roman general would attempt a landing. Hasdrubal Gisco had, as we have already mentioned, formed ties of hospitality with the king, when, on his departure from Spain, he met Scipio at his court. There was some talk of a closer connection through the king's marriage with Hasdrubal's daughter, and with a view to realizing this project and fixing a day for the nuptials, for the girl was of a marriageable age, Hasdrubal paid Syphax a visit. When he saw that the prince was passionately desirous of the match, the Numidians are of all barbarians the most ardent lovers, he sent for the maiden from Carthage, and hastened on the wedding. The gratification felt at the match was heightened by the action of the king, in strengthening his domestic tie with Carthage by a political alliance. A treaty was drawn up and ratified on oath between Carthage and the king, in which the contracting parties bound themselves to have the same friends and the same enemies. Hasdrubal, however, had not forgotten the treaty which Scipio had formed with Syphax, nor the capricious and fickle character of the barbarians with whom he had to deal. And his great fear was that if once Scipio landed in Africa, this marriage would prove a very slight restraint upon the king. So whilst the king was in the first transports of passion, and obedient to the persuasive endearments of his bride, he seized the opportunity of inducing Syphax to send envoys to Scipio, advising Scipio not to sail to Africa on the faith of his former promises, as he was now connected with a Carthaginian family through his marriage with Hasdrubal's daughter. Scipio would remember meeting her father at his court. They were to inform Scipio that he had also made a formal alliance with Carthage, and it was his wish that the Romans should conduct their operations against Carthage at a distance from Africa, as they had hitherto done. Otherwise he might be involved in the dispute, and compelled to support one side and abandon his alliance with the other. If Scipio refused to keep clear of Africa, and led his army against Carthage, Syphax would feel himself under the necessity of fighting in defense of the land of his birth, and in defense of his wife's native city, and her father, and her home. Chapter 24. Scipio invades Africa. Furnished with these instructions, the king's envoys repaired to Syracuse to interview Scipio. He recognized that he was deprived of the valuable support which he had hoped for in his African campaign, but he decided to send the envoys back at once, before their mission became generally known. He gave them a letter for the king, in which he reminded him of the personal ties between them, and the alliance he had formed with Rome, and solemnly warned him against breaking those ties, or violating the solemn engagements he had undertaken, and so offending the gods, who had witnessed and would avenge them. The visit of the Numidians could not, however, be kept secret, for they strolled about the city and were seen at headquarters, and there was a danger of the real object of their visit becoming all the more widely known through the efforts made to conceal it, and of the army being discouraged at the prospect of having to fight the king and the Carthaginians at the same time. To prevent this, Scipio determined to keep them from the truth, by preoccupying their minds with falsehood. The troops were summoned to assembly, and Scipio told them that there must be no further delay. The friendly princes were urging him to start for Africa as soon as possible. Massinissa himself had already gone to Laelius to complain of the way in which time was being wasted. And now Syphax had sent envoys to express his surprise at the delay, and to demand that the army should be sent to Africa, or, if there was a change of plan, that he should be informed of it, in order that he might take measures to safeguard himself and his kingdom. As therefore all the preparations were completed, and circumstances did not admit of any further delay, it was his intention to order the fleet to Lilybaeum, to muster the whole of his infantry and cavalry there, and on the very first day which promised a favorable voyage set sail, with the blessing of heaven, for Africa. He then wrote to Marcus Pomponius, requesting him, if he thought it advisable, to come to Lilybaeum, that they might consult together as to what legions should be selected, and what ought to be the total strength of the invading force. Orders were also sent all round the coast for every transport vessel to be requisitioned and brought to Lilybaeum. When the whole of the military and naval forces in Sicily were assembled there, the town could not afford accommodation for all the men, nor could the harbor hold all the ships. And such enthusiasm prevailed in all ranks that it seemed as though instead of marching to war, they were to reap the fruits of a victory already won. This was particularly the case with the survivors of Cannae, who felt quite certain that under no other leader would they be able to do such service for the commonwealth as would put an end to their ignominious condition. Scipio was far from despising these men. He was quite aware that the defeat at Cannae was not brought about by any cowardice on their part, and he knew too that there were no soldiers in the Roman army who had had such a long experience in every kind of fighting, and in the conduct of sieges. They formed the 5th and 6th legions. After announcing to them that he would take them with him to Africa, he inspected them man by man, and those whom he did not consider suitable he left behind, replacing them from the men whom he had brought from Italy. In this way he brought up the strength of each legion to 6,200 men and 300 cavalry. He selected the Latin contingent also, both horse and foot, out of the army of Cannae. Chapter 25. As to the number of troops put on board, there is considerable divergence among the authorities. I find that some state it to have amounted to 10,000 infantry and 2,200 cavalry. Others give 16,000 infantry and 1,600 cavalry. Others again double this estimate, and put the total of infantry and cavalry at 35,000 men. Some writers give no definite number, and in a matter so uncertain, I prefer to include myself amongst them. Coelius declines, it is true, to give any definite number, but he exaggerates to such an extent as to give the impression of a countless multitude. The very birds, he says, fell to the ground, stunned by the shouting of the soldiers, and such a mighty host embarked that it seemed as though there was not a single man left in either Italy or Sicily. To avoid confusion, Scipio personally superintended the embarkation. Gaius Laelius, who was in command of the fleet, had previously sent all the seamen to their posts, and kept them there while the soldiers went on board. The praetor Marcus Pomponius was responsible for the shipping of the stores. 45 days' provisions, including 15 days' supply of cooked food, were put on board. When all were now on board, boats were sent round to take off the pilots and captains, and 2 men from each ship, who were to assemble in the forum and receive their orders. When all were present, his first inquiry was as to the supply of water for the men and horses, whether they had put on board sufficient to last as long as the corn. They assured him that there was water in the ships sufficient to last for 45 days. He then impressed upon the soldiers the necessity of keeping quiet and maintaining discipline, and not interfering with the sailors in the discharge of their duties. He further informed them that he and Lucius Scipio would command the right division of 20 ships of war, whilst Gaius Laelius, prefect of the fleet, in conjunction with Marcus Porcius Cato, who was quaestor at the time, would be in charge of the left line, containing the same number, and would protect the transports. The warships would show single lights at night. The transports would have 2, while the commander's ship would be distinguished by 3 lights. He gave the pilots instructions to make for Emporia. This was an extremely fertile district, and supplies of all kinds were to be found there in abundance. The natives, as usually happens in a fruitful country, were unwarlike, and would probably be overpowered before assistance could reach them from Carthage. After issuing these orders, he dismissed them to their ships, and on the morrow, at the given signal, they were, with the blessing of heaven, to set sail. Chapter 26. Many Roman fleets had put out from Sicily, and from that very port, but not even during the first Punic War. In the present war the majority were simply raiding expeditions, had any afforded a more striking picture at its departure. And yet, if you only take into account the number of vessels, it must be remembered that 2 consuls with their respective armies had left that port on a previous occasion, and the warships in their fleets were almost as numerous as the transports with which Scipio was now making his passage. For in addition to the 40 ships of war, he was carrying his army in 400 transports. Several causes conspired to invest the occasion with unique interest. The Romans regarded the present war as a more serious one than the former, because it was going on in Italy, and had involved the destruction of so many armies with their generals. Scipio again had become the most popular general of his time for his gallant deeds of arms, and his unvarying good fortune had immensely raised his reputation as a soldier. His design of invading Africa had never before been attempted by any commander, and it was generally believed that he would succeed in drawing Hannibal away from Italy and finish the war on African soil. A vast crowd of spectators had gathered in the harbor. Besides the population of Lilybaeum, all the deputations from the different cities in the island who had come to pay their respects to Scipio, as well as those who had accompanied Marcus Pomponius, the governor of the province, were present. The legions which were to remain in Sicily also marched down to bid their comrades Godspeed, and the throng which crowded the harbor was as grand a spectacle to those afloat as the fleet itself was to those ashore. Chapter 27. When the moment for departure came, Scipio ordered the herald to proclaim silence throughout the fleet, and put up the following prayer: Ye gods and goddesses of sea and land, I pray and beseech you to vouchsafe a favorable issue to all that has been done, or is being done now, or will be done hereafter under my command. May all turn out happily for the burghers and plebes of Rome, for our allies of the Latin name, for all who have the cause of Rome at heart, and for all who are marching beneath my standard, under my auspices and command, by land or sea or stream. Grant us your gracious help in all our doings, crown our efforts with success. Bring these my soldiers and myself safe home again, victorious over our conquered foes, adorned with their spoils, loaded with booty, and exulting in triumph. Enable us to avenge ourselves on our enemies, and grant to the people of Rome and to me the power to inflict exemplary chastisement on the city of Carthage, and to retaliate upon her all the injury that her people have sought to do to us. As he finished, he threw the raw entrails of the victim into the sea with the accustomed ritual. Then he ordered the trumpeter to sound the signal for departure, and as the wind, which was favorable to them, freshened, they were quickly carried out of sight. In the afternoon they were enveloped in so thick a fog that they had difficulty in keeping their ships from fouling one another, and as they got out to sea, the wind dropped. During the night a similar fog prevailed, which dispersed after sunrise, and at the same the wind freshened. At last they descried land, and a few minutes later the pilot informed Scipio that they were not more than 5 miles from the coast of Africa, and that the headland of Mercurius was plainly visible. If he would give orders for him to steer for it, the man assured him, the whole of the fleet would soon be in port. When he caught sight of land, Scipio offered a prayer that this first view of Africa might bring good to himself and to the Republic. He then gave orders for the fleet to make for an anchorage further south. They went before the wind, which was still in the same quarter, but a fog which came up about the same time as on the day before blotted out the view of the land and made the wind fall. As night came on, everything became obscure, and to avoid all risk of the ships coming into collision or being driven ashore, it was decided to cast anchor. When it grew light, the wind again freshened from the same quarter, and the dispersal of the fog revealed the entire coastline of Africa. Scipio inquired the name of the nearest headland, and on learning that it was called Pulchrum, Cape Beautiful, he remarked, "I accept the omen, steer for it." the fleet brought up there, and the whole of the force was landed. This description of the voyage as favorable and unaccompanied by any confusion or alarms rests upon the statements of numerous Greek and Latin authorities. According to Coelius, though the fleet was not actually submerged by the waves, it was exposed to every possible danger from sea and sky, and was at last driven from the African coast to the island of Agamurus, and from here, with great difficulty, succeeded in getting on the right course. He adds that as the ships were leaking badly and all but sinking, the soldiers took to the boats without orders, just as though they were shipwrecked, and escaped to land without arms, and in the utmost disorder. Chapter 28. The situation in Carthage. When the disembarkation was completed, the Romans measured out a site for their camp on some rising ground close by. The sight of a hostile fleet, followed by the bustle and excitement of the landing, created consternation and alarm, not only in the fields and farms on the coast, but in the cities as well. Not only were the roads filled everywhere by crowds of men and troops of women and children, but the peasantry were driving their livestock inland, so that you would say that Africa was being suddenly depopulated. The terror which these fugitives created in the cities was greater even than what they themselves felt, especially in Carthage, where the confusion was almost as great as if it had been actually captured. Since the days of the consuls Marcus Atilius Regulus and Lucius Manlius, almost 50 years ago, they had never seen a Roman army other than those employed on raiding expeditions, who picked up what they could in the fields, and always got back to their ships before the countrymen could assemble together to meet them. This made the excitement and alarm in the city all the greater. And no wonder, for there was neither an effective army nor a general whom they could oppose to Scipio. Hasdrubal, the son of Gisco, was by far the most prominent man in the state, distinguished alike by his birth, his military reputation, and his wealth, and now by his connection with royalty. But the Carthaginians had not forgotten that he had been defeated and routed in several battles by this very Scipio, and that as a general he was no more a match for him than the irregular levies which made up his force were a match for the army of Rome. There was a general call to arms, as though they were anticipating an immediate assault. The gates were hastily closed, troops stationed on the walls, outposts and sentinels posted, and the night was passed under arms. The next day a body of cavalry, 1,000 strong, who had been sent down to the sea to reconnoiter and harass the Romans during the disembarkation, came upon the Roman outposts. Scipio, meanwhile, after sending the fleet to Utica, had advanced a short distance from the shore, and seized the nearest heights, where he stationed some of his cavalry as outposts. The rest he sent to plunder the fields. Chapter 29. In the skirmish which ensued, the Romans killed some of the enemy in the actual fighting, but the greater number were slain in the pursuit, amongst them the young Hanno, who was in command. Scipio ravaged the surrounding fields, and captured a fairly opulent city in the immediate neighborhood. In addition to the plunder, which was at once put on board the transports and sent to Sicily, he made prisoners of some 8,000 men, freemen, and slaves. What cheered the whole army most of all at the outset of their campaign was the arrival of Massinissa, who, according to some writers, was accompanied by a mounted force of 200 men. Most authorities, however, assert that it numbered 2,000. Massinissa, as this monarch was by far the greatest of his contemporaries, and rendered most important service to Rome, it may be worth while to digress from the order of our narrative, and give a brief account of the various fortunes he experienced in the loss and subsequent recovery of the throne of his ancestors. Whilst he was fighting for the Carthaginians in Spain, his father Galla died. In accordance with the Numidian custom, the crown passed to the late king's brother Ozalces, a man advanced in years. He died not long afterwards, and the elder of his two sons, Capusa, the other was quite a boy, succeeded to the throne. But as he wore the crown by right of descent, rather than through any influence or authority he possessed with his subjects, a certain Masatullus prepared to dispute his claim. This man was also of royal blood, and belonged to a family which had always been foes to the reigning house, and had kept up a constant struggle with varying fortunes against the occupants of the throne. He succeeded in rousing his countrymen, over whom, owing to the king's unpopularity, he had considerable influence, and taking the field against him, compelled him to fight for his crown. Capusa fell in the action, together with many of his principal supporters. The whole of the Masulian tribe submitted to Masatullus. He would not, however, accept the title of king. This he bestowed on the boy Lacomazes, the sole survivor of the royal house, and contented himself with the modest title of protector. With a view to an alliance with Carthage, he married a Carthaginian lady of noble birth, a niece of Hannibal's and widow of Ozalces. He also sent envoys to Syphax, and renewed the old ties of hospitality with him, thus securing on all sides support for the coming struggle with Massinissa. Chapter 30. On hearing of his uncle's death, followed by that of his cousin, Massinissa left Spain for Mauritania. Baga was king at the time, and Massinissa, by his earnest and humble entreaties, obtained from him a force of 4,000 Moors to serve as an escort, as he could not induce him to supply enough for warlike operations. With this escort he reached the frontiers of Numidia, having sent messengers in advance to his father's friends and his own. Here about 500 Numidians joined him, and, as had been arranged, his escort of Moors returned to their king. His adherents were fewer than he expected, too few in fact, with which to venture on so great an enterprise. Thinking, however, that by active personal effort he might collect a force which would enable him to achieve something, he advanced to Thapsus, where he met Lacomazes, who was on his way to Syphax. The king's escort retreated hurriedly into the town, and Massinissa captured the place at the first assault. Some of the royal troops surrendered. Others who offered resistance were killed, but the great majority escaped with their boy king in the confusion, and continued their journey to Syphax. The news of this initial success, slight though it was, brought the Numidians over to Massinissa, and from the fields and hamlets on all sides the old soldiers of Galla flocked to his standard, and urged the young leader to win back his ancestral throne. Masatullus had considerably the advantage in point of numbers. He had the army with which he had defeated Capusa, as well as some of the troops who had gone over to him after the king's death, and Lacomazes had brought very large reinforcements from Syphax. His total force amounted to 15,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry. But though so inferior in both arms, Massinissa engaged him. The courage of the veterans and the skill of their commander trained as he had been in the wars in Spain, carried the day. The king and the protector, with a mere handful of Massaculians, escaped into Carthaginian territory. Thus Massinissa won back the throne of his ancestors. As he saw, however, that a much more serious contest awaited him with Syphax, he thought it best to effect a reconciliation with his cousin, and sent to the boy to assure him that if he would place himself in Massinissa's hands, he would experience the same honorable treatment that Ozalces received from Gela. He also pledged his word to Mazzatulus that he should not suffer for what he had done, and more than that all his property should be restored to him. Both Lacumazes and Mazzatulus preferred a moderate share of fortune at home to a life of exile, and in spite of all the efforts of the Carthaginians, went over to Massinissa. End of section 27. Section 28 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 28, Scipio in Africa, chapters 31 through 38. Chapter 31. Hasdrubal happened to be on a visit to Syphax at the time. The Numidian did not consider it a matter of much importance to him whether the Massulian throne was occupied by Lacumazes or Massinissa, but Hasdrubal warned him that he was making a very great mistake if he supposed that Massinissa would be content with the same frontiers as his father Gela. That man, he said, possessed much more ability and much more force of character than any one of that nation had hitherto shown. In Spain he had often exhibited to friends and foes alike proofs of a courage rare amongst men. Unless Syphax and the Carthaginians stifled that rising flame, they would soon be involved in a conflagration which nothing could check. As yet his power was weak and insecure. He was nursing a realm whose wounds had not yet closed. By continually urging these considerations, Hasdrubal persuaded him to move his army up to the frontiers of Massulia, and fix his camp on territory which he claimed as beyond question forming part of his dominions, a claim which Gela had contested not only by argument, but by force of arms. He advised him, in case anyone offered opposition, and he only wished they would, to be prepared to fight. If they for fear of him retired, he must advance into the heart of the kingdom. The Massulii would either submit to him without a struggle, or they would find themselves hopelessly outmatched in arms. Encouraged by these representations, Syphax commenced war with Massinissa, and in the very first battle defeated and routed the Massulians. Massinissa, with a few horsemen, escaped from the field and fled to a mountain range called by the natives Belum. Several households with their tent wagons and cattle, their sole wealth, followed the king. The bulk of the population submitted to Syphax. The mountain district which the fugitives had taken possession of was grassy and well watered, and as it afforded excellent pasturage for cattle, it provided ample sustenance for men who lived on flesh and milk. From these heights they harried the whole country round, at first in stealthy nocturnal incursions, and afterwards in open brigandage. They ravaged the Carthaginian territory mainly because it offered more plunder and depredation, was a safer work there than amongst the Numidians. At last they reached such a pitch of audacity that they carried their plunder down to the sea and sold it to traders, who brought their ships up for the purpose. More Carthaginians fell or were made prisoners in these forays than often happens in regular warfare. The authorities at Carthage complained loudly of all this to Syphax, and pressed him to follow up these remnants of the war. Angry as he was, however, he hardly thought it part of his duties as a king to hunt down a robber at large on the mountains. Chapter 32. Bancar, one of the king's officers, a keen and energetic soldier, was selected for the task. He was supplied with 4,000 infantry and 200 horsemen, and he had a good prospect of gaining rewards if he brought back Massinissa's head, or, what would afford measureless gratification, captured him alive. Making a surprise attack on the plunderers when they were suspecting no danger, he cut off an enormous number of men and cattle from their armed escort, and drove Massinissa himself with a few followers up to the summit of the mountain. He now regarded serious hostilities as at an end, and after dispatching his capture of men and cattle to the king, sent back also the bulk of his troops, whom he considered unnecessary for what remained of the fighting, retaining only 500 infantry and 200 mounted men. With these he hastened in pursuit of Massinissa, who had left the heights, and catching him in a narrow valley, he blocked both entrances and inflicted a very severe loss on the Maesulii. Massinissa, with not more than 50 troopers, got away through steep mountain tracks unknown to his pursuers. Bancar, however, kept on his track, and overtook him in the open country near Clupea, where he surrounded him so completely that the whole party were killed, with the exception of 4, who, with Massinissa, himself wounded, slipped out of his hands during the fray. Their flight was observed, and the cavalry were sent in pursuit. They spread over the plain, some making a short cut to head off the 5 fugitives, whose flight brought them to a large river. Dreading the enemy more than the river, they spurred their horses without a moment's hesitation into the water, and the rapid current carried them downstream. 2 were drowned before their pursuers' eyes, and it was believed that Massinissa had perished. He, however, with the 2 survivors, landed amongst the bush on the other side. This was the end of Bancar's pursuit, as he would not venture into the river, and did not believe that there was anyone now left for him to follow. He returned to the king with the baseless story of Massinissa's death, and messengers were sent to carry the good news to Carthage. The report soon spread throughout Africa, and affected men's minds in very different ways. Massinissa was resting in a secret cave, and treating his wound with herbs, and for some days kept himself alive on what his 2 troopers brought in from their forays. As soon as his wound was sufficiently healed to allow him to bear the movements of the horse, he started with extraordinary boldness on a fresh attempt to recover his kingdom. During his journey he did not collect more than 40 horsemen, but when he reached the Maesulii and made his identity known, his appearance created intense excitement. His former popularity, and the unhoped-for delight of seeing him safe and sound after they had believed him dead, had such an effect that in a few days 6,000 infantry and 4,000 cavalry had gathered round his standard. He was now in possession of his kingdom, and began to devastate the tribes who were friendly to Carthage, and the territory of the Maesulii, which formed a part of the dominions of Syphax. Having thus provoked Syphax into hostilities, Massinissa took up a position on some mountain heights between Sirto and Hippo, a situation which was every way advantageous. Chapter 33. Syphax looked upon this struggle as too serious a one to be entrusted to his lieutenants. He placed one division of his army under his son Vermina, with instructions to march round the back of the mountain and attack the enemy in the rear, while he himself occupied his attention in front. Vermina started in the night, as he was to fall on the enemy unawares. Syphax broke camp and marched out in broad daylight with the obvious intention of giving regular battle. When sufficient time had elapsed for Vermina to reach his objective, Syphax led his men over a part of the mountain which afforded a gentle slope, and made straight for the enemy, trusting to his superiority in numbers and the success of the attack in the rear. Massinissa prepared to meet the attack with confidence, owing to his vastly superior position. The battle was fiercely and for a long time evenly contested. Massinissa had the advantage of the ground and finer soldiers, Syphax that of great superiority in numbers. His masses of men, which had been formed into two divisions, one pressing the enemy in front, the other surrounding his rear, gave Syphax a decisive victory. Flight was impossible, as they were hemmed in on both sides, and almost the whole force of infantry and cavalry were killed or made prisoners. Some 200 horsemen had gathered as a bodyguard round Massinissa, and he divided them into 3 troops, with orders to cut their way through at different points, and after they had got clear away, to rejoin him at a spot he named. He himself charged through the enemy, and escaped in the direction he intended, but 2 of the troops found escape impossible. One surrendered, the other, after an obstinate resistance, was buried beneath the enemy's missiles. Massinissa found Vermina almost at his heels, but by continually doubling first to one side and then to the other, he eluded his pursuit, until at last he forced him to abandon the exhausting and hopeless chase. Accompanied by 60 troopers, he reached the Lesser Syrtis. Here, in the proud consciousness of his many heroic efforts to recover his father's throne, he passed his time between the Carthaginian Emporia and the tribe of the Garamantes, until the appearance of Scipio and the Roman fleet in Africa. This leads me to believe that when Massinissa came to Scipio, it was with a small rather than with a large body of troops. The former would be much more suitable to the fortunes of an exile, the latter to those of a reigning prince. Chapter 34. Scipio's movements. After the loss of their cavalry corps and its commander, the Carthaginians raised a fresh force, which they placed under Hamilcar's son Hanno. They had sent repeated messages to both Hasdrubal and Syphax, and at last sent a special embassy to each of them, appealing to Hasdrubal to succor his native city, which was all but invested, and imploring Syphax to come to the aid of Carthage, and indeed of the whole of Africa. Scipio at the time was encamped about a mile from Utica, having moved up from the coast, where for a few days he had occupied an entrenched position close to his fleet. The mounted troops which had been supplied to Hanno were by no means strong enough to harass the enemy, or even to protect the country from his depredations, and his first and most pressing task was to increase its strength. Though he did not reject recruits from other tribes, his levy consisted mainly of Numidians, by far the finest cavalry in Africa. When he had brought his corps up to about 4,000 men, he took possession of a town called Saleca, about 15 miles from the Roman camp. This was reported to Scipio, and he exclaimed, "What? cavalry in houses in the summer, let there be more of them as long as they have such a leader. Realizing that the less energy the enemy showed, the less hesitation ought he himself to show, he instructed Massinissa and his cavalry to ride up to the enemy's quarters and draw them into action. When their whole force was engaged and he was being outnumbered, he was to retire slowly, and when the moment arrived, Scipio would come to his support. The Roman general waited until Massinissa had had sufficient time to draw the enemy, and then followed with his cavalry, his approach being concealed by some low hills which fortunately flanked his route. Massinissa, in accordance with his instructions, rode right up to the gates, and when the enemy appeared, retired as though afraid to meet him. This simulated fear made the enemy all the more confident, until he was tempted into a rash pursuit. The Carthaginians had not yet all emerged from the city, and their general had more than enough to do in forcing some who were heavy with wine and sleep to seize their weapons and bridle their horses, and preventing others from rushing out of the gates in scattered disorder, with no attempt at formation, and even without their standards. The first who incautiously galloped out fell into Massinissa's hands, but they soon poured out in a compact body and in greater numbers, and the fighting became more equal. At last, when the whole of the Carthaginian cavalry were in the field, Massinissa could not longer bear the weight of their attack. His men did not, however, take to flight, but retired slowly before the enemy's charges, until their commander had brought them as far as the rising ground which concealed the Roman cavalry. Then these latter charged from behind the hill, horses and men alike fresh, and threw themselves in front and flank and rear upon Hanno and his Africans, who were tired out with the fight and the pursuit. Massinissa at the same time wheeled round and recommenced fighting. About 1,000 who were in the front ranks, unable to effect a retreat, were surrounded and killed, amongst them Hanno himself. The rest, appalled at their leader's death, fled precipitately, and were pursued by the victors for more than 30 miles. As many as 2,000 were either killed or made prisoners, and it is pretty certain that amongst them there were not less than 200 Carthaginians, including some of their wealthiest and noblest families. Chapter 35. On the very day on which this action was fought, it happened that the ships which had carried the plunder to Sicily returned with supplies, as though they had divined that they would have to carry back a second cargo of spoils of war. Not all the authorities state that 2 Carthaginian generals of the same name were killed in 2 separate actions. They were afraid, I think, of being misled into repeating the same incident twice over. Coelius, at all events, and Valerius tell us that Hanno was taken prisoner. Scipio distributed amongst the cavalry and their officers rewards proportioned to the service each had rendered. Massinissa was distinguished above the rest by some splendid presents. After placing a strong garrison in Sulaca, he continued his advance with the rest of his army, and not only stripped the fields along his line of march, but captured various towns and villages as well, spreading terror far and wide. After a week's marching, he returned to camp with a long train of men and cattle, and all sorts of booty, and the ships were sent off for the second time, heavily loaded with the spoils of war. He now abandoned his plundering expeditions and devoted all his strength to an attack on Utica, intending, if he took it, to make that the base of his future operations. His naval contingent was employed against the side of the city which faced the sea, while his land army operated from some rising ground which commanded the walls. Some artillery and siege engines he had brought with him, and some had been sent with the supplies from Sicily. New ones were also being constructed in an arsenal, where a large number of artisans trained in this work were assembled. Under the pressure of such a vigorous investment, all the hopes of the people of Utica rested on Carthage, and all the hopes of the Carthaginians rested on Hasdrubal, and on whatever assistance he could obtain from Syphax. In their anxiety for relief, everything seemed to be moving too slowly. Hasdrubal had been doing his utmost to obtain troops, and had actually assembled a force of 30,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry, but he did not venture to move nearer the enemy till Syphax joined him. He came with 50,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry, and with their united forces they at once advanced from Carthage, and took up a position not far from Utica and the Roman lines. Their approach led to one important result at least. After prosecuting the siege of Utica with all the resources at his command, Scipio abandoned any further attempts on the place, and as winter was coming on, he constructed an entrenched camp on a tongue of land which projected into the sea, and was connected by a narrow isthmus with the mainland. He enclosed the military and naval camps within the same lines. The legions were stationed in the middle of the headland. The ships which had been beached, and their crews, occupied the northern side. The low ground on the south side was allotted to the cavalry. Such were the incidents in the African campaign down to the end of the autumn. Chapter 36. In addition to the corn which had been accumulated from the plunder of all the country round, and the supplies which had been conveyed from Sicily and Italy, a large quantity was sent by the propraetor Gnaeus Octavius, which he had obtained from Tiberius Claudius, the governor of Sardinia. The existing granaries being all full, new ones were built. The army was in need of clothing, and Octavius received instructions to confer with the governor as to whether any could be made and dispatched from that island. The matter was promptly attended to, and in a short time 1,200 togas and 12,000 tunics were sent off. Events in Italy. During this summer, the consul Publius Sempronius, who was commanding in Bruttium, was marching near Croto, when he fell in with Hannibal. An irregular battle ensued, as both armies were in column of march, and did not deploy into line. The Romans were repulsed, and though it was more of a melee than a battle, no fewer than 1,200 of the consul's army were killed. They retreated in confusion to their camp, but the enemy did not venture to attack it. The consul, however, marched away in the silence of the night, after dispatching a message to the proconsul Publius Licinius to bring up his legions. With their united forces, the two commanders marched back to meet Hannibal. There was no hesitation on either side. The consul's confidence was restored by the doubling of his strength, and the enemy's courage was raised by his recent victory. Publius Sempronius stationed his own legions in front. Those of Publius Licinius were placed in reserve. At the commencement of the battle, the consul vowed a temple to Fortuna Primigenia, in case he routed the enemy, and his prayer was granted. The Carthaginians were routed and put to flight. Above 4,000 were killed, nearly 300 were made prisoners, and 40 horses and 11 standards were captured. Daunted by his failure, Hannibal withdrew to Croto. Etruria, at the other end of Italy, was almost wholly in sympathy with Mago, hoping to effect a revolution with his help. The consul Marcus Cornelius kept his hold on the province more by the terror created by his judicial proceedings than by force of arms. He conducted the investigations which the Senate had commissioned him to make without any respect of persons, and many Etrurian nobles who had personally interviewed Mago, or been in correspondence with him about the defection of their cantons, were brought up and condemned to death. Others, knowing themselves to be equally guilty, went into exile, and were sentenced in their absence. As their persons were beyond arrest, their property only could be confiscated as an earnest of their future punishment. Chapter 37. While the consuls were thus occupied in their widely separated spheres of action, the censors Marcus Livius and Gaius Claudius were busy in Rome. They revised the roll of senators, and Quintus Fabius Maximus was again chosen as leader of the house. 7 names were struck off the roll, but none of them had ever filled a curial chair. The censors insisted upon the exact fulfillment of the contracts which had been made for the repair of public buildings, and they made additional contracts for the construction of a road from the Forum Boarium to the Temple of Venus, with public seats on each side of it, and also for the building of a temple to Mater Magna on the Palatine. They also imposed a new tax in the shape of a duty on salt. In Rome and throughout Italy it had been sold at a sexton's, and the contractors were bound to sell it at the old price in Rome, but allowed to charge a higher price in the country towns and markets. It was commonly believed that one of the censors had devised this tax to spite the people, because he had once been unjustly condemned by them. And it was said that the rise in the price of salt pressed most heavily on those tribes who had been instrumental in procuring his condemnation. It was owing to this that Livius got the name of Salinator. The lustrum was closed later than usual, because the censors had sent commissioners into the provinces to ascertain the number of Roman citizens who were serving in the armies. Including these, the total number as shown in the census amounted to 214,000. The lustrum was closed by Gaius Claudius Nero. This year, for the first time, a return was furnished of the population of the 12 colonies, the censors of the colonies themselves furnishing the lists, so that the military strength and financial position of each might be permanently recorded in the archives of the state. Then followed the revision of the equites. It so happened that both the censors had government horses. When they came to the Poliari tribe, which contained the name of Marcus Livius, the usher hesitated about citing the censor himself. "Cite Marcus Livius," exclaimed Nero. And then, whether it was that the old enmity still survived, or that he was pluming himself upon an ill-timed strictness, he turned to Livius and ordered him to sell his horse, as he had been condemned by the verdict of the people. When they were going through the Arniensian tribe, and came to his colleague's name, Livius ordered Gaius Claudius Nero to sell his horse for 2 reasons. First, because he had borne false witness against him, and secondly, because he had not been sincere in his reconciliation with him. Thus, at the close of their censorship, a dispute arose equally discreditable to both, each besmirching the other's good name at the cost of his own. After Gaius Claudius Nero had made the usual affidavit that he had acted in accordance with the laws, He went up to the treasury, and amongst the names of those whom he left disfranchised, he placed that of his colleague. He was followed by Marcus Livius, who took still more dramatic action. With the exception of the Maesian tribe, who had neither condemned him, nor afterwards, in spite of his condemnation, made him either consul or censor, Livius reduced to the status of aerarii the whole of the remaining tribes of the Roman people, on the ground that they had condemned an innocent man, and afterwards had made him consul and censor. He argued that they must admit that either they were acting wrongfully as judges in the first instance, or afterwards as electors. Amongst the 34 tribes, Gaius Claudius Nero, he said, would be disfranchised, and if there were any precedent for disfranchising the same man twice, he would have inserted his name specially. This rivalry between the censors in affixing a stigma on each other was deplorable, but the sharp lesson administered to the people for their inconstancy was just what a censor ought to have given, and befitted the seriousness of the times. As the censors had fallen into disfavor, one of the tribunes of the plebes, Gnaeus Baebius, thought it a good opportunity for advancing himself at their expense, and appointed a day for their impeachment. The project was defeated by the unanimous vote of the Senate, who were determined that the censorship should not for the future be at the mercy of popular caprice. Chapter 38. During the summer, Clampetia in Brutium was taken by storm by the consul. Consentia, Pandosia, and some other unimportant places surrendered voluntarily. As the time for the elections was approaching, it was thought best to summon Cornelius from Etruria, as there were no active hostilities there, and he conducted the elections. The new consuls were Gnaeus Servilius Caepio and Caius Servilius Geminus. At the election of praetors which followed, those returned were Publius Cornelius Lentulus, Publius Quintilius Verus, Publius Aelius Paetus, and Publius Villius Tapulus. The last two were plebeian aediles at the time. When the elections were over, the consul returned to Etruria. Some deaths took place among the priests this year, and appointments were made to fill the vacancies. Tiberius Veturius Philo was appointed Flamen of Mars, in place of Marcus Aemilius Regulus, who died in the preceding year. Marcus Pomponius Matho, who had been both augur and keeper of the sacred books, was succeeded by Marcus Aurelius Cotta in the latter office, and as augur by Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus, a very young man, a very unusual thing at that time in appointments to the priesthood. Golden chariots were placed in the Capitol by the curule aediles, Gaius Livius and Marcus Servilius Geminus. The Roman games were celebrated for 2 days by the aediles Publius Aelius and Publius Villius. There was also a feast in honor of Jupiter on the occasion of the games. End of section 28. Section 29 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 30, Close of the Hannibalic War, Chapters 1 through 6. Chapter 1. Distribution of the Commands, Expiation of Portents. It was now the 16th year of the Punic War. The new consuls, Gnaeus Servilius and Gaius Servilius, laid before the Senate the questions of the general policy of the Republic, the conduct of the war, and the assignment of the provinces. It was resolved that the consuls should come to an arrangement, or, failing that, decide by ballot, which of them should oppose Hannibal in Brutium, whilst the other should have Etruria and the Ligurians as his province. The one to whom Bruttium fell was to take over the army from Publius Sempronius, and Sempronius, whose command was extended for a year as proconsul, was to relieve Publius Licinius. The latter was to return to Rome. Licinius was not only a fine soldier, but he was in every respect one of the most accomplished citizens of the time. He combined in himself all the advantages which nature or fortune could bestow. He was an exceptionally handsome man, and possessed remarkable physical strength. He was considered a most eloquent speaker, whether he was pleading a cause, or defending or attacking a measure in the Senate, or before the Assembly; and he was thoroughly conversant with pontifical law, and his recent consulship had established his reputation as a military leader. Arrangements similar to those in Bruttium were also made in Etruria and Liguria. Marcus Cornelius was to hand over his army to the new consul, and hold the province of Gaul with the legions which Lucius Scribonius had commanded the previous year. Then the consuls balloted for their provinces. Bruttium fell to Caepio, Etruria to Servilius Geminus. The balloting for the praetors' provinces followed. Aelius Paetus obtained the city jurisdiction. Publius Lentulus drew Sardinia. Publius Villius Sicily, and Quintilius Varus Ariminum, with the 2 legions which had formed Lucretius Spurius's command. Lucretius had his command extended for a year to allow of his rebuilding Genoa, which had been destroyed by Mago. Scipio's command was extended until the war in Africa was brought to a close. A decree was also made that, as he had entered upon his province of Africa, solemn intercessions should be offered up, that the expedition might be to the advantage of the Roman people, of the general himself, and of his army. Chapter 2. 3,000 men were raised for service in Sicily, as all the troops in that province had been taken to Africa, and it had been decided that Sicily should be protected by 40 ships until the fleet returned from Africa. Villius took with him 13 new ships. The rest were the old ones in Sicily, which were refitted. Marcus Pomponius, who had been praetor the year before, was appointed to take charge of this fleet, and placed on board the new levies he had brought from Italy. A fleet of equal strength was assigned to Gnaeus Octavius, who also had been praetor the previous year, and was now invested with similar powers for the protection of the Sardinian coast. The praetor Lentulus was ordered to furnish 2,000 men for service with the fleet. In view of the uncertainty as to where the Carthaginian fleet would land, though they would be sure to seek some unguarded spot, Marcus Marcius was furnished with 40 ships to watch the coast of Italy. The consuls were authorized by the Senate to raise 3,000 men for this fleet, and also 2 legions to defend the city against all contingencies. The province of Spain was left in the hands of the former commanders, Lucius Lentulus and Lucius Manlius Acidnus, who retained their old legions. Altogether there were 20 legions and 160 ships of war on active service this year. The praetors were ordered to go to their respective provinces. Before the consuls left the city, they received the commands of the Senate to celebrate the great games, which the vow of the dictator Titus Manlius Torquatus required to be celebrated every 5 years, if the condition of the republic remained unaltered. Numerous stories of portents filled men's minds with superstitious terrors. It was said that crows picked with their beaks some of the gold on the Capitol and actually ate it, and rats gnawed a golden crown at Antium. The whole of the country round Capua was covered by an immense flight of locusts, and no one knew whence they had come. At Rita a foal was born with 5 feet. At Anagnia fiery meteors were seen in different parts of the sky, and these were followed by a huge blazing torch. At Frusino a thin bow encircled the sun, which afterwards grew to such a size that it extended beyond the bow. At Arpinum there was a subsidence of the ground, and a vast chasm was formed. Whilst one of the consuls was sacrificing, the liver of the first victim was found to be without a head. These portents were expiated by sacrifices of full-grown animals. The College of Pontiffs intimated the deities to whom they were to be offered. Chapter 3. Progress of Scipio's African Campaign. When this business was completed, the consuls and praetors departed to their various provinces. They were all, however, interested in Africa, as much so indeed as if the ballot had assigned it to them, whether it was that they saw that the issue of the war and their country's fate would be decided there, or that they wished to do a service to Scipio, as the man to whom all eyes were turned. So it was that not only from Sardinia, as above stated, but from Sicily itself and from Spain, clothing, corn, even arms, as well as supplies of all kinds, were forwarded to him from these Sicilian harbors. Throughout the winter there had been no pause in the numerous operations which Scipio was conducting on all sides. He maintained the investment of Utica. His camp was in full view of Hasdrubal. The Carthaginians had launched their ships. Their fleet was fully equipped and ready to intercept his supplies. Nevertheless, he had not lost sight of his purpose to win Syphax, in case his passion for his bride should have cooled through unstinted enjoyment. Syphax was anxious for peace, and proposed as conditions that the Romans should evacuate Africa, and the Carthaginians Italy, but he gave Scipio to understand that if the war continued he should not desert his allies. I believe that the negotiations were conducted through intermediaries, and most of the authorities take this view, rather than that Syphax, as Antius Valerius asserts, came to the Roman camp to confer personally with Scipio. At first, the Roman commander would hardly allow these terms to be mentioned. Afterwards, however, in order that his men might have a plausible reason for visiting the enemy's camp, he did not reject them so decidedly, and held out hopes that after frequent discussions they might come to an agreement. The winter quarters of the Carthaginians, constructed as they were of materials collected haphazard from the country round, were almost wholly built of wood. The Numidians in particular lived in huts made of wattled reeds and roofed with grass matting. They were dispersed all over the camp in no order or arrangement, and some even lay outside the lines. When this was reported to Scipio, he was hopeful of burning the camp down, if an opportunity presented itself. Chapter 4. The envoys who were sent to Syphax were accompanied by some first-rank centurions, men of tried courage and sagacity, who were disguised as camp servants. Whilst the envoys were in conference, these men strolled about the camp, noting all the adits and exits, the general arrangement of the camp, the positions of the Carthaginians and Numidians respectively, and the distance between Hasdrubal's camp and that of Syphax. They also watched the methods adopted in posting the watches and guards, to see whether a surprise attack would be better made by night or by day. The conferences were pretty frequent, and different men were purposely sent each time in order that these details might become known to a larger number. As the discussions went on with increasing frequency, Syphax, and through him the Carthaginians, fully expected that peace would be attained with a few days. Suddenly the Roman envoys announced that they had been forbidden to return to headquarters unless a definite reply were given. Syphax must either say what he had made up his mind to do, or, if it was necessary for him to consult Hasdrubal and the Carthaginians, he should do so. The time had come for either a peace settlement or an energetic resumption of hostilities. Whilst Syphax was consulting Hasdrubal and the Carthaginians, the Roman spies had time to visit every part of the camp, and Scipio was able to make all his arrangements. The prospect of peace had, as usually happens, made Syphax and the Carthaginians less on the alert to guard against any hostile attempt which might be made in the meantime. At last a reply came, but as the Romans were supposed to be anxious for peace, the opportunity was taken of adding some unacceptable conditions. This was just what Scipio wanted to justify him in breaking off the armistice. He told the king's messenger that he would refer the matter to his council, and the next day he gave his reply to the effect that not a single member of the council beside himself was in favor of peace. The messenger was to take word that the only hope of peace for Syphax lay in his abandoning the cause of the Carthaginians. Thus Scipio put an end to the truce in order that he might be free to carry out his plans without any breach of faith. He launched his ships, it was now the commencement of spring, and placed his engines and artillery on board, as though he were going to attack Utica from the sea. He also sent 2,000 men to hold the hill commanding the city, which he had previously occupied, partly with a view of diverting the enemy's attention from his real design, and partly to prevent his camp from being attacked from the city, as it would be left with only a weak guard, while he was marching against Syphax and Hasdrubal. Chapter 5. Destruction of Hasdrubal's and Syphax's camps. After making these arrangements, he summoned a council of war, and ordered the spies to report what they had discovered, and at the same time requested Massinissa, who knew all about the enemy, to give the council any information he could. He then laid before them his own plan of operations for the coming night, and directed the tribunes to lead the troops out of camp as soon as the trumpets sounded on the break-up of the council. In obedience to his order, the march out began at sunset. About the first watch, the column of march was deployed into line of battle. After advancing in this order at an easy pace for 7 miles, they reached the hostile camp about midnight. Scipio assigned a portion of his force, including Massinissa and his Numidians, to Laelius, with instructions to attack Syphax and fire his camp. Then he took Laelius and Massinissa apart, and appealed to them each separately to make up by extra care and diligence for the confusion inseparable from a night attack. He told them that he should attack Hasdrubal and the Carthaginian camp, but would wait until he saw the king's camp on fire. He had not to wait long, for when the fire was cast on the nearest huts, it very soon caught the next ones, and then running along in all directions, spread over the whole camp. Such an extensive fire breaking out at night naturally produced alarm and confusion, but Syphax's men, thinking it was due to accident and not to the enemy, rushed out without arms to try and extinguish it. They found themselves at once confronted by an armed foe, mainly Numidians, whom Massinissa, thoroughly acquainted with the arrangement of the camp, had posted in places where they could block all the avenues. Some were caught by the flames, whilst half asleep in their beds. Numbers who had fled precipitately, scrambling over one another, were trampled to death in the camp gates. Chapter 6. In the Carthaginian camp, the first to see the glowing flames were the watch. Then others, wakened by the tumult, observed them, and all fell into the same mistake of supposing that it was an accidental outbreak. They took the cries proceeding from wounded combatants as due to the nocturnal alarm, and so were unable to realize what had actually happened. Not in the least suspecting the presence of an enemy, they rushed out, each through the gate nearest to him, without any weapons, carrying out what might help to extinguish the flames, and so came right on the Roman army. They were all cut down, for the enemy gave no quarter, that none might escape and give the alarm. In the confusion the gates were left unguarded, and Scipio at once seized them, and fire was flung upon the nearest huts. The flames broke out at first in different places, but, creeping from hut to hut, in a very few moments wrapped the whole camp in one vast conflagration. Men and animals alike, scorched with the heat, blocked the passages to the gates, and fell crushed by each other. Those whom the fire did not overtake perished by the sword, and the two camps were involved in one common destruction. Both the generals, however, saved themselves, and out of all those thousands, only 2,000 infantry and 500 cavalry made good their escape, the majority being wounded or suffering from the fire. 40,000 men perished either from the fire or the enemy. Over 5,000 were taken alive, including many Carthaginian nobles, of whom 11 were senators. 174 standards were captured, 2,700 horses, and 6 elephants, 8 others having been killed or burnt to death. An enormous quantity of arms was secured. These the general devoted to Vulcan, and they were all burnt. End of section 29. Section 30 of the History of Rome, Volume 4, by Livy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rita. Book 30, Close of the Hannibalic War. Chapters 7 through 13. Chapter 7. Fresh efforts on the part of Carthage. Battle in Magni Campi. Hasdrubal, who was accompanied in his flight by a small body of horse, made for the nearest city, where he was subsequently joined by all who survived. But fearing that it might be surrendered to Scipio, he left it in the night. Soon after his departure, the gates were opened to admit the Romans, and as the surrender was a voluntary one, the place suffered no hostile treatment. 2 cities were taken and sacked soon afterwards, and the loot found there, with what had been rescued from the burning camp, was all given to the soldiers. Syphax established himself in a fortified position about 8 miles distant. Hasdrubal hastened to Carthage, fearing lest the recent disaster should frighten the Senate into a more yielding mood. So great, in fact, was the alarm that people expected Scipio to leave Utica alone and instantly commence the siege of Carthage. The Suffetes, a magistrate corresponding to our consul, convened a meeting of the Senate. Here 3 proposals were made. One was to send envoys to Scipio to negotiate a peace, another to recall Hannibal to protect his country from the ruin which threatened it. The third, which showed a firmness worthy of Romans in adversity, urged the reinforcement of the army to its proper strength, and an appeal to Syphax not to abandon hostilities. The last proposal, which was supported by Hasdrubal and the whole of the Barcine party, was adopted. Recruiting began at once in the city and the country districts, and a deputation was sent to Syphax, who was already doing his utmost to repair his losses and renew hostilities. He was urged on by his wife, who did not now trust to the endearments and caresses with which she had formerly swayed her lover, but with prayers and piteous appeals, and eyes bathed in tears, she conjured him not to betray her father and her country, or allow Carthage to be devastated by the flames which had consumed his camp. The deputation gave him encouragement and hope, by informing him that they had met near a city called Oba, a body of 4,000 Celtiberian mercenaries who had been raised in Spain, a splendid force, and that Hasdrubal would appear ere long with a formidable army. He answered them in friendly terms, and then took them to see a large number of Numidian peasants, to whom he had just given arms and horses, and assured them that he would call out all the fighting men in his kingdom. He was well aware, he said, that he owed his defeat to fire, and not to the chances of battle. It was only the man who was vanquished by arms that was inferior in war. Such was the tenor of his reply to the deputation. A few days later, Hasdrubal and Syphax joined forces. Their united strength amounted to about 30,000 men. Chapter 8. Just as though the war were at end, so far as Syphax and the Carthaginians were concerned, Scipio pressed on the siege of Utica, and was already bringing his engines up to the walls when he received intelligence of the enemy's activity. Leaving a small force to keep up the appearance of an investment by land and sea, he marched with the main body of his army to meet his foes. His first position was on a hill some 4 miles distant from the king's camp. The next day he marched his cavalry down into what are called the Magni Campi, a stretch of level country extending from the foot of the hill, and spent the day in riding up to the enemy's outposts and harassing them with skirmishes. For the next 2 days both sides kept up this desultory fighting without any result worth mentioning. On the 4th day both sides came down to battle. The Roman commander drew up his principes behind the leading maniples of the Hastati and the Triarii as reserves. The Italian cavalry were stationed on the right wing, Massinissa and the Numidians on the left. Syphax and Hasdrubal placed the Numidian cavalry opposite the Italian, and the Carthaginian horse fronted Massinissa, whilst the Celtiberians formed the center to meet the charge of the legions. In this formation they closed. The Numidians and Carthaginians on the 2 wings were routed at the first charge. The former, consisting mostly of peasants, could not withstand the Roman horse, nor could the Carthaginians. Also raw levies hold their own against Massinissa, whose recent victory had made him more formidable than ever. Though exposed on both flanks, the Celtiberians stood their ground, for as they did not know the country, flight offered no chance of safety, nor could they hope for any quarter from Scipio, after carrying their mercenary arms into Africa to attack the man who had done so much for them and their countrymen. Completely enveloped by their foes, they died fighting to the last, and fell one after another on the ground where they stood. Whilst the attention of all was turned to them, Syphax and Hasdrubal gained time to make their escape. The victors, wearied with slaughter more than with fighting, were at last overtaken by the night. Chapter 9. Attack on the Roman fleet. On the morrow Scipio sent Laelius with the whole of the Roman and Numidian cavalry, and some light-armed infantry, in pursuit of Syphax and Hasdrubal. The cities in the neighborhood, all of which were subject to Carthage, he attacked successively with his main body. Some he won by appealing to their hopes and fears, some he took by storm. Carthage was in a state of terrible panic. They felt quite sure that when he had subjugated all their neighbors in the rapid progress of his arms, he would make a sudden attack on Carthage. The walls were repaired and protected by outworks, and each man carried off from the fields, on his own account, what would enable him to endure a long siege. Few ventured to mention the word peace in the Senate. Many were in favor of recalling Hannibal. The majority were of opinion that the fleet which was intended to intercept supplies should be sent to destroy the ships anchored off Utica, possibly the naval camp as well, which was insufficiently guarded. This proposal found most favor. At the same time they decided to send to Hannibal, for even, it was argued, supposing that the naval operations were completely successful, the siege of Utica would be only partly raised, and then there was the defense of Carthage. They had no general but Hannibal, no army but his that could undertake that task. The next day the ships were launched, and at the same time a party of delegates set sail for Italy. The critical state of affairs acted as strong stimulus. Everything was done with feverish energy. Anyone who showed hesitation or slackness was regarded as a traitor to the safety of all. As Scipio was making slow progress, his army being encumbered with the spoils of many cities, he sent the prisoners and the rest of the booty to his old camp at Utica. As Carthage was now his objective, he seized Tyneta, from which the garrison had fled, a place about 15 miles from Carthage, protected by its natural situation as well as by defensive works. It is visible from Carthage, and its walls afford a view of the sea which surrounds that city. Chapter 10. Whilst the Romans were busily engaged in entrenching, they saw the hostile fleet sailing from Carthage to Utica. They at once seized work, orders were given to march, and the army made a rapid advance. Fearing lest the ships should be caught with their prows turned shorewards for siege operations, in utter unreadiness for a naval battle. How, they asked themselves, can a mobile and fully armed fleet, in perfect sailing order, be successfully resisted by ships loaded with artillery and war machines, or converted into transports, or brought up so close to the walls as to allow of scaling parties, using them instead of an agar and gangways? Under the circumstances, Scipio abandoned the usual tactics. Bringing the warships, which could have protected the others, into the rearmost position close inshore, he lined up the transports in front of them 4 deep, to serve as a wall against the enemy's attack. To prevent the lines from being broken by violent charges, he laid masts and yard arms from ship to ship, and secured them by stout ropes, which bound them together like one continuous chain. He then fastened planks upon the top of these, so making a free passage along the whole line, and under these bridges the dispatch boats had room to run out against the enemy and retire into safety. After making these hurried arrangements as complete as time would allow, he placed about 1,000 picked men on board the transports, and an immense quantity of missile weapons, so that however long the fighting went on, there might be enough. Thus ready and eager, they waited for the enemy. If the Carthaginians had moved more rapidly, they would have found hurry and confusion everywhere. and they might have destroyed the fleet in the first onset. They were, however, disheartened by the defeat of their land forces, and now they did not feel confidence even on the sea, the element where they were strongest. After sailing slowly all through the day, they brought up towards sunset at a harbor called by the natives Rusakman. The following day they put out to sea in line of battle, expecting the Romans to come out and attack them. After they had been stationary for a long time, and no movement on the part of the enemy was visible, they at last commenced an attack on the transports. There was nothing in the least resembling a naval action. It looked almost exactly as if ships were attacking walls. The transports were considerably higher than their opponents, and consequently the missiles from the Carthaginian vessels, which had to be hurled from below, were mostly ineffective. Those from the transports thrown from above fell with more force, their weight adding to the blow. The dispatch boats and light vessels which ran out through the intervals under the plank gangways were many of them run down by the momentum and bulk of the warships, and in time they became a hindrance to those fighting on the transports, who were often obliged to desist for fear of hitting them while they were mixed up with the enemy's ships. At last the Carthaginians began to throw poles with grappling hooks at the end, the soldiers call them harpagones, on to the Roman ships, and it was impossible to cut away either the poles or the chains by which they were suspended. When a warship had hooked one of the transports, it was rowed astern, and you would see the ropes which fastened the transports one to another give way, and sometimes a whole line of transports would be dragged off together. In this way all the gangways connecting the first line of transports were broken up, and there was hardly any place left where the defenders could spring back into the second line. 6 transports were towed off to Carthage. Here the rejoicing was greater than the circumstances of the case warranted. But what made it all the more welcome was the fact that the Roman fleet had narrowly escaped destruction, an escape due to the Carthaginian commander's slackness and the timely arrival of Scipio. Amid such continual disasters and mourning, this was an unhoped-for cause of congratulation. Chapter 11. Syphax defeated and made prisoner. Meantime, Laelius and Massinissa, after a 15 days' march, entered Numidia, and the Messulians, delighted to see their king, whose absence they had so long regretted, placed him once more on his ancestral throne. All the garrisons with which Syphax had held the country were expelled, and he was confined within the limits of his former dominions. He had no intention, however, of remaining quiet. He was goaded on by his wife, whom he passionately loved, and by her father, and he had such an abundance of men and horses that the mere sight of the resources afforded by a realm which had enjoyed many years of prosperity would have stimulated the ambition of even a less barbarous and impulsive nature than Syphax possessed. He assembled all who were fit for war, and after distributing horses, armor, and weapons amongst them, he formed the mounted men into squadrons, and the infantry into cohorts, a plan which he had learnt in the old days from the centurions. With this army, quite as numerous as the one he had had before, but consisting almost entirely of raw and untrained levies, he marched off to meet his enemies, and fixed his camp in their vicinity. At first he sent small bodies of cavalry from the outposts to make a cautious reconnaissance. Compelled to retire by showers of darts, they galloped back to their comrades. Sorties were made on both sides alternately, and indignant at being repulsed, larger bodies came up. This acts as an incentive in cavalry skirmishes when the winning side find their comrades flocking to them in hopes of victory, and rage at the prospect of defeat brings support to those who are losing. So it was then the fighting had been begun by a few, but the love of battle at last brought the whole of the cavalry on both sides into the field. As long as the cavalry only were engaged, the Romans had great difficulty in withstanding the immense numbers of Massulians whom Syphax was sending forward. Suddenly, however, the Roman light infantry ran out between the cavalry, who made way for them, and this gave steadiness to the line and checked the rush of the enemy. The latter slackened speed and then came to a halt, and were soon thrown into confusion by this unaccustomed mode of fighting. At last they gave ground, not only before the infantry, but before the cavalry also, to whom the support of their infantry had given fresh courage. By this time the legions were coming up, but the Massulians did not wait for their attack. The mere sight of the standards and arms was enough. Such was the effect either of the recollection of their past defeats, or of the fear which the enemy now inspired. Chapter 12. Syphax was riding up to the hostile squadrons in the hope that either a sense of honor or his own personal danger might check the flight of his men, when his horse was severely wounded, and he was thrown, overpowered, and made prisoner, and carried off to Laelius. Massinissa was especially delighted to see him as a captive. Cirta was Syphax's capital, and a considerable number escaped to that city. The losses sustained were insignificant compared with the importance of the victory, for the fighting had been confined to the cavalry. There were not more than 5,000 killed, and in the storming of the camp, whither the mass of troops had fled after losing their king, less than half that number were made prisoners. Massinissa told Laelius that nothing would delight him more for the moment than to visit as conqueror his ancestral dominions, which had, after so many years, been recovered, but prompt action was as necessary in success as in defeat. He suggested that he should be allowed to go on with the cavalry and the vanquished Syphax to Cirta, which he would be able to surprise amidst the general confusion and alarm. Laelius might follow with the infantry by easy stages. Laelius gave his consent, and Massinissa advanced to Cirta, and ordered the leading citizens to be invited to a conference. They were ignorant of what had happened to the king, and though Massinissa told them all that had occurred, he found threats and persuasion equally unavailing, until the king was brought before them in chains. At this painful and humiliating spectacle there was an outburst of grief. The defenses were abandoned, and there was a unanimous resolve to seek the victor's favor by opening the gates to him. After placing guards round all the gates, and at suitable places in the fortifications, he galloped up to the palace to take possession of it. As he was entering the vestibule, on the very threshold in fact, he was met by Sophonisba, the wife of Syphax, and daughter of the Carthaginian Hasdrubal. When she saw him surrounded by an armed escort, and conspicuous by his arms and general appearance, she rightly guessed that he was the king, and throwing herself at his feet, exclaimed, "Your courage and good fortune, aided by the gods, have given you absolute power over us. But if a captive may utter words of supplication before one who is master of her fate, if she may touch his victorious right hand, then I pray and beseech you by the kingly greatness in which we two not long ago were clothed, by the name of Numidian, which you and Syphax alike bear, by the tutelary deities of this royal abode, who, I pray, may receive you with fairer omens than those with which they sent him hence, grant this favor at least to your suppliant, that you yourself decide your captive's fate, whatever it may be, and do not leave me to fall under the cruel tyranny of a Roman. Had I been simply the wife of Syphax, I would still choose to trust to the honor of a Numidian, born under the same African sky as myself, rather than that of an alien and a foreigner. But I am a Carthaginian, the daughter of Hasdrubal, and you see what I have to fear. If no other way is possible, then I implore you to save me by death from falling into Roman hands. Sophonisba was in the bloom of youth and in all the splendor of her beauty, and as she held Massinissa's hand and begged him to give his word that she should not be surrendered to the Romans, her tone became one of blandishment rather than entreaty. A slave to passion, like all his countrymen, the victor at once fell in love with his captive. He gave her his solemn assurance that he would do what she wished him to do, and then retired into the palace. Here he considered in what way he could redeem his promise, and as he saw no practical way of doing so, he allowed his passion to dictate to him as a method equally reckless and indecent. Without a moment's delay, he made preparations for celebrating his nuptials on that very day, so that neither Laelius nor Scipio might be free to treat as a prisoner one who was now Massinissa's wife. When the marriage ceremony was over, Laelius appeared on the scene, and far from concealing his disapproval of what had been done, he actually attempted to drag her from her bridegroom's arms, and send her with Syphax and the other prisoners to Scipio. However, Massinissa's remonstrances so far prevailed that it was left to Scipio to decide which of the two kings should be the happy possessor of Sophonisba. After Laelius had sent Syphax and the other prisoners away, he recovered, with Massinissa's aid, the remaining cities in Numidia, which were still held by the king's garrisons. Chapter 13. When the news arrived that Syphax was being brought into camp, the whole army turned out as though to watch a triumphal procession. The king himself, in chains, was the first to appear. He was followed by a crowd of Numidian nobles. As they passed, the soldiers, each in turn, sought to magnify their victory by exaggerating the greatness of Syphax and the military reputation of his nation. "This is the king," they said, "whose greatness has been so far acknowledged by the most powerful states in the world, Rome and Carthage, that Scipio left his army in Spain and sailed with 2 triremes to Africa to secure his alliance, whilst the Carthaginian Hasdrubal not only visited him in his kingdom, but even gave him his daughter in marriage. He has had the Roman and the Carthaginian commanders both in his power at the same time. As each side has sought peace and friendship from the immortal gods by sacrifices duly offered, so each side alike has sought peace and friendships from him. He was powerful enough to expel Massinissa from his kingdom, and he reduced him to such a condition that he owed his life to the report of his death, and to his concealment in the forest, where he lived on what he could catch there, like a wild beast." Amidst these remarks of the bystanders, the king was conducted to the headquarters tent. As Scipio compared the earlier fortunes of the man with his present condition, and recalled to mind his own hospitable relations with him, the mutually pledged right hands, the political and personal bonds between them, he was greatly moved. Syphax, too, thought of these things, but they gave him courage in addressing his conqueror. Scipio questioned him as to his object in first denouncing his alliance with Rome, and then starting an unprovoked war against her. He admitted that he had done wrong and behaved like a madman, but his taking up arms against Rome was not the beginning of his madness, it was the last act. He first exhibited his folly, his utter disregard of all private ties and public obligations, when he admitted a Carthaginian bride into his house. The torches which illuminated these nuptials had set his palace in a blaze. That fury of a woman, that scourge, had used every endearment to alienate and warp his feelings, and would not rest till she had with her own impious hands armed him against his host and friend. However, broken and ruined as he was, he had this to console him in his misery: that pestilential fury had entered the household of his bitterest foe. Massinissa was not wiser or more consistent than he had been. His youth made him even less cautious. At all events, that marriage proved him to be more foolish and headstrong. End of Section 30.